Okay, we are live.
Wonderful. Thank you everyone for joining the Permanent Resolutions Committee this evening. I know we have a lot of work at hand, so we're going to call this meeting to order. We are now live. And I'm going to turn this over to Marco so we can get started with where we left off.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it would be a good idea. There was about 23 members that met yesterday, which is a little bit smaller than the group that's here to do some pre-work, to make some recommendations and to do some merging and all of that stuff. So, they put in a lot of hours. I was not there. So what I would suggest is if maybe I could call on one of them to present their screen and maybe brief us on what they've done to sort of, make some suggestions and some recommendations. I think there's some sort of like ones that, well, I'll go ahead and let them speak.
No, absolutely. If it could shorten the night, I think we're all in favor of that. So, who would you like to call upon?
I'd like to ask that group who's best to sort of share the screen.
That would be Judy Kay or Julio.
Julio.
Julio was there the whole time, and I had to leave because I got too tired.
Okay, I nominate Julio.
Yeah.
All right, Julio, you're is that okay?
Yes,
Yes,
very much.
it
All
is
right.
okay.
All right, I'm gonna make you co-host.
Okay.
If you could go ahead and share screen and give us a briefing, that'd be fantastic.
Thank you. Let's see here. Share screen, and then I click on this button, share, and you should be seeing the Google Doc, which I guess someone can put in I don't know if you want to put it in the Zoom chat. Are you able to see it? And I'm raising the percentage view. Sorry, just trying to figure this out. There's a way, there it is.
Yes, Marco, if you could post the link in the chat, that would be great.
If needed, I can. Let's see.
Yeah, since you're host, you might be able to post to everyone.
Everyone
Yeah.
in meeting. Okay. I'm just gonna put this link in the Zoom chat. There it is. And what we did yesterday. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
and Julio, I'll go ahead and there might be they might not have access to it. So let me go ahead and just make sure that everyone has access. You can also request access and I'll approve too.
Okay, so what we did yesterday, and you can slow me down or stop me, Marco, at any point, or anyone. So what we did yesterday is this was a list of the different resolutions. I'm just like going straight down. This was a list, and what we did was we took some that were worded similar, like these 10 were worded similar, and we went ahead and anything that was similar or that we felt was important, we put on this separate sheet that I'm going to click on right now. So you'll see it change. This is a separate sheet in here, which I'm not sure why it's this big, but what we did is we tried to make some suggestions and corrections and try to get things together. And you will see that, and again, we'll go through, but I'm just giving you a bird's eye view for now. I'm looking for an area that has strike through. Look here, like this, for example, here. Together we decided to put some strike through to things, and then any suggestion of addition, we put it in red, capital, bold. And anyone that supports, for example, this one, after we talked about it for 5 or 10 minutes or however long, anyone that supported it that was online yesterday went ahead and said their names so that we could put it on here. And these are the people that supported this one that was in the end. So that's pretty much that's a bird's eye view of what we did. And happy to answer questions or Chairwoman, whatever you'd like to do from here. That's a bird's eye view.
How about merging the resolutions together?
Yeah, that's what we did on this screen, on the second sheet. That's where we put edits and merge things together. On the first sheet that says permanent resolutions, if we use the column B, unanimous consent, and put names in it, those are the ones that we moved, that we considered appropriate for unanimous consent. So we had a method. We looked at ones that were important. We looked at the categories that people said were their top categories. We looked at the resolutions and we either said, this looks good as is, and then people put their names if they were for unanimous consent. And then we had some where we said, no, this needs to be merged or we need to make some edits. Then we copied the whole row into the second sheet. And then we made our edits in the second sheet. And then those who approved it wrote their names in the recommend for unanimous consent for the committee substitution.
Could you repost
How-
this link? I have not seen it.
So then, Marco, at this time, it looks like since they've done quite a bit of work, we probably should go into those groups one by one or section by section so that we can approve them and move on.
So I mean, if there's like, you know, essentially non-controversial stuff that people have already worked on, you know, obviously these people put in a couple hours, you know, yesterday doing it. I would suggest that if there's any that are recommended by, you know, a decent amount of people, and also recommended for a committee substitute, meaning that they did some sort of edits to it, y'all could take up a motion to approve those in bulk. And so maybe you want to sort of maybe just like review what those are, you know, what the title names are. And if maybe someone has like a problem with a specific one, you know, they could pull it down and not have it in that grouping. But, you know, I think something to that effect to sort of, you know, get us a little bit
Ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
So
I have my hands. Okay, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Oh, I was going to say, if everybody would take then at least 2 minutes to take a look at the chart. And if there's any objections to any of those, we can address those now. And then if not, I would entertain a motion to approve them in bulk. And yes, sir, what were you going to say?
Yes, what I'm going to say first, I would like to thank all the people who took the time to work
Yes.
with this yesterday. I appreciate it, 23 of you all. We are about 29 at this committee right now. So I
Thank you.
motion to approve all the resolutions the people who met yesterday agreed to consent. So that's my motion. I move to approve all these motions as a consent items.
In bulk.
If there is a second needed,
bulk.
I second.
Can we get
Exactly.
a minute to look at this?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
please.
mean, I'm sympathetic, but I want to at least go over them quickly.
Can I ask the ones that were in the where it's therefore further resolved? Where it says we, can we replace we with the Texas Democratic Party? Because there's several of those that just say we. I think it needs to be the Texas Democratic Party.
Yeah, that can be just done clerically.
I mean, I could do it.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and just do it, go ahead and do it. If you have edit access.
I believe so.
Madam Chair, my hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could not see. So yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes, I had it up virtually as well as physically. I have no idea what these resolutions are. I cannot get my screen to be big enough. I am trying to get it on. I'm on my phone and I'm trying to get it on my iPad. I have an iPad available to me now, but I can't get into the meeting on my iPad
Okay.
to
Let
be
me
able
see.
to read them. And
Okay.
so since I can't read them, I would ask that every single one of them be read, because at least the titles and the resolutions, the resolve, because I have no idea and I don't feel it's appropriate for me as a representative of my congressional district to be voting on something that I don't know, even because all you said was you have 20 of them. I don't know what any of them are about.
Okay. And may I ask, would it be easier if Marco were to be able to email you that listing for you to take a look at? Would that be faster?
he could, but I need it emailed so that, because, or if I could also if I could launch the meeting on my iPad as well as my iPhone, I can listen and talk on my iPhone and read on my iPad. I'm asking for this recommendation. I'm the secretary for the Texas Disabilities with Texas Democrats with Disabilities Caucus, and I am asking for an accommodation due to my challenge.
Okay. Marco, can you set it up in a way that she can open it up in both her phone and her laptop by providing her with the separate access? If not, then it looks like we would have to read them out.
Point of information, are we
Yes.
talking about passing in bulk only the ones that were recommended for unanimous consent on
Yes,
sheet 1, which were not edited? And then we'll go over the ones on sheet 2 that were edited.
The motion did not specify sheet 1 or sheet 2, but I would believe it would be
My motion was to approve all the resolution that that the committee approved as a consent item as a bulk. So if they are in sheet 1 or sheet 2, that's what was my motion.
Well, I would like to offer a friendly amendment that we do just the unedited ones first, which are on sheet 1 as unanimous consent and no checkbox for committee substitution. Because those are the ones that passed out of local conventions.
I would
accept.
object to all those that concern foreign policy because they need to be discussed individually.
Madam Chair, I have a motion and it's been seconded, and I accept
Yes.
the amendment from Judy.
yes, sir. Let me just, we had paused for time, and then we had an issue in regards to someone not being able to read them. So Marco,
I am going to email the link that's to the thing in front of us so that everybody also has it in their email. I'm conducting that right now.
thank you.
Madam Chair, that was also a friendly amendment. I don't know if it was, I don't think it was accepted.
Correct. It was
It was
as of this
accepted.
moment. Was
Judy's was accepted.
accepted? Okay. And it was accepted to sheet 1 only?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One
Also,
second.
I would like to raise a point of a point of, what is it called? A point of, no, not a point of order, a point of, when you want to ask a question,
Point
that-
of person privilege.
a personal privilege.
Point of
thing.
inquiry.
A point of inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I was not made aware of the possibility that there was going to be a meeting yesterday, and I would have attended and participated had I known about them. But
Same
I
here.
didn't know about it until last night at about 9:30 when I looked at my emails, because we had a bad storm and the electricity came and went, and I didn't have access to the information coming through the email until 9:30. And then when I looked at it, it was too late for me to participate. And I don't know why we weren't made aware that there could possibly have been a meeting on Wednesday, because initially we were going to have a meeting on Wednesday and it got changed to Thursday. So I changed it to Thursday. So I didn't have a meeting that was scheduled on my calendar on Wednesday. Even if some people agreed to have a meeting, that excluded all of us. Okay, I got
Same-
the
same
email
concern
from
here.
Marco.
And
I think
I-
that it was optional, that Wednesday was optional.
But it was
Well,
not, everyone was not informed of the meeting.
It wasn't an official meeting, it was a working group.
Yeah, but now you want to pass all these resolutions without us even having an opportunity to look at it because other people took their time to have the meeting when I wasn't even given an opportunity to participate in the meeting.
We
Yeah,
discussed
that's
we discussed that on Friday meeting actually, and I guess Rosalie, you logged out. David, you were not at the meeting. There was a discussion when we had the meeting last Friday night that there would be a working group to make sure we cut the time of the meeting. And
Yes, but
and
then
that's
the
hold on,
decision
David, hold on.
to have that
Hold on.
meeting was not conveyed to everybody.
So-
You said
did
you had a
not
meeting
attend.
Friday and you decided to have a working group on Wednesday. You had 5 days to tell everybody that there was a meeting on Wednesday night and nobody did. So that's a real problem, especially
so
now
to
that
make
we're
it-
trying to jam all this through.
Well, to make it
Yeah, I
easier,
agree.
the email, it has been provided. So we still have the opportunity to review. So if everybody would please open up that working link, and that way we can work our way through this process so that we can.
Okay, what number are we working on? Which resolutions are we working on? What number?
If I would make a suggestion, Julio, is there any way you could explain the spreadsheet one more time and maybe even limit it to only show the ones we're looking at and not show any of the ones we're not? So maybe do some sort of filter. And then what I would suggest is no one has had an opportunity to go through any of these because we said we were going to take a couple minutes to. I think once Julio gives a presentation, go ahead and give you all like 10 minutes to read through the work that people did on their own last night. And if you and then come back after those 10 minutes. That's what I would recommend right now.
If
I thought there was a resolution. Was there an amendment to pull all of the foreign policy ones, and was that accepted?
So
foreign policy think was supposed to be discussed tonight, not last night.
I think foreign policy was all moved to the second tab.
Well, it's on the first tab on mine.
No, I mean,
but it's not marked for unanimous consent on the first sheet.
Okay, wait, so the first.
So we're only talking about the ones on sheet 1 that don't have a check mark in column A, but have names in column B. So
there's a bunch of foreign policy
Texas
stuff.
Brown Act, the property code.
Are you a check mark?
No
for
check
unanimous
mark
consent?
column A on sheet 1. But
okay, there's a bunch of the foreign policy ones that have a check mark on tab 1, column A.
Yes, they do. So we're not talking about those in the bulk thing right now. We are only talking about sheet 1 recommended for unanimous consent with no edits. All the foreign policy ones got edited. Just telling you, just right off the top of their head. Now, yes, the work meeting for Wednesday was announced after sundown on Friday. I'm sorry that the email did not go out sooner.
I never received an email about that until I got an invitation, I think late Wednesday afternoon is the first time I heard about a Wednesday meeting that I couldn't attend. So
I agree. The notice was very short.
And it could have certainly been sent out on Friday or Saturday. So,
Yeah, right I'm sorry. I mean, that's my fault. You can blame me. you know, I'm juggling a couple other committees and all that other stuff. So I do apologize.
But
But,
as of
You don't need to
now,
blame anyone, Marco.
the
It's just,
motion on the floor is about doing a bulk thing of the recommended for unanimous consent, where people put in the working group yesterday, put their names in it. So if y'all would just concentrate on those, they will not have a check in column A. They will have names in column B. You can see that most of these are very uncontroversial, like, you know, wanting Barbers Hill to actually respect the Texas Crown Act. Does anyone in this group object to that?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I have a motion. It's been seconded and amended. I would like to move forward with my motion, please.
Yes, sir.
There'll be a call to question.
Marco had asked for 10 minutes for review. Marco, where are we at on the 10 minutes?
yeah, so we haven't even started that 10 minutes for review yet. Members are talking and we're having discussion.
Okay,
Let's
so we need.
let's go ahead and have Julio one more time explain the spreadsheet, and I'm gonna to help the process to make it a little bit more easier. On the first tab, I'm only going to limit to the recommended for unanimous consent. So that way you know that everything in front of you is something that's recommended.
So don't the check marks mean recommended for committee substitute though?
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Sorry. I filtered the wrong one. My bad.
So everything unchecked marked is recommended for unanimous consent.
Yeah, it
Okay.
has to be
So
unchecked and
Well,
have-
everything with names. in
No,
column B.
no, the things that have names in them and no check mark are recommended.
yeah, so
If they
Could you
don't
just
have
tell-
names, they're not recommended. We did not address.
Can you tell us the numbers or something? Because I'm looking at this email that Marco sent, and like there's on number 3, on line 3, there's a check mark and there are names. And it's regarding, I can't open it. Oh, here. It's regarding guns, in support
If
of
there is a
guns.
check mark, if there is a check mark, it is moved to the second sheet and that one was edited. If there's no check mark, it is for unanimous consent recommended by the people who put their names in the box.
I completely understand that. But for example, on number 2, civil rights in support of the right to a medically assisted abortion, there's no check mark, there's no names. Are
Right,
you
because
saying
we edited that? You have to look at the second sheet and see that we did not recommend 2017. We put parts of it into let's see, one of the other, I moved my page. 2536.
2528.
Rosalie, I believe you're looking at the second tab.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're looking at the wrong tab, Julio, or whoever's screen
We're looking
sharing.
at the perm reso left.
Yes. So everyone needs to go to the permanent reso left tab, which is the first tab. I've filtered it to where it's only showing the ones that people have reviewed and in groups and have unanimous consent. So these are the ones that basically have no changes.
okay,
If it only has 1 or 2 names, those were marked after the meeting. I looked at others that I think are going to be fine, but those were not if it doesn't have a large group of names, then it has not been addressed by the committee.
Well, it's been addressed by the individual. It's not by the group.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree.
Right.
so.
Okay, so
line-
how many of these resolutions have been discussed last night that were recommended for voting today?
The ones that have more than 2 or 3 names.
Yeah, it would be 5 or more generally. Yeah.
Yeah.
There were 11.
We're
that were
unanimous on many
by
of
the
them.
group. 11, number 2015, 2025, 2557, 2518, 2531,
Slow down,
2136,
please.
Should we maybe highlight those rows?
That would help.
2515, 2025,
Whoa. Too much highlight. Yeah, too
Yeah.
much highlight. Can't even see the number.
Highlighted.
Whoa, now they're all gone.
Someone is, yeah, someone is playing.
Okay.
Whoever's playing, or whoever's doing something, just put Control Z or Edit Undo. Someone did something right now. Someone, and there's a button here that says Edit, and you undo whatever you just did right now. It affected
Control
the.
Z.
So if you go
Someone
to,
deleted the whole sheet.
well,
No, it's on row 1000. It just needs to move up, I think.
Oh,
there you
wow.
go. Someone else. I think you fixed it. Thank you.
Okay, who's highlighting? One
I can-
person highlighting.
Whoa, no, can't read it. It's all yellow. I can't see the numbers.
If someone would just highlight the numbers of the ones that you want for unanimous consent, that would make it much clearer. Because
Yeah,
Right.
but
this
it's
system-
all of them on this sheet. All of these.
No, it isn't all because some of them were just reviewed by a couple of people, but then there's others where
So you're gonna need to clarify this. Just saying the ones with a lot of names versus few names is very unclear and is not a professional way of presenting this.
So I'm unchecking. I'm fixing that. Give me a second. Okay.
Sorry,
Julio
what I understood
could-
yesterday, what I understood yesterday was that we would go in on our own time, read what the resolution was, and then add our name at our convenience. And I had added my name to 2073. I was wondering if that could also be put up, or if anybody else had wanted to put their name to
The
that.
motion would include.
Okay. So I have limited it to you only see, and it's not even that many. It's how many? It's 2015 through. It's 11. It's
25,
11 that you see
54.
in front of you. Those in a large group, people worked on yesterday and have no changes to them and wanted to approve them for unanimous consent. It's these
All right,
11.
so if everybody take a look at these 11, and if there's no objection, then we can move forward on the motion.
Four and a half hours wasted.
Marco, would you please get Julio to go through each one of these that are up right now?
Julio, would you be able to
read it
do
or
that?
just go slowly like this, or
So
go
we can
one at-
all, so everybody can hear it and catch up at the same time, please?
Is that okay with everyone? Shall I just?
I think that would move things along.
Okay,
That's
so,
okay.
all right, so resolution 2015, row 2, that the Texas Democratic Party unequivocally supports the Texas Crown Act and condemns the suspension of student Daryl George by Barber Hill ISD as a violation of his rights under this act, and that the Texas Democratic Party calls upon Barber Hill ISD and all educational institutions within Texas to immediately review and revise any policies or practices that are in conflict with the Texas Crown Act, ensuring that no student is subjected to discriminatory treatment based on their hair texture, style, length, or any characteristics tied to their racial, ethnic, or cultural identity. And clause 3, I think it doesn't have a clause 3. I'm not sure what happened. It says and, so maybe it doesn't have a clause 3. And Marco, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh no, there it is, clause 3. That the Texas Democratic Party urges the Texas Education Agency to enforce compliance with the Texas Crown Act across all educational institutions, promoting an environment where every student can express their cultural and racial identity without fear of unjust treatment or discrimination. And clause 4, that the Texas Democratic Party, I'm just gonna see TDP, commits to actively supporting efforts to educate communities, schools, and workplaces about the importance of the Texas Crown Act and to advocate for the rights It protects ensuring that the dignity and cultural identity of all Texans are respected and upheld. And that was that one. That was resolution 2015. Shall I go to 2025?
Yeah, do them all, I guess, because we're supposed to do them in bulk. So,
Okay, so 2025 is
Are we gonna vote on it?
we have a
That's-
motion on the floor to hear them all in bulk. So he's reading them to us so that we can vote on it. We can finish the process.
So he's gonna read, there are 11, and then we're gonna
Yes.
vote on 11. Okay, thank you for
Yes.
the clarification.
Thank you.
Resolution 2025, row 5. It's a bit long. That Texas Property Code shall be appropriately amended. A, to clearly enumerate certain minimally required provisions in agreements and easements to be offered to affected private property owners, including upfront payment plus annual rentals for the use of the property under an easement or other use agreement, and other such terms and provisions of the same or similar kind and function as the state of Texas acquires in its easements or other use agreements for state-owned and state-controlled lands and properties, and to require of any taking entity its cooperative, good faith consideration and implementation of reasonably alternate open parentheses, whether on or off promises, close parentheses, routing for a right-of-way that is proposed across privately owned land when negotiating with such land's owner, including the landowner's request that a proposed pipeline be located to the greatest extent possible within an existing right-of-way in order to minimize the diminishment of the owner's use and enjoyment of their land, to be positioned parallel to and adequately spaced apart from the other pipelines within the right-of-way, and that the easement or use agreement between the taking entity and landowner and compensations for the additional encumbrance on the landowner's title and all damages shall be in addition to the then existing pipeline easement or use agreement. And C, to require certain comprehensive restoration duties to forcibly taken lands upon expiration of any such use agreement or easement, including but not limited to full depth removal of any subsurface structures, foundations, or tower footings, and at minimum, the clearing of contents, cutting and closing of cut ends of any and all abandoned pipelines as near to the point where such pipeline crosses a property's boundaries as is practical. So that was resolution 2025. 2557. The Texas Democratic Party fully supports and advocates for the appointment or election of judges who demonstrate unwavering impartiality, integrity, and a commitment to upholding the rule of law. Clause 2, that the TDP urges that judicial candidates uphold the highest ethical standards and pledge their commitment to fairness, impartiality, and respect for the rights and dignity of all people. And that was resolution 2557. 2518, and if at any point I go too fast, please let me know. That the TDP recognizes the need for state services to remain under the control of the state of Texas and opposes any attempts to outsource or privatize our taxpayer-funded services. And that is all of resolution 2518. Moving to 2531. That the TDP supports and shall advocate for legislation to implement a single-payer national and or state health program. What's that one? That the TDP supports a livable, resolution 2136. Also, Madam Chair, just an FYI, some people are raising their hands. I don't know if you want to call on any of them.
Okay. Let's see if I can turn this back over to the side. Yes, I see David.
No, I was from earlier.
Okay, if everybody that had it raised earlier can lower their hands, only if you have a question at this point, if you can leave it raised. Okay, they're all coming down. Okay, I see. Okay.
I see Hatem and Shemin.
Yeah, Hatem. Do you have a question? Okay, and Shemin?
Yes, my question This is Shaman. My question relates to 2025. Is the notion here that the Texas Democratic Party supports this code amendment? It said that the code would be amended. The party doesn't have the ability to amend the code, so I'm just curious about that part. Did you hear me?
202, well, you were breaking up, but I heard it was on 2025.
Yes.
Okay, so it would-
2025.
the party would recommend the.
Yes, I'm just wondering if it should be recommend or support rather than amend.
Yeah. Can Julio finish reading all of them? Then we could discuss if we have any questions, any explanation.
Okay,
Okay.
I apologize.
No, I think it's a great recommendation. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I
Yep.
think it is a great recommendation, though.
Do you want to make that change now so that we don't forget and we don't have to go back again?
Just made it.
Since you already brought it up.
I think we should go
I
ahead
just
and
made
make
it.
the change.
They just made it. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
it's
you.
clerical, so it's good.
Thank you. Okay, next, if you can continue reading, please. Julio?
Okay, I'm trying to remember where I was. We got this. Single payer national healthcare. Okay, yeah. So we're now on resolution 2136 that the TDP supports a livable minimum wage of $17.50 an hour being established by law in Texas for all home healthcare based services and attendant services. And then 2534 that the TDP 1 reaffirms its unwavering support for reproductive rights and reproductive justice for all individuals, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or immigration status. Opposes any legislative or policy efforts that seek to undermine or restrict access to reproductive healthcare services, including abortion, contraception, prenatal care, and maternal health services. 3, supports the repeal of harmful and medically unnecessary restrictions on abortion, such as mandatory waiting periods, biased counseling requirements, gestational bans, and targeted regulations on abortion providers. Open parentheses, trap laws, close parentheses. Number 4, advocates for the removal of financial and logistical barriers to accessing reproductive healthcare services, including ensuring coverage for abortion care and contraception through public and private insurance plans, regardless of income or employment status. Number 5, calls for the expansion of comprehensive sex education programs that provide accurate, age-appropriate information on contraception, reproductive health, consent, and healthy relationships to empower individuals to make informed decisions about their bodies and sexual health. And last one, 6, commits to electing candidates who champion reproductive rights and will work to advance pro-choice policies at the local, state, and national levels, including judicial appointments that uphold reproductive rights precedents. And that was resolution 2534. 2541, that the TDP affirms its steadfast support for the transgender community in Texas and commits to championing policies that address the unique challenges faced by transgender individuals, including but not limited to A, advocating for comprehensive non-discrimination protections in housing, employment, healthcare, education, and all other areas of public life to ensure that transgender Texans are treated with dignity and fairness under the law. B, supporting efforts to improve access to affirming and inclusive healthcare services for transgender individuals, including gender-affirming care, mental health support, and transgender inclusive healthcare coverage. C, opposing any legislation or policy proposals that seek to undermine the rights and safety of transgender Texans, including so-called quote-unquote bathroom bills and other discriminatory measures. D, promoting transgender visibility and representation within the Texas Democratic Party and supporting transgender candidates running for elected office at all levels of government. E, collaborating with transgender-led organizations, advocacy groups, and allies to amplify transgender voices, elevate transgender issues, and work towards a more inclusive and equitable Texas for all residents. So that was 2541. 3 more. 2189, that the TDP opposes deportation of veterans and supports expedited citizenship for veterans and repatriation for those already deported after serving honorably, and supports the establishment of the Military Family Immigration Advisory Committee to assess the totality of circumstances surrounding non-citizen veterans or their family members facing deportation, and to make binding recommendations on whether they should be granted a stay of removal, deferred action, parole, or to be removed from the country. And that the TDP supports directing the Department of Homeland Security to ascertain whether an individual involved in removal proceedings is a member of the armed forces, a veteran, or a covered family member, and in such cases, the DHS shall transfer relevant case materials to the Military Family Immigration Advisory Committee for review. And Clause 3, that the Texas Democratic Party supports a pathway to citizenship for military service members, as well as their spouses and children, shall be improved through the implementation of a joint program between the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security. And Clause 4, that the Texas Democratic Party supports mandating the DHS to establish a program and application process for veterans and their families who have been removed from the United States to seek readmission as lawful permanent residents. Furthermore, the removal cases shall be reopened and reconsidered under this provision. And Clause 5, last clause, that the TDP supports directing the DHS Secretary to develop an annual training program for DHS personnel aimed at enhancing their capacity to effectively handle cases involving non-citizen veterans. So that was 2189. 2 more. 2193. This is 2193. That the TDP calls on U.S. Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. That was 2193. And last one, 2554. That the TDP requests that a formalized safety and communication protocol be established for all on-site early and election day voting locations.
Okay, thank you so much for reading all of that. So at this time, we already have a motion, we have a second, we've read through all of them. Are there any changes that need to be made to any of the ones that have been read? If so, raise your
Yes.
hand at this time.
Okay.
What number? Yes, ma'am. What number?
Me, Rosalie?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. Number, the one we were talking about earlier, the number 2557, supporting the appointment of judges. I'm not comfortable with appointing judges for retention, because it says for the appointment or election of judges. And who is the appointment by? Election, I'm completely supportive of in this resolution, but I'm concerned about the appointment component. Number 2557. It's in under now Thor 4 be resolved under X. column X.
Any vacancies in, I believe, in this district judges level, the governor will make until the next election.
Is that all that it's referring to? Is that only the appointment to fill?
Because that's the only thing. In Texas, the only time anybody would be appointed is if a vacancy is if there's a judge leaves or dies. Resigns or dies, then there'd be an appointment and then there'd be an election.
Yes, but I've been involved for probably over 40 years now and there are many times that there are people who advocate for appointment of judges for retention. And I just want to be 100% sure before I vote for this, that is not what I'm voting for, because I do not advocate for that. I advocate for election of judges by partisan election.
Well, on here it says appointment or election of judges who demonstrate
be-
unwavering it so it doesn't state for retention.
Could it be
Could we make
temporary
an-
appointment? You know, because
Can we make an edit to show that it's only for purposes of if there's someone who died, or if there's some like weird circumstance, rather than just in any case there's the ability to appoint a judge? Could that be an edit made?
It would be death, resignation, or impeachment.
I've got a point of maybe information. There are judges who are appointed in Texas if they are like municipal court judges. I think maybe some administrative. So I don't think that's the point of this resolution at all, is to touch the selection process, but rather whether they are elected or appointed, it should be on this basis.
Agreed.
Okay, I can see that.
And there's another hand raised, Judy?
Yes, as those of us in Harris County found out, you can lose a district judge because he announces that he wants to run for the Texas Supreme Court.
Yes.
And so we had a judge who was forced to resign for that. And then an appointment was appointed, his replacement was appointed by Greg Abbott. But, we can't help who the governor is right now. So,
So Rosalie, I heard that you were okay with it.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate the pause for the conversation and discussion. And I can see where it's not advocating for any type of retention. So vote for retention. So I with that, I'm comfortable with all of the other resolutions. I appreciate the time that you took to send me the email and read them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shimon? Do you have your hand raised?
Yes, I do. Number 2189.
Okay, and what is your
Clause 3? I think there may be some words missing. It says a pathway, and then there's a clause that says as well as spouses, and then when it picks up, it seems that there's some words missing or something.
It does. Shall be improved.
So it's a pathway for citizenship for military service members as well as their spouses and children shall be improved through implementation of a joint program. It's kind of awkward, but
Yeah, I would suggest a semicolon instead of a comma after the word children to show that that is a separate clause.
Right.
And then I think it would flow better.
I think it would flow better if we took out as well as and just said and. At least that's what Grammarly always tells me whenever I type as well as.
Oh, I see. Yes, because you're right, Judy Kay. If we put a comma there and then took out as well as, and you just said their spouses
and children.
And children, yes.
Can somebody make that? Can somebody make that clerical change?
I'm happy to make it. Madam Chair, you tell me what to do and I will follow your instructions.
Well, I think I'll have Rosalie or Judy Kay tell you what to do.
Okay, that is row 123, right?
Right.
Okay.
Clause 3 of the original.
Right.
But that wasn't actually the children. Issue is that
and
towards a pathway should be improved.
Okay. The Democratic Party supports a pathway to citizen for military service. I'm going to take out the and
For
put it
service
last.
members.
Service members, their spouses, and their children.
Okay.
So maybe just put it back the way it was.
Okay, so apologies.
Shall be improved, so we don't need that final comma. And it would help if I could spell.
Are you making these
But
corrections?
how a path approved is the problem.
Oh, well, right now there's not one at all.
Yeah.
Pathway to citizenship for military service. Okay, so for citizenship, be created for military service members, their spouses, and their children.
And there.
No, I'm doing an Oxford comma. Pathway to citizenship be created for military service members, their spouses, and their children. And it shall be improved, or no, we can't say created. Well, right now we sort of, okay, we do sort of have a pathway for the serving and veterans, but it's very awkward.
Or it could be shall be implemented by.
Yeah. Shall be
Implemented by a joint program
through
between.
this.
Improved by the
You really
implementation.
don't need improved. You see, it shall be implemented by a joint program between.
Okay. Shall be implemented. Oh,
Through a joint program between.
okay. Through a joint program between the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security.
It was good.
Okay, that looks good. So I have Rosalie with her hand raised. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, I apologize. Let me take it down. There we go. I'm
Okay.
ready to vote
Okay.
whenever
So
everyone's finished with their suggestions.
Okay, so seeing no other hands raised at this time, we move it to the vote. Since there's no other suggestions, no other hands raised. Marco, can you put up a poll? This would be for the bulk vote of all 11.
Sure. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and find the roll call.
The changes weren't made on my I don't see the changes yet. I don't know if you need to push enter or go forward with what you just put in. But it's not showing up on my working copy.
Oh, I think I have to hit return.
There you go. There you go.
All right,
Oh,
there's the link in the
Judy?
chat for the
Judy?
roll call
Yes.
sheet. Julio, maybe if you could add it to this window so people can see online, that'd be great.
Judy, real quick. Yeah, you just fixed it. There you go.
Let me see here.
There's a period after spouses instead of a comma.
Oh,
You see that, Judy? If you want to fix that real quick.
really
Yeah.
big.
What is this vote on? What number?
There's
All of them.
This would be vote number 1 for all 11.
Could you say the number one more time? I couldn't hear.
This will be our first vote, poll number 1 for the bulk vote of all 11
Well,
resolutions.
My sheet's only showing vote 2.
Yeah, it's
vote one
because
to-
it's because this is a continuation of our last sheet. So
Is it
yeah,
vote
so
two?
we're on vote 2 right now.
Marco, I don't have access to that.
I don't
I
either.
requested access.
Mine disappeared. Oh, thank you.
There's the link for the roll call.
Links in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not on vote 1 anymore. We're on vote 2. So let me go ahead and hide vote 1.
Is G yes?
Yeah, that's what I'm moving over right now, so you guys can see it. Sorry.
I don't think I've voted, but I'm in favor of accepting these.
Yeah, sorry, I need a little technical help to vote because I'm trying to click the box and nothing happens.
Yeah, it's so this is permission on the Gmail account or Google account that you were shared in the email that's in column D, and so there might be some people that don't have access, so that's fine. So Dustin Stevens, do you need a vote?
I need to vote
too. It's not letting me vote either.
I'm voting
Yeah.
for.
Okay, just want to do this in a orderly fashion. All right, out of the people that have not voted, Vice Chair Middleton Lewis, do you vote yes or no? Tony? Dustin Stevens, yes or no? Latasha Okorion?
Yes.
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 Stevens, yes, okay. Samina Karmali?
Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
I can hear, I mean, who's me?
Latasha
Latosh,
Aquarian?
Latasha and
Latasha,
Sylvia
yes.
both said yes.
Yeah, and I wanted yes for the first one as well, but I can't the same thing. I can't vote on here, and my email address is correct, so I'm not for certain what's going on there.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can just assist you. Samina?
I'm yes on the second vote and vote 1, which I
Okay,
was
vote
not
1
able
was
to do.
actually from the other day, so you can ignore vote 1.
Okay.
Linda Proctor? Bob Sheeks? Ross Trivisono? Gene Fiegelson? Sylvia Light?
Yes, yes, for me.
Okay,
Sylvia
got you,
Light.
Sylvia. Constance Rivers? Rosalie Weisfeld?
Yes.
Daniel Haben Waters?
Yes.
Judy Kay?
Yes. And my email isn't there, which is why it won't let me vote.
Got it. I think I can fix that. Sam Black? Diana Bars? Tisano Pardo? Aftab Siddiqui?
Yes.
Stephen Mannion? Shimin Proctor?
Yes.
David Fisher?
Yes.
Chrissy Baird?
Yes.
Hatem Nashtet?
Yes.
And Iftar? Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, man. Yes.
Iftikhar.
Yeah,
Iftikhar. There you go. All right. Madam Chair, it looks like the A's have it 28-0.
Wonderful. Motion carries. Thank you.
Marco, point of information, can we try to do a voice vote if it looks like it's for things that look like they're non-controversial?
Yeah, what I'd recommend to the body and to the chair is to ask for unanimous consent first, and then after that, voice vote, and then if needed, to do roll call. That probably be better, especially since this was a unanimous.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Point of information, now that we've did this 11, how many more do we have left? Do we know that?
Yeah. Am I on mute? No, I'm not. So
We have all the memorial ones, which we could knock out by bulk vote pretty quickly.
oh, can you say that again, Judy K?
All of the ones that are honorariums and memorials, like, you know, all the memorial ones.
I make a motion to approve all memorial resolutions.
Second.
Okay, any opposition?
I would prefer to have them listed out by number so I can look along.
Okay,
So it's number starting on row 100 all the way through row 120.
Thanks.
So that looks like 21. Yeah. So it's 21 resolutions, and if it's okay with members, there are 3 resolutions I still would like to enhance a little bit. I think it's the Judge Overstreet, the former Medina County Chair Sandy Young, and there's one other. If you'll give me a staff permission to enhance those a little bit, you know, after you all vote for them, I'd greatly appreciate that one. So yeah, so Judge,
I take that as a friendly amendment to my motion.
Thank you.
Could you just tell us what those numbers are for those resolutions, Mark?
So you're talking about all 21?
No, just the Morris. Like, what number is it?
All right, so I can't remember what the third one is off the top of my head, but Sandy Young's is row 113, 2178. And then Judge Overstreet's is 119, 2182. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the third one, but there is a third I wanted to enhance.
Thank you.
okay, so Marco, we left it off with, I think we were just gonna read it out. The number of the resolutions.
Yeah, so essentially this, I think the motion, from what I understand, it is basically approving all the memorial category, you know, with me, it's still being able to enhance, for staff to still enhance 3 of them, from rows 100 through 120, 120. And so I'd recommend, you know, if there's no objection, to go ahead and approve those in bulk.
Okay.
Shameen has her hand raised.
I would vote for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Shemin, you have your hand raised?
Shameen has her hand raised.
Yes, I just called on her.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't. Marco, I just want to understand what you mean by enhanced. I don't know what you mean by that.
They are very, very, especially when you compare them to the other, like 18, they are lacking for content, especially, you know, Judge Overstreet's, which is, you know, one of our last statewide elected Democrat, who passed this year. And also, you know, a very long time county chair, for Medina County. So, I mean, literally just look at the therefore be it resolves and the whereas it's super simple, and I don't think it's appropriate for you know, for their standing. So I already have content for Sandy Young. I just need to apply it. And Judge Overstreet, I might just do myself. I asked someone to do some stuff, but yeah, that's, if that makes sense.
Yes, definitely.
Can I call for the vote?
Yes, please.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call for the vote on the memorial resolution, rows 100 through 120.
Thank you. So at this time, Do we have it by unanimous consent?
Yes.
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 In favor.
Yes.
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 A motion carries. Thank you. So Marco, which way do we go next? We did the memoriam.
So I would say now is to stay on this sheet and maybe look at the ones, if there's any that were not memorial that were just looked at by maybe one or two members. Let me go ahead and limit it to just that. Because those might be
Is it
simple.
possible, we worked real hard on the resolutions in the second tab.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That we
I
consider
would,
those.
But I think we can quickly do what's needed on this tab because there's not that many. And then we can move to the other one that we worked on.
yeah. One second, I'm about to limit it to just those. Okay, it looks like there are 6 that basically have 1 or 2 people who are recommending just because
I had recommended 2073 and my name was removed from it. I don't know why.
okay. One second.
Someone else may have tried to edit it.
It's really.
All right, so it's 2073. And
Line-
who is speaking?
Oh, Liz Townsend. It's line 15.
Line 15.
Okay. I've just added your name.
I thought we already passed that one, didn't we?
No, we went through one that was kind of similar, but it wasn't specific about high paying union jobs.
Yes, we merged that one with a different one on the second sheet.
Correct.
Is it merged? Or
Yes, we merged it with the other one.
I didn't see the second sheet.
Yeah.
It's not the same number. It's merged with a different number, but we did make sure that it was union. Let's see, it was the very last one we did.
Yeah. High paying union wage jobs. 2566.
2566.
So 2073 is about clean energy goals.
2073. 25.
Liz Townsend, is 2073 is the one that you put your name next to?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that one's about
Maybe it wasn't the last one, but it was, I remember we merged it with that.
let me go ahead and see.
Was that under healthcare or was that under education or
Environment.
environment? Okay. Yeah, because that's after I left.
2073.
I can go to the other page and look at 2073.
Oh, is it merged with 2566?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the Progress Texas one.
I thought we passed that one, but I guess we didn't have high paying in there.
This one's about gas. Oh, I see the high paying. Got it. Yes.
Where do you?
So if you go to the second tab, they've merged it with 2566 was the very last one on the second tab. So essentially, based on what they're saying, Liz, is don't recommend this one because they've already merged it with that other one. Does that make sense? So if that's the case, is it all right to remove your name?
Okay, yeah, I see in red they added high paying job, union
Correct.
wage jobs in clause in the first be it resolved clause.
Correct. 100%.
Right. But it doesn't seem to specify solar utility, but so I kind of agree with Liz that I want more solar in there and not just LNG exports, largely because LNG export facilities are almost always in.
You're looking at the whereas clause, it's not the
Okay.
therefore resolved.
Okay.
Because therefore the be resolved are pretty much the same or merged. So
Okay.
just let you
All
know.
right. Okay. All
I'm
right.
sorry. Tell me where we are. Are we looking at all of these and gonna try to vote on all of these on this grouping?
So
them or
Are we back to the 6?
yeah, so if we go back to the first tab, I think the question is we're on line 15. Is that one already merged, or do we need to pass this one as well? I think that's the question.
Look at it.
Julio.
Sorry, I apologize. What was the question? I'm sorry.
So on line 15, 2073, there are some elements of it or it's a different version of it.
Whereas the whereas clauses are pretty much are basically the same, but they therefore be resolved are the same, except for high paying.
Yeah, so you guys have a committee substitute on the second tab of 2566. So essentially, I mean, the question really is, it's probably for Liz right now, is since that one's a sister version, are you wanting to recommend this one as well, or are you satisfied with essentially the merged version in 2566?
I think it was Judy.
I
Karen
think
said
the question goes to Liz.
it's not including quite a lot of. I mean, we could. Is it possible to add a little bit more about clean energy or?
I mean, it's also fine to pass both.
Solar
I mean, we can do that too.
to kind of because it to me that was what was confusing because it was well, what outside of just union wage,
We
what
can't pass
else
both.
merged in it.
Then if that's
it's for the be it hereby resolved clauses are the same. You would need to change the whereas clauses, but you really don't need 2073 to do that. You can make amendments to 2566 to add any more detail in the whereas clauses, but therefore be resolved they're same. So you don't really need we don't need to vote on 2073. You'd be voting on 2566.
So this is what I'm going to suggest. Let's go ahead and I'm going to cut 2073 from line 15. I'm going to go to the second tab. I'm going to paste it right at the end. And if someone wants to volunteer to do the merging to bring over the stuff from the second one bring the good stuff from 2073 into 2566. If you guys can do that would be optimal if someone wants to volunteer to do that.
I'm on my phone looking at everything right now. Otherwise I would do it.
No worries.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay.
All right, so I'm looking at the whereas clauses. Okay.
Okay. So while Judy K's doing that, let's go ahead and look at the ones that we were trying to look at before we got into this discussion. So give me a second to filter the first tab. One moment. All right, so these 6 in front of you, so it's rows 12, 20, 67, 85, 89, 94, and 21, 121 on the first tab. These were looked at after the working group that met yesterday met, and
I'm sorry, we're still saying the second tab.
not on looking on, oh,
Aren't
Julio.
we?
Yeah, first tab, Julio. There we go. So these 6, or is it 7? I'm sorry. These 7 that are in front of you, essentially there's the members that are listed in B, it's fewer members, but they did it after the meeting, looked over these 3. So maybe it might be advantageous to read through the resolved in brief, because these are probably not controversial and probably don't need edits, but may need some based on what you guys see.
Marco,
I
are you?
move passage of all of the ones on tab 1.
Thank you.
Second.
Marco, I feel like it might be easier if you share your screen. Are you able to, or do you want me to share my screen again? I stopped sharing about 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, I can definitely start sharing again.
It's easier because you're talking, and I feel like people can follow along with what you're talking.
Sure.
Appreciate you.
All right, let's get to where you guys can actually read this.
Yeah.
And let's go ahead and make this. All right.
Okay, Julio, are you gonna do the honors for us?
Yeah, I'm just having trouble with the spreadsheet now.
Could somebody explain the Dignity Act of 2023 in 2 sentences?
Let me stop screen sharing. I don't know why it's giving me trouble. Give me a second.
The Dignity Act still helps create a path for citizenship for recent immigrants or migrants. And from what I understand, it deals with their treatment when they arrive at the border. It was proposed by Monica, I'm sorry, I can't bring the names to mind right now, but a couple of Texas Congress people.
Okay.
So
It's Escobar and Salazar.
Go ahead. Sorry. I just wanted to say something about the Dignity Act. I have some concerns with it, but go ahead.
What are your concerns?
Sorry. Hold on. I didn't realize I went on camera. So my concern is around some of the, so I understand they are opening up potentially pathway for citizenship for some, but some of the requirements around the budget and what that, how it will be used to reinforce border security and other areas, I just had some concerns about how much is being allocated in that way. I feel like those funds could be used elsewhere, specifically education and healthcare and other ways.
So are you offering an amendment?
I wasn't seeing the actual resolution up front here. Sorry. Was it being shared? I didn't see it.
I'm sharing it now on screen. I just
Okay, thank you.
Whoever if you guys could make sure to keep the freezes on. Don't unfreeze, because then I'm not able to Screen won't allow me to go through these. All right. So I mean, it's essentially therefore be resolved is just to pass the bill. So it's in support of the bill.
Yeah, I really think the Democratic Party should stand behind this bill.
On that particular bill regarding the Dignidad that y'all are talking about, Dignity Act of 2023, is that the one that is Representative Veronica Escobar and Maria Elvira Salazar, who's actually a Republican from Florida? So it's two different, that they're not both Texans. Is it that one?
Correct.
Yes, that's in the whereas.
Correct.
That's in the whereas.
I can't.
But the whereases are a lot more involved than the result is.
Yeah.
I really can I be recognized, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Hi, this is Rosalie. I'm like jumping around because I'm trying to look at these, but we didn't start. Did I miss the creation of the law school in El Paso? Because that's the one at the top. And I see that we're talking about Dignidad. Did I miss the first three?
No. We're just waiting for Marco was doing what he needed to do, and somebody had mentioned the dignity clause. That was it.
Oh,
somebody raised a
But
question.
I moved passage of all of them.
Jose?
I'll go ahead and read.
Marco's going to read? Okay.
Yeah, we were just waiting for him to get to that point.
Yes.
Thank
okay.
you. Thanks for the explanation.
Supports the establishment of a law school in El Paso and the next steps needed in the Texas legislative session to move forward with the law school. And forward is spelled wrong. That the Texas Democratic Party hereby asks the legislature to address the ongoing inequality and takings of property rights of private citizens' lands to make it a more fair and equitable process with just compensation. That the TDP ask the Texas legislature to ensure protections to property owners from damage to the remainder of their land and their private property resulting from condemnation. That's line 20, and that one was called a resolution to protect property owners' rights. And you know what? I'm sorry. I need to change this freeze one more time. Please don't manipulate it. Oh gosh. Did someone hide? Oh Lord. Wait.
Madam Chair, I see that Shemin and Rosalie have their hands up.
Okay, let me see. Rosalie, yes, ma'am.
She put her hand down.
Okay, Shemin. Shemin,
Yes.
you're being recognized. Yes.
Thank you. With respect to number 89, before Marco even reads it, can we consider revising it to just say it would be in the resolved to be revisited in the, let me look at the exact language, without regard to the youth and the elderly references, so that it would say resolved that the numbers may be re-examined yearly to account for inflation and other economic factors.
So that's completely new language. Is that striking language? Can you tell me where that's inserted?
No, it's not new. It's just reordering it so that the yearly and the economic factors is kept. That
Okay. So how does it read the way that you
be
want it?
only with regard to elderly and youth workers. you want me to?
Yeah,
You simply strike out everything after yearly. Or else make it, strike out everything that between and workers.
Could we just say to make sure all workers earn a fair living?
Yeah.
So, hearing some different voices, what exactly needs to get struck?
That's fine. If you just want to say all workers, just, I did want it to only reflect the young and the elderly.
Just point of clarification here. I think it's written in September 2028, the minimum wage will be increased to $15 an hour. Is written under whereas clause 5 instead of under be it resolved. I think that must be part of the resolved. Am I reading that wrong, or? Or maybe there's several actually. Actually, it looks like all of it is resolved.
I mean,
no, I think it's
the minimum wage, the minimum wage in 2028 by law will be raised to $15 an hour. That is correct. That statement is correct. Whereas
is that state law already?
Yes, it is. So it's under the default policy based on the Raise the Wage Act of 2023. The minimum hourly wage is 9.5 in 2024, 11 in 2025, 12, so on, 15, 50 in 2028. So that statement is correct. It's a whereas clause.
The only
Sorry, no, I think that's an act that has not been passed. I think that's,
Yeah,
I think you're reading
they have not raised the minimum wage in Texas, and the federal minimum wage is $7.25. That hasn't changed.
You're reading the Congressional Budget Office's analysis of an act.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, if it's an act, is it law? I don't
No.
think so.
I
think it's a bill. Sorry, it's a bill.
It's a bill. It's not a law. So I don't
correct.
understand how that stuff is under the whereas. I think
minimum wage hasn't been raised for some time now.
It hasn't been raised since
years.
2000.
I move to strike that whereas clause completely.
I think actually the whole thing is, I think that resolution's a mess. I don't know if we have other minimum wage resolutions, but this one doesn't make sense.
I would agree. This is a pretty poorly constructed resolution.
I mean, we all agree with the intent, but
yeah,
it's not written properly.
Yeah. Again, you guys aren't the resolution writing committee. You guys are supposed to get the gems and, tweak at the edges. And this one, I think we're like what David Albert said. Yeah, this one just has some problems.
Okay.
Hey, tab 2 has got a list of resolutions that we put some work into yesterday that maybe would be better quality.
Cool. Is it all right if we remove this one from unanimous consent?
Can somebody just tell me, is there a bill or not a bill?
There's a bill, but it hasn't been enacted.
And it doesn't even say the bill number or anything in the
whereas.
In any of this resolution.
I move that we move on to tab 2 because a lot of these bills were not reviewed even by the working group. So they're kind of I'm not sure why we're spending time doing this as a group when we have other things that the working group put a lot of time into to review and edit already.
I agree. I think I motion to move to tab 2, please, and get what the working group did so we can move on.
I already have a motion on the floor to approve these.
Yeah.
I think
it wasn't seconded, David, so.
Second.
I thought it was seconded.
Yeah,
but I will edit it to remove the minimum wage 121.48 and approve the others.
Do I need to read any more of these resolves at all?
Yeah, I'd like to finish the rest of them. I appreciate that. Thank you. But I also agree with Mr. Albert, who just said to remove 2148.
Okay. So I've deleted the unanimous consent names. We're go ahead and I'm going to continue reading where we were before we jump to talking about the minimum wage one. So this one's row 67, number 2127, reducing the fatalities occurring in schools, places of worship, movies, theaters, and shopping centers. The Texas Democratic Party supports legislation stating that if a minor were to access your firearm and ammunition and commit a crime, whether intentional or accidental, the gun owner should be subject to punishment according to the court's determination of the level of negligence demonstrated by the defendant. The Texas Democratic Party supports legislation stating that the minor should undergo psychiatric assessment and therapy to address any underlying psychosis that may have contributed to the incident.
Psychosis.
Or address potential post-traumatic stress disorder resulting from it. The Texas Democratic Party supports legislation stating that families of victims should have full rights to pursue civil action over the against the gun owner. The Texas Democratic Party supports this resolution in honor of innocent victims of the school shootings in Texas. All right. Next resolution, row 85. This is the endorsement of HR 3599, Dignity Act of 2023. The Texas Democratic Party wholeheartedly endorses passage of the Dignity Act of 2023 bill, encourages congressional members to sign on to the bill and pass it as soon as possible. Row 89, number 2148, we're skipping that one. Never mind. Row 94. TDP resolution in support of heat safety protection for workers. That the Texas Democratic Party supports workers' rights to be protected from dangerous working conditions that include heat illness through ensuring that employers allow workers who face heightened risk of heat illness to take regular water breaks and rest both from designated intervals and as needed when beginning to experience symptoms of symptoms of heat illness, provide heat illness recognition and prevention training to employees and supervisors, post signage in multiple languages that outlines heat illness prevention standards and employees' rights, and not retaliate or discriminate against employees who experience or report heat illness or related safety violations. That the Texas Democratic Party urges Texas legislature to pass legislation that creates statewide heat safety and heat illness prevention standards that ensure a worker's right to be protected from dangerous working conditions that induces heat illness in the aforementioned manners. That the Texas Democratic Party mourns the unfortunate deaths of Texas workers who have suffered and succumbed to heat illness while on the job due to unsafe working conditions. Row 121, 2185, expanding the vote by mail for veterans and non-veterans. That the Texas Democratic Party supports expanding the ability to vote by mail for veterans and non-veterans and requests legislation similar to proposed HB 2979 from the 88th regular session.
Can't we just drop the veterans and non-veterans and just say expanding the right to vote by mail?
I think you have to look at the whereases of why it says that. Essentially, it's saying that
if veterans can do it, it's good for the public also.
Yeah, I think it's related to the whereases.
Okay, then just leave it. Fine. It just seems like weird language, but okay.
Yeah, I think. Well, you have to ask the.
Yeah.
That's all.
Instead,
yeah.
Instead of non-veterans, can we change that to all others?
Or all citizens.
No, it's like veterans and all others.
Yeah.
Instead of non-veterans.
That's a little better, yeah.
Or just simply Texas voters for veterans and all Texas voters. I don't know.
Yeah, that's better than
veterans and all voters.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that does feel better.
Okay. All right.
So that's me reading all of the ones, even though 2148 is still on your screen, not that one. But I guess the motion is to approve of the ones that are on the screen other than 2148.
A
Let's go.
second.
Yeah, I
Yes,
approve.
I agree.
Yep.
Move unanimous consent.
Okay, move to unanimous consent. Any objections?
I
Hearing
object.
none.
I'm not unanimously consenting.
Who was that? Let me see. Who was that?
That's Jasmine Flores.
And Samina Karmali.
Okay, so Marco, we have two that have objected. So now at this time, we need to call for a voice vote.
Is there one that you're objecting to? Is that the Dignity Act one?
Order, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if you want to ask, there should be discussion if trying to figure out the people that objected, what.
Okay, which, yes. So let me see. Let me go back to who was the first person that objected? Name?
I objected. This is Jasmine.
Jasmine, and which is the one you object to, Jasmine?
The Dignity Act.
Okay. And, okay. And who was the next person?
Samina Karmali.
And yes, ma'am, and which is the one that you object to?
I'm not objecting to any particular resolution. I just don't want to, I do not want to pass any of these at this time. So I'll be voting no. But I think we should just go to a voice vote now.
Okay, Marco, so how do you want to do this? A voice vote or you want
Can
to put
I
up
make
the
I'd like to amend the motion to take out the Dignity Act as far as the consent is concerned.
Accept that resolution, that amendment.
Right.
So you've accepted it?
Accepted to my original resolution. So.
Well, how are we going to vote on that then? Are we going to vote on it separately? Because I think it's a good one.
I think we vote on it separately.
So remove
Marco, did you get that?
Remove 2539. Can we vote on the others?
Yeah, I've removed it from consent. So it's basically all the ones on your screen except for 2539 and 2148.
Ask unanimous consent.
My understanding is that we have some objection to unanimous consent.
Ask for a voice vote.
We can definitely, if you can ask for a voice vote, please.
Yes, a voice vote.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, Marco.
Yep, Madam Chair, if you want to call the yeas and nays.
Okay. All in favor of all motions that are currently listed as approved? All in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Motion carries.
All right, let me.
Okay,
I see
okay.
hands raised. Judy?
Yeah, I have all the whereases. They were in different orders, but pretty much the same whereases, and I think I have them in good order in the sheet. Once I realized I was trying to paste into the shared screen instead of the right link, but anyway, that's my fault. So I can read them so the merge of lines 15 and 16 on the second tab, the whereases now read, whereas the Biden administration has worked with the European Union and our allies to ensure that global demand for gas is met and existing capacity is expected to cover demand, and the Biden administration's pause will not impact gas export terminals currently in operation, nor will it pause previously approved terminals. And then second clause, whereas a 2023 report by the U.S. Energy Information Administration concludes that increasing LNG exports raises the price of natural gas for U.S. consumers and small businesses, and that lowering LNG export results in downward pressures on U.S. prices. And Texas is a leader in the fossil energy economy and can leverage that expertise and technology to become leaders in clean energy, making room for the energy transition to create new opportunities for high-paying union jobs with good benefits and strong safety standards. And whereas low-income and communities of people of color bear a disproportionate share of the harms of industrial pollution, including methane pollution from the oil and gas industry, which leaves them with little to no clean air and chronic disease. And long-term exposure to methane pollution can lead to lung disease, asthma, greater stroke risk, and higher rates of preterm birth. Whereas historically, the Department of Energy has rubber-stamped LNG export license in spite of irrefutable facts that exports raise energy prices for American families, devastate communities where factories are built, and prioritize polluters' profits over people for years. And Texas is a leader in the fossil fuel economy and can leverage that expertise and technology to become leaders in clean energy, making room for energy transition to create new opportunities for high-paying union jobs and with good benefits and strong safety standards. And President Joe Biden now has the support of the Texas Democratic Party in the 2024 election cycle over climate denier Donald Trump. Therefore, be it resolved that
May burn in hell forever.
Yeah, that the Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that lead the global clean energy transition through high-paying union wage jobs with good benefits and safety standards. And be it further resolved that the Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that provide decisive leadership and full cooperation to combat climate change worldwide, including the 2023 Global Agreement to accelerate action to transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. And I would like to reserve time to look at this in the morning when I'm not so tired and see if I can make it a less learning, or if someone else wants to do that, that's fine with me. But I tried to get everything in there. And then I discovered, oh, wait, this was in this clause and that was in that clause. So, yeah.
I mean, I think it looks good, Judy K.
They were essentially the same, just the whereases were in different order. And once I realized that, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I would make a motion to accept that. Resolution 2566.
Madam Chair, I think you have
yes,
Tim and Christy and Julio who've had their hands raised for a while.
2566. Okay, let me just make sure I get something written down. Okay, next I have Julio.
I raised my hand and I said I have a motion, and then Judy started reading all that. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
How, please? I don't.
Point
I
of
don't know.
inquiry, can we just establish if we're using the raise hand function or not? Because I stopped using it because no one else was.
I had my hand raised on the function, and I had been asked to merge these two.
Sorry, I didn't mean you personally. Much earlier on in this meeting, I gave up on that. Are we using the raise hand function? Then I'll use it.
Yes, we are, except that I'm sorry, I just need help because I'm on the phone, so I am going back and forth between the screens. So if y'all see somebody and I don't see them, if I move screens, let me know.
With the queue, Madam Chair, if that's the case.
Thank you.
All right, so everyone, please use the raise hand function. Again, if you don't know where it is, it should be one of the buttons. It should be under reactions with a little smiley face. You click on it, and then there'll be the 6 emojis, and there'll be the raise hand button. If you don't have it as a button, click on the three dots, and the three dots should have the three dots that say more. The three dots say a listing that says reactions. Click on reactions, and then you'll get the correct thing where it's the 6 emojis and the raise hand button. That's also where you lower it as well. Madam Chair.
That was helpful. I think we still have 2 hand raised, Marco.
Yeah, Hatem.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, I move at this time to approve the foreign policy in tab 2, please.
What?
Move to
What?
foreign policy in
Motion
tab 2.
to approve foreign policy in tab 2. Who's saying nah? I made a motion. You cannot say
That
no.
was
I already
me,
made a
and my
motion.
hand
I
has
already
been
made a
up on other
motion.
things and for a while.
I second Hatem's motion.
I already made a motion. I made a
Well-
motion to approve 2566, the one that Judy Kay just read.
Yes, we're
You
still
don't-
on
you-
2566.
We're on a totally different thing. We'll get to foreign policy. Like, we're not gonna cut the meeting short. We have a lot of things to get to, but we can be patient and finish up all the things on this first slide, and then we can go over and do the next ones. But I think Judy Kay was already reading a resolution right now for the last few minutes already. So if everyone's good with that, let's go ahead and either finish up amendments or go ahead and vote on that so we can move on to the next resolutions coming forward.
Madam Chair, then I'd recommend if you want to call for unanimous consent on the one that's on row 15 that Judy Kay just read, 2566.
Okay, I call for unanimous consent for 2566.
So
All those
No.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Oh.
Yes.
We have 1 opposition.
All right.
And what it,
The way that you call that, Madam Chair, it was essentially a
Mhm.
voice vote. So if the ayes had it, then it's approved.
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can move it straight to a voice vote if you want.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new tab to indicate that stuff has been passed.
I'm sorry. I don't understand how we just had a unanimous vote and there was opposition, and then we revisited why there was opposition, but now suddenly it's just
Okay, Madam Chair, if you want to, if we can just back up.
Yes.
So when the chair calls for unanimous consent, I guess the proper phrasing should be, is there any objection to approving this? And someone should say objection.
and I
It's
did.
the case. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, got that. So there was an objection. So right now we're in discussion for 2566, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Discussion for 2566.
The
Okay,
clause-
and these are the hands that are raised, and I'm gonna go in the order that I see them. Let me know if that is, I see here Christy with her hand raised.
My hand is raised for after Judy because we're already discussing this. I want to move to the next thing that was put off already from the group that was passed a few minutes ago.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, next I see with her hand raised, Shimon.
Yes. So the objection I have is to the whereas clauses 4 and 5. If you'd strike those, then I will remove my objection.
Madam Chair, just from a staff perspective, I would recommend members not do that. This is a resolution that comes from Progress Texas. It passed many districts. I've been getting bugged the hell out by people who have written this resolution as well as that organization. I would encourage members to pass it as is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marco. Okay, anyone else just in regards to this issue, because I still see same hand raised. So I'm going back. So now I'm going to Stephen.
Hi, yes, I'm just a little bit confused on a couple things. Well, first off, I think there was something about reacting to messages, but it doesn't give me that option. It says it says you cannot chat with everyone during this meeting. I don't know why that is or what that means, but I wanted to bring up that I can only direct message a couple of people. I can't react to anything that everybody sees.
Okay, Marco, do you have any idea why he cannot react?
That's everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
Okay,
And Christy?
as a Zoom person, there's reacting in the chat and then there's reacting in the Zoom. So at the bottom of your screen, the same way you go to raise your hand, above those reactions you can do, and they will appear by your picture in the Zoom. So if you want to say heart or O or thumbs up or clap. So
Okay,
there's two
thank you.
different
That
reactions.
helps.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I-
The last one I have with their hand raised is Christy.
Okay.
Oh, I see more now. Christy?
Mine is for after this resolution is finished.
Okay.
We need to finish talking about this one and then come to.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a similar thing after her.
Okay, Stephen. Oh, so it's after this resolution. Okay, guys.
Correct.
So now, Marco, since we've already had the objections there, we've already had discussion. Now we can move it to
I would say voice vote at this point.
voice vote. Okay, at this time, all yays?
Yay.
Yay. Yeah.
Any nays?
Nay.
Okay, the yays have it. Okay,
So, Madam Chair, now I would say the order to call on people would be Christy, Stephen, and Julio.
thank you. Christy?
We removed the Dignity Act from the group that was passed. I would like to have a vote on it now.
On the
I make a
Dignity
motion that we vote on the Dignity Act.
I second that.
Okay,
I
we have a,
seconded because I was busy and didn't get to take part in that.
thank you. Okay, is there any objection to the
Call the
Dignity Act?
Yes,
Call the question.
I object. So I think might be amendments to that from Jasmine.
Yeah, so the chair called. If there's any objection, someone objected, so now we're in discussion. Someone said to call the question. Call the question is not appropriate for committee. That's only appropriate in the assembly on the floor. Madam Chair, if I don't know if I heard a second. I feel like there was.
I did hear a
I
second.
second.
There was a
there's
second.
So now we're in discussion on the first tab, row 85, 2539.
Okay, and so are the hands that are raised, is that in regards to discussion? Or that 2585? Row 85. So I'm calling on,
I don't believe so. But maybe I think Jasmine. I think Hatem and Stephen have motions for after this.
okay, Jasmine?
Yes, sorry. So right now we're just discussing, so do you want to know the reason why I'm objecting? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So one, there's not a guarantee that undocumented people will gain citizenship status after they go through the process and gain some form of legal status here. It says the possibility. So that's one of the things that I'm concerned about, because people have to pay thousands of dollars in legal fees to go through this process. They do whatever that, they do all the things right, and there's not a guarantee that they will actually be made citizens at the end of it. The other thing that I object to is the fact that there's a lot of money that's being pushed through for building more immigration detention centers, for hiring more border patrol agents, and a lot of funds that really should be going to other services that we need as citizens and residents here in the state.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone in regards to discussion on this issue?
Can I ask a question, Jasmine, is there an amendment that you would propose that would make this one better, this resolution better, that would address your concerns?
Well, it says it wholeheartedly stands behind the Dignity Act, and I just completely disagree with that. If we are able to amend it to say that we would agree with it if, you know, there's a guarantee of you know, that instead of possibility, that's included in the verbiage, and reducing the amount of dollars that are being allocated for border security and other border infrastructure that could go elsewhere, like education and healthcare.
Okay. So in other words, the Texas Democratic Party would endorse passage of the Dignity Act 2023 amended, which amended making the statement you just made, Jasmine, and then
sir, could you just hold on a second? So I think we're at the point where we just need to get a tiny bit more formal. So and also there's a lot of people with hands raised. So if we could, yeah. So if you could be recognized from the chair rather than, you know, doing this a little bit informally.
Sorry.
Like so,
okay. Judy K.
At this point, I understand what Jasmine is suggesting, but at this point, we would be turning into the resolution writing committee, as Marco likes to remind us, because this passed out of conventions that people want us to support the Dignity Act.
That's right.
So I understand the problems with the act, and my suggestion to you, Jasmine, is to write a new resolution and submit it to your congressional district to pass it on to the SDEC after the convention, because it's going to be an easier pass. The other thing you could do is you can actually register that you don't consent to this and get other people who agree with you to do that at the convention on the consent calendar part that Marco explained to us at the orientation meeting. Or you can try, if you have enough people to work the room, you can write a new resolution from the floor that says you want a guaranteed path for citizens to citizenship for undocumented people, especially DACA or something like that. But right now, and I hate to say this, but it's basically you have to talk to Veronica Escobar and the lady from Florida and try to get them to change the bill during markup.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judy. No, thank you, Judy K. Anybody else with their hands raised that are for discussion on this matter? Let's see.
Jasmine has her hand raised, and so does Shameen.
Okay.
And Hatim.
now Shaman.
Okay, Shaman.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I support what Judy said. I was said it better.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Hatem.
Not this subject, after.
Yes, I think Stephen and Hatem are still
Still for next hour. Okay, so at this time we call it for a vote. So on this motion, all the yays?
Yay.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, aye.
All the
In
nays?
favor.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
The yays have it. Thank you.
Nay.
Jasmine convinced me to change my vote. I went and read it. It's
Madam
not
Chair, now
very
it says
good.
even.
Yeah. Okay, now Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for holding on.
Hatem can go before I do. That's fine.
Oh, Hatem?
Thank you, Stephen. I would like to state my my motion. I move to approve the resolution in tab 2.
I second.
The foreign service, the foreign policy one?
Yeah,
point of
yeah. Hatem,
information?
can you clarify exactly which your, so I'm gonna go to,
I move to approve, I motion to approve the foreign policy resolution on tab 2.
Which one?
which
All the
one?
foreign
All
policy.
of them, or,
The one that has the,
The one that the group discussed yesterday in their meeting.
okay. So
So-
208110,
there are
and
multiple,
28
can you say which exact one?
okay, line 10 on the second sheet. And 2084 merged, which is line 12, I think. Sec by machine is jumping around. Yeah,
Okay, so there basically there's two foreign policy ones.
right.
You're recommending to approve both of them. One is a the ceasefire one that I think is merged from about 15 different ones that passed different county congressional district conventions, and the other one is a merged version of a Ukraine one, and because there was a couple of different Ukrainian ones, but you guys have merged it into one. Am I? So essentially, it's 20 row 10 and row 12, 2081-10 and 2084-merge. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I believe there was a second, Madam Chair.
There was
There
a
was-
second. Yes.
Um,
Okay. Is there any objection?
No.
Yes, I object.
Okay,
Madam Chair, do you mind if I just read these in full?
certainly.
All right, let
Oh,
me adjust my screen just a little bit so it's a little bit easier for people to see. Okay, here we go. The enduring conflict in Gaza has led to severe humanitarian crisis characterized by the loss of lives, destruction of infrastructure, and severe restriction on access to essential services, and has led to the death of over 30,000 Palestinians, a majority who are women and children, and displacing thousands of families and violations of human rights. It is imperative for the Texas Democratic Party to take a stand for peace, justice, and human rights in the region, and a majority of Americans advocate for ceasefire in Gaza, calling for an immediate end to hostilities and the establishment of peace and security in the region. And we recognize the need for immediate ceasefire to halt violence and create creative, conductive environment for dialogue. I think that's supposed to be create a.
Conducive.
Conducive.
Oh, it's conducive, creative, and creative a conducive.
Yes.
Yes.
Should we create a conducive?
And
yeah,
shouldn't it create a conducive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Create a
Create a
conducive
conducive environment.
environment for dialogue and negotiations. Oh my God, my dog's licking my computer. Whereas we affirm our commitment to holding all parties accountable for the actions and ensuring respect for international humanitarian law and humanitarian rights principles, and the ongoing violence in Gaza directly impacts communities worldwide, including our own, through the displacement of families, the global response to humanitarian needs, and the broader implications for international peace and security. And our communities, as centers of diversity and democracy, have a unique voice and responsibility to speak out on behalf of their residents for the promotion of global peace and protection of human rights and support of international law by our state and its elected representatives. Therefore be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party that the Texas Democratic Party demands an immediate ceasefire and accountability for human rights violations. This should be all lowercase. Committed. Well, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to go ahead and leave it. Committed by all parties involved in the conflict and support efforts to ensure justice for victims. that the Texas Democratic Party advocates for the overturning of our state's anti-BDS boycott, divestment, and sanction laws, which infringe upon individual rights of freedom of speech and expression in Texas, and that the Texas Democratic Party calls for conditioning United States military aid to Israel on the basis of respect for human rights and compliance with international law. And that the Texas Democratic Party opposes investment of millions of dollars of Texas taxpayer dollars in Israeli bonds, which could contribute to the perpetuation of the conflict and to human rights abuses, and that the Texas Democratic Party demands long-term peace and stability in the region and recognition of Palestinian statehood, along with pledging to support the recovery and reconstruction efforts in Gaza in collaboration with the United Nations and the international community, and to rebuild infrastructure and provide humanitarian aid. And then the second one is, and let me go ahead and read the second one since this is a motion for two. On February, and this one's row 12, 2084 merged. Whereas on in the titles, committed to unyielding support of Ukrainian democracy. On February 24th, 2022, the Russian Federation began a war of conquest into the sovereign and recognized territory of Ukraine. The nation of Ukraine was initially invaded in 2014 by Russia when they took over the Crimea, which had been part of Ukraine for generations. Whereas Poland, Czech Republic, Czech is misspelled. What is it? C-Z-E-C-H? Oop, C-Z-E-C-H.
Yeah.
Whereas Poland, Republican, Estonia, and Finland are democratically run NATO member countries that surround Ukraine. If Russia takes Ukraine and decides to advance on any NATO country's sovereignty, the U.S. would be obliged to support that NATO country. Whereas the Russian Federation has, through military action, destroyed significant numbers of civilian targets and continues to target civilians and civilian infrastructure. Whereas the Russian Federation has made it abundantly clear that this war is neither for the benefit of Ukrainian nor Russian people, is intended as an imperialist conquest of territory formerly held by the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics. Oh yeah, republics. Whereas the preservation of democracy is one of our most fundamental obligation and pillars of our foreign policy, bringing the will of the people, by the people, and for the people to those faced with dark and terrible dictators is what has secured our lasting alliances around the world that keep us all safer. Now, therefore, be resolved that the TDP pledges their support in assisting Ukraine with securing shipments of all necessary humanitarian, military, and financial aid. And the Texas Democratic Party will pressure our Republican colleagues to make sure that the aid provided is of sufficient magnitude and speed to properly secure Ukrainian democracy and independence. That the Texas Democratic governor, that a Texas Democratic governor of Texas, if elected, shall grant honorable discharge to all members of the Texas National Guard seeking to volunteer their services to Ukraine, and make available all weapon systems that can be spared and sound military judgment for those volunteering for services with the Ukrainian armed forces. This is a merge from another version, and that's why it's in red. That elected and appointed officials of the state government of Texas, Texas counties, and Texas City review their stock, identify equipment that can benefit the armed forces of Ukraine in defense of Ukraine, and send to Ukraine any such equipment that is in excess or unused. And that's the end of that one. Madam Chair, I think we're in a discussion for these.
Okay, so I see two hands raised. I have David.
You need to unmute, David.
Sorry about that. Small but important amendment to the, 2081-10 clause 5, which is, that change to that the Texas Democratic Party will demand demand long-term peace and stability in the region and recognition of a Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel in the context of a two-state solution, yada, yada.
What?
Basically making clear that that a Palestinian state will be recognized in the context of a two-state solution.
Can you be specific? Where's the change? Whereas which one?
Clause 5, column AC. I said clause 5.
Okay, and where does the insertion?
In the region and recognition of a Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel in the context of a two-state solution.
I'm okay with
You're
that
inserting
amendment.
all of that language?
I object to that amendment.
So you don't object to the amendment, it needs a second, but can you read it? Can you say it slower, and you're saying that it's in whereas?
No, I'm saying it's in I said clause 5, column
Clause
AC.
For the resolved.
Yes.
So we're adding a clause 5 in the resolved.
No, clause 5 is already, I'm adding to clause 5 in the resolve.
Okay. So you're saying clause 5, and like, I didn't know if it was whereas or resolved, so I was on the whereas.
Sorry.
Got it. Okay. So now I'm on clause 5. Where is it? What you just said is a completely new add?
No, it is adding language and recognition of Palestinian statehood is already there. Actually, change to recognition of a Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel in the context of a two-state solution.
Chair, he said, the speaker said a friendly amendment, so you will need to ask the person who offered the motion, right?
No, incorrect. There's no such thing as a friendly amendment, by the way, in our per our parliamentary procedure. So right now, what I would like is for David to tell me exactly where in the sentence.
I said it 4 times, Marco.
Yeah, but but I don't know. I need to type it down, David. so
Marco, I think he means after the words Palestinian statehood, right after Palestinian statehood.
Great, thank you.
Right there.
So after Palestinian statehood.
I changed it to Palestinian state for the grammar, but
Okay.
recognition of a Palestinian,
all right,
add an A.
You got to slow down.
Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel in the context of a two-state solution.
Alongside the state of Israel. And then what's the text?
In the context of a two-state solution.
Of a two-state solution. All right, and let me bold what it is. What has been added.
You have to hit return or something.
Okay, now I got it. So Madam Chair, there's
add an A before the Palestinian state, a Palestinian state, instead of recognition of Palestinian state, just for grammar.
Alongside recognition of a.
Yeah, because they changed it from statehood to state. It just, yeah.
So Madam Chair, there's an amendment at this point. I think everyone can see it. So if someone wanted to second it, they could second it at this point. If not, then it would die.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second it.
So now, since there's a second,
should I explain my amendment, or is it?
We would be on discussion, and it would be appropriate for the maker to speak before recognizing others, Madam Chair.
Okay, so do we have the speaker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, basically, this is just adding in the two-state language to make clear that it is a Palestinian state alongside of Israel in a two-state context, instead of a Palestinian state in replacement of the state of Israel, which can be interpreted from the original language. I think this is the position of the Biden administration, the United States UN Security Council, the Israeli Peace Movement, the Palestinian Authority, all support the two-state position, and this is the long-standing position of the Democratic Party, and the goal of the Biden White House. So I think it is very important to in this context to reassure the Jewish community that because of the way the rhetoric has played out, often that we are talking about two states and not a one-state solution.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
are you able to see the hands next, or do you want me to help you with that?
Yeah, I just don't know who did it in what order, because it's
Arshia,
out of
I
order.
think it's first.
Okay, thank you. I object to this amendment because of a few pieces of historical context. While I think while it sounds good to give reassurance on that point, that there would be an Israeli state coming out of the war, I don't think we necessarily need to do that. There's already an implied Israeli state as that is the dominating force in the region. Additionally, the US government is supporting an Israeli state. The difference is that prior to this war, there was a understanding of a two-state solution being a good idea. However, there has been a consistent pushback against a two-state solution by the Israeli state itself, because it does not want to legitimize the Palestinian people itself, right? So I think that creates a non-starter, right? So because of that, I want to leave that to be an open interpretation. There's already a state of Israel there, so there's no interpretation that this state would be destroyed or anything. But we are just confirming that a Palestinian state is legitimate and it should be recognized in whatever form that takes, pending the conclusion of this war, regardless of the fact of prior policy or prior policy ideas. There's definitely going to be new policy frameworks coming out of this war, because I don't believe that in any context the Palestinian and Israeli people can continue working together as they were before this war, as this is a genocide, not necessarily a war. And additionally, on top of that, I don't think we need to tie consoling and reaffirming Jewishness with Israeli statehood, because those two are not one and the same. You can be Jewish without being a Zionist, right? So we don't need to tie those two things together to make sure that our Jewish neighbors and our Jewish community feel safe as Jewish people, because being Jewish has nothing to do with being an Israeli or being a Zionist. So for that reason, I object to having this amendment and would like to leave it as it was previously, just affirming a Palestinian state.
Okay, Marco, who do we have next? And since we have so many, do we need to delimit it to?
I mean, to be honest, I think this is the most difficult one of the night. So
Okay.
I think it probably needs a discussion. I believe Aftab was the second person that I had seen before I got kicked off, but I just logged back on. So Aftab would be next, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would echo the previous speakers, fellow speaker, on whatever he said. The only thing that I want to add is that 19 congressional districts passed the same resolution. And I don't think that we should really try to write anything because, and these 19 congressional districts come from literally all over the Texas. So I think that we should really stick to the original language. Thank you.
Thank you. Marco, did you see that somebody said Stephen had his hand raised for the longest?
That is true, but I'm not sure if Stephen had a different motion. So yeah, maybe you want to recognize Stephen because maybe he was wanting to talk about this in the first place.
I had something unrelated to this, so
Okay,
I can.
so okay, thank you, sir. Then, Marco, who do you have next?
So I did get kicked off. So I probably, this is probably not in the order that they raised, but obviously we're gonna talk about this for a while. So Rosalie Weisfeld is the next one on my screen.
Okay.
Okay, I stand in favor of including Israel in, and it's the verbiage of a two-state solution. However, in the context of this entire resolution, I find it very egregious that there is no language, and thus I would propose to also add language that includes that this
Rosalie, can I
What?
just, so right now we're technically on an amendment to the amendment, so we can't go 3 levels up because this is already committee substituted merged. So that was the amendment. So when we first started talking about it, it was amendment. And then David had an amendment in the amendment. So I think we need to finish what we're doing here before you potentially propose new language. So if you want to finish talking about this one, that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Then wish Jonathan was here to speak. That the state of Israel is definitely tied with the Jewish people, and also with Christians. And Jesus was born in Israel, and that's how we have the year 2024 now. And you know, so it goes back well over 2024 years. The two-state solution definitely needs to be recognized and included, because to deny it is to deny the Jewish people and all of those, including Christians and Arabs who live in Israel. You know, there were over 1,200 people that were killed in one day on October 7th, and that's why this war started in the first place during a ceasefire. And denying that Israel is definitely anti-Semitic. That's all I can say right now. Maybe Marco, you
Point
could
of
let
personal privilege.
come in and speak. Help me talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think the you know, members, you know, Rosalie is has a bit of disability from an accident. So if you would just give her a little bit of grace with her speaking. Rosalie, if you want to take a breath and continue.
Thank you. I just want to stress the importance of including language for a two-state solution at this time, and I will discuss the other issues after we finish voting on this one. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is David Fisher.
Okay, David.
I have a question. If it's about if it's not the two-state solution, what is it then? I mean, it's just a one-state solution to me. So I'm in favor of the amendment. But I asked the question: what is it if it's not two-state solution?
May I be recognized?
Thank you.
So Arsha, you've already spoken, so probably want to let everyone else speak first that's in line. David, I believe you were finished, so I think next would be Imad.
Yes, thank you, Marco, and thank you, Chair. I am against that amendment, and I will speak against it for one simple reason. The European Union and the United States have been promising the two-state solution for the last 45 years, and they did not do anything about it. I mean, we always keep on saying two-state, two-state. Already there is a state. Israel is a state recognized by the United Nations, a member of the United Nations It has all the powers that it needs, one of the strongest military in the whole world. So why do we keep on talking about two-state solution? The only thing is missing is a Palestinian state. So let's just say we recognize a Palestinian state, period. Thank you.
Thank
you. Next is David Albert. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, the David Albert already went. So it'd be Hatem, Madam Chair.
Okay, Hatem.
Thank you, Marco. First, a point of question, since I'm the one who made the motion. Do I have to agree to the amendment first?
No, you do
Marco?
not. That's we're not following. That's a different set of parliamentary rules. So no, you do not have to agree to it. There was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll speak against accepting this amendment for the reason is Israel is a state already been in existence. The only thing we are missing from the UN Resolution 181 that was back in 1947 is the creation of the state of Palestine. That's what the resolution is dealing with. We have a state already there. We have a state that has already been recognized. So what we're missing here is a Palestinian state. That's what we need to focus on. So I'm in opposition to that amendment.
Now it's Samina.
Samina.
Thank you. I haven't actually decided if I'm supporting or not supporting David's amendment, but I'll tell you my thought process in case that helps, and I'll make it short. I support the amendment in principle. I think it's important to allay fears that the Texas Democratic Party in any way would be replacing the state of Israel with a Palestinian state, if I understood David's concern correctly. But I do have an issue with making any change other than a clerical one to a resolution that has passed so many conventions. So that's just where I'm at right now.
Can I clarify that point? I added the same amendment to the version of this that passed the Travis County, passed in Travis County. I don't know where that got lost. It might be a platform version.
It's not that it got lost. It's that there were 15 different versions that were merged, and when they did them last night, they got rid of that. So yes,
They just picked one.
Okay, I understand. And if I can I just add a little more context that the two-state solution was endorsed by the Texas Democratic Party in the resolution that they passed in December, and has also been endorsed by the AFL-CIO COPE convention in January. So here in Texas, so both Labor and the State Democratic Party have already endorsed this sort of language.
I'm happy to provide that resolution that was passed unanimously by the SDC in the chat at some very shortly. Samina, were you finished with your?
Can I go after Samina? I've been waiting.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, it's Stephen next.
Stephen.
Hi. Just wanted to chime in here. Look, David, I understand what you're saying. I respect it. The other lady that was speaking, I understand that. I respect it. Let's for a moment just pause and breathe a little bit. I think we're starting to delve into all lives matter territory. I mean, if we remember what happened in the summer of 2020 when George Floyd was murdered, instead of talking about the fact that the black community needed support, so many in this country delved into talking about how all lives matter. I get it. Israel matters. This is not a resolution about Israel. It's a resolution about the Palestinian state. I understand you want a two-state solution. A lot of us do. But the reality is, this is a Palestine matters, not an all lives matter.
Can I was addressed. Can I speak? To that?
David, you've already spoken twice, and we haven't got to people who haven't spoken once.
I understand, but he's addressing me specifically, so I can go later.
Madam Chair, would you like me to go on, or would you like David to respond?
If you have somebody else respond, and then we'll come back to David.
Okay, Shimin.
I appreciate what the prior person just said, and I think that was a very important point. If someone could please just clarify for me this process that was in yesterday in order to get to this work, version, uh, how, whether or not there was in fact a version that was specifically focused on Palestine, or one or more of them, existing on its own, so that I could understand whether that is the one that had the support of a number of different committees or conventions, please.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I answer that?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so the version, and I'll go ahead and screen share again. Let's see here. Jeez. Did I lose it? Sorry, the struggle with Zoom sometimes happens. One moment. Okay. So 2081-10 in some sort of version, but very similar language, or amended by that convention, as David referred to in Travis County, which is where I was, and I was a secretary in Travis County for their convention, so I can vouch for that without having to show you all. 2081 had 15 different versions that passed multiple different places, all with slightly different language. So there's one. Also, in addition to that, there were also other ones that refer to Israel, Palestine, Gaza, that I think potentially might have got some other language that were not anything like this one, but had similar background, and there could have been some language added from those into this one. And so this is regular during the convention process. Essentially, I give you a resolution, I tell you to go pass it to Travis and Williamson and everything. I mean, that's what I did with my rules. I got 10 rules to the permanent committee because I wanted to make sure that they pass at least 10 county congressional districts. And so there's a possibility within that process that someone tweaked that language. So there's a bunch of different versions. They're all merged. That's what's in front of us today. But usually clerically, staff is encouraged to just do the merging for members for a large chunk of them. So I've done that clerically for y'all, and it's indicated depending on the number for some of them. That means, or, only one version passed the temporary committee. It didn't get merged. So that's the one you see. So there's a lot of different combinations. But yesterday, when members gathered, outside of a meeting and just a working group, they decided to do a merge of those 15. And that's what you see before you. And that's the one where we're on an amendment to the amendment right now. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, actually, specifically, I'm trying to figure out, was there one prior to the merging that was specifically oriented toward Palestine? There must have been, right? More than one.
All of these are specifically, I'm not sure. They're all oriented towards Palestine. They were all worded very similar. Essentially, they had one original author, and then many authors slightly altered them, or they got altered at the county convention.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is, and did they have the 2 state reference in them?
The one that passed Travis did, and technically that's 5 congressional districts. So I know someone referenced 19. So we're counting how many congressional districts that it passed. I think it actually passed more than that. Because, for instance, if it passed Tarrant, that counts as 7, because there's 7 congressional districts in Tarrant.
Probably 25 without mentioning 2 states.
So there was the one in Travis.
Okay, but so Marco, you just said it did have the 2 states, and the gentleman who just spoke said it did not. That's what I'm trying to understand.
There were 15 different versions, at least one, but because it's in Travis, it counts for 5. Had 2 state in it. I couldn't tell you if any of the other ones did. I could research that, but it happened in at least 5, and Travis counts for 5. So there you go. Does that help?
Okay, all of that was helpful. Thank you.
Are you finished with your comment or question?
Yes, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing so we can go to the next person. I believe Judy K. Kraft has not spoken on this issue yet, Madam Chair.
Judy K.
Okay. Y'all are just like making me like the totally different one we passed in Harris County so much more. But because we talked about both Israel and Palestine. But I understand the point of Israel being a member of the United Nations as a country, and that we still don't really have a single Palestinian state. We have some Palestinians living in Jordan, some in the Gaza Strip, and some in the West Bank, and they're not together. And I don't know how to fix that. But as a member of the Texas Progressive Caucus, I do not support adding the two-state language to this. And I may bring up Harris County separately at the convention, because with Harris County, that was 9 congressional districts. Thank you.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, and if the car, sorry, trying to get it
Okay.
right.
Anne?
Sorry about that. I was struggling with the mute button. I just wanted to talk about, so I was there yesterday in the meeting when it came to merging this. So there is, like, I just wanted to provide a correction based upon what Marco said. So like, I know the one that was passed in Tarrant County, but when I merged this, the ones that I merged were specifically, they had like, the only real difference was there was an extra space between a word, or like a word, like not a word was missing, or there was like random spaces added. But in the original resolution, it did not mention adding in a two-state solution. It did not mention Israel. So I just wanted to clarify that in the original resolution that was brought about by 19 different people, that was passed in multiple different counties, that's kind of what that clarification is. And I also agree with what people are saying. This Palestine is the one that really needs to be recognized. Israel already exists. And so I just wanted to add clarification on that.
Madam Chair, so that's incorrect, Anne. In Travis County, there was a version that did have this. So that is 100% true. So that's not a correction.
But I'm specifically talking about, like, there probably, I'm not saying that the Travis County one didn't exist. I'm saying specifically that the ones that I merged were the ones that only had like similar language.
Got it.
And those were 19.
Yes. And then there was also, and then that doesn't count the one that included the Harris County one, that didn't include, I'm assuming the one that was, did you say Travis County? Is that where you're from, Marco? Or did you say
Yes.
Tarrant County?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't include the version of Travis County. Just clarification on that. So, because Travis County had additional information, or not additional, but the verbiage was different. And I just wanted to make sure.
There was amendments to it in committee,
Yeah.
and that's what passed the floor.
Yes. And so I just wanted to clarify that, like the difference between those two. So yeah.
All right, Madam Chair, the only person with their hand raised that hasn't spoken is Julio on this topic.
Julio?
Thank you for
I just want to do like something like point of order of like, Madam Chair, may we please take a vote on this amendment? Something like that. I don't know how to just take a vote on it. I don't know if that's possible.
So we are in committee.
Okay.
There's not a true limit to discussion.
Okay.
This is like the obviously we could informally say, 3-4-3 against, 2 minutes each if everyone wants to agree with that. I think this is just like the most difficult one of the night. There's 3 more people that have their hand raised, and I know they've all spoken before and they've been trying to get recognized. Madam Chair, I would just recommend just to let these 3 people speak, and then and then go to a voice vote, and then
Okay.
actually, I would just say move to a roll call vote so we can just do it on the screen.
Thank you. Next, so I think Stephen.
Oh, I just have my hand raised for what happens after all this. I just
Okay,
have a
David.
separate independent motion.
Thank you. David?
Okay, so I've heard these arguments and I don't really understand them, that people said, well, it's implicit that there's the state of Israel. And I don't understand at all what the objection would then be to including reference to the continuing existence of the state of Israel. There have been long-standing efforts to destroy the state of Israel. Hamas launched a brutal terrorist attack against Israel on October 7th. Israel itself is a state that lives in trauma of PTSD, is a state created out of the ashes of the Holocaust. The fears of Israelis and of Jews around the world of the destruction of the state of Israel is very, very real. And I've been someone who's been fighting for a two-state solution for the last 30 years. I've worked on this as both an academic and an activist. I can tell you that you alienate the entire Jewish community when you dismiss this. You're also, as I mentioned before, changing the policy that was passed just in December by the SDEC, also by the Travis Democratic Party, also by every union in the state, support at their COPE convention. It is. I haven't heard a single good reason not to include a reference to a two-state solution in a state of Israel here. I've heard some really odd arguments that seem to suggest that it isn't necessary, that believe me, it is necessary. I will have to oppose this and try to add it on the floor of the convention if because if you do not include the two-state language, which, as I said, is already the position of the Biden administration, the European Union, the United Nations Security Council resolutions 338, but I think very importantly, the Israeli peace movement has been advocating for this. The only ones who are opposed to it are the Hamas government and the Netanyahu government, are the ones who each seek their own one-state solution. So I see no harm in this amendment, and lots that is gained in terms of establishing a broad consensus of support for two states. As somebody else said, what's the alternative? What do you really want? I mean, Jews have been hearing, from the river to the sea, and they are afraid of the idea that a Palestinian state means no Israel. So why not speak to this important constituency, Jews and other supporters of Israel? And by the way, also somebody mentioned something about a Jewish state. I didn't say a Jewish state I said the state of Israel. So I don't understand. I didn't understand what the objection of whether Israel is associated with a Jewish state. That's not part of the language that I added. So,
David, you are all lives mattering this.
That is absolutely inappropriate, and I'm very offended by that, actually.
And out of order.
That is an offensive comment. I take a point of personal privilege to call that an all lives matter. This has nothing to do with that. It is an inappropriate comparison in every way to put it in that context.
Arsha is the last speaker, Madam Chair.
Okay. Arsha.
Thank you. I'm going to have to agree with Stephen. This is all lives mattering it. The issue is not about Israel. Israel has been a state for about 76 years now. It's internationally recognized, or recognized by many countries. We're not saying anything against having a state of Israel, but we're focusing on the issue at large right now, which is the destruction of the Palestinian ethnicity and the Palestinian people, right? So we're trying to make sure that there's a Palestinian state alongside whatever there is. Maybe there's like an Israeli-Soviet thing that merges together. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. We're only talking about the Palestinian state right now of Palestinian people. Okay, so it's not Israel and Palestine together at any point in time. It's right now, we need a Palestinian state to be created and recognized with Palestinian people there that does not have any impact on Israel or the Israeli people or anything else happening outside of that circle of understanding of it being directed towards the Palestinian issue. Okay, and on the other hand, you're saying that this would be helpful for Jewish constituents and folks who may be afraid that an Israeli state would no longer exist. And to that, as you mentioned in your first argument, the same sort of points, Israel is supposed to be a secular democracy. That's what they claim they are. They're a secular democracy, right? So it does not have any tie to religion, even though there's a lot of Jewish people in Israel. It has nothing to do with Jews. It's not supposed to have anything to do with Jews. You can be a Jewish person and not Israeli or a Zionist, and you can be an Israeli and not a Jew and not a Zionist, or you can be a Zionist and not an Israeli or a Jew. All three of those can be true, and combinations of the others can be true, right? So Israel is a state regardless of the people or the religion. So your point about not including the fact that this would be alongside the state of Israel would harm the Jewish people has no standing, because it's not supposed to have any connection to the Jewish people unless you're falling into what Netanyahu is trying to do and have hyper-nationalism and making being Israeli tied to being Jewish. So there's that point. Overall, this is very much focusing on the people that are at issue right now, like the Black Lives Matter movement, not the entire issue overall at any time. Additionally, the two-state solution has been discussed, as Ahmad said, for 45 years. No conclusion has come from it. And going back to a point I used before, the entirety of the Jewish government, not Jewish government, the Israeli government, apologies, has objected to its two-state solution for a long time. So it's not something that the Israeli state wants itself. So I don't think we need to get into the dirty details of politics, and we should just focus on the issue at hand about the Palestinian people.
Stephen, can you do me a favor? I'll make sure that the chair recognizes you once we get past this. Can you put your hand down so we make sure that you're not in line to speak?
Sure, sure, yeah.
Okay. Arshia.
So Marco, it looks like everyone has spoken at this point.
Yes, I do believe that David Albert has raised his hand, I think, to respond to some of Arshia's comments.
Okay, David.
I mean, I don't really understand your argument, Arshia. I don't understand what it is you think the harm of specifying the existence of Israel as a state is, or why that shouldn't be included. You know, this is the basis of a solution to the conflict. This is the international consensus. This is, by the way, as I noted, already the position of the Texas Democratic Party. So I don't understand why you're trying to change that position of the Texas Democratic Party from a two-state solution to an implicit one-state solution. And I don't know what you're proposing as the alternative basis, but it is, I mean, as far as Israel as a Jewish state, you're getting into some very technical, complicated issues that I've spent decades studying. And Israel is a Jewish state in a national sense, not in a religious sense. But it was founded by the Jewish people as a state of the Jews. There are non-Jewish citizens, definitely. And I have fought for their rights within Israel within an Israeli state. I've fought to make it a state that seeks full citizenship for all of its people. I've been a peace activist on this for decades, but I don't really understand what you're trying to suggest here and why there is any harm in speaking to this in a way that affirms that Israel and Palestine should live side by side in peace and cooperation. And that seems to be what you're doing, and I don't understand. And while I would not say actually that opposition to the existence of a Jewish state is anti-Semitic, as somebody else said earlier, I would say that it is, that opposing the existence of Israel is, deeply problematic.
Nobody is opposing that, David. You keep
Steven,
switching
stop,
things.
stop, Steven.
Okay.
You're gonna get muted next time you interrupt someone, man.
I mean,
we're doing this professionally. We're not doing this informally. The chair is calling on people. There's only one speaker recognized at a time. Please be in order.
How long is each one? How many minutes?
There's no limit to debate. David has the floor from the chair.
Yeah. I mean, and again, this all lives matter thing is a ridiculous red herring. One has nothing to do with the other. That is a racist trope that people created, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And as I said, I was offended by the idea that one would associate what I was saying and support, because the thing is, Israel is a Jewish state. Israel has a lot of problems. Israel and the policies of the Israeli government have a lot of problems. And I would disagree with the statement that was made a few minutes ago that that suggested that Israel was opposed to a two-state solution. Many polls have shown majorities of Israelis in support of two states for decades. But so that's just factually incorrect. The Netanyahu government, yes, again, a government I've opposed for beliefs I've opposed for decades, and that many Jews oppose. So you can't just throw this stuff out there. And so I would ask the people here to recognize the fears and pain on both sides of this conflict, and recognize that we need to work together, and this needs to be the only way we move forward is by changing leadership. Along what Chuck Schumer just said, and President, that there should be elections and a new government in Israel, and there has to be new leadership on the Palestinian side, and you have to have leadership on both sides that is seeking compromise and seeking to work together. And two states is the basis of that, and has been for a very long time. And I beg of the people here not to recognize this. This in no way dilutes the idea of Palestinian statehood. It in no way subtracts to it. Subtracts from it. It adds to it. I'm sorry if I've gone on for a long time. This is something that's very deep in my heart, and this is something that again, I've spent most of my life fighting for peace and justice and equality for Jews and Palestinians.
Madam Chair, there's a couple people who've raised their hand who haven't spoken yet, but I wonder if I know that there's a bunch of people, and there's quite a few people who've been complaining about trying to take this vote. If there's no opposition, Madam Chair, I would recommend calling for a roll call vote at this time.
Yes, we'll call for a roll call vote because we had already gotten through the first phase and let everyone speak. So at this time, please, if you'll pull it the roll call vote.
And I'll go ahead and drop the link in the chat for everyone. So to be clear, we're working off of David's amendment, which we're entitling Amendment 1 to the amended version of 2081-10. And I'm going to go ahead and paste there. Okay. So y'all go into the chat. Y'all should be able to vote. And if you need help voting, I'll go ahead and go in order give me about 30 seconds for people to vote, and then I'll call on the stragglers.
I'm sorry, Marco. How are we to vote? Using the chat?
There's the roll call sheet that we've been using, that we've used twice before.
Yeah, but
The-
I'm saying this column 3.
Okay, so there's column I, which says vote 3. Do you see how it says yes? Watch, I'll highlight the two columns so you can see what they are. Okay. So if you vote in the yes column, which is column I, that's a yes vote. If you vote in the no column, which is column J, that's a no vote.
Yeah, I'm
Marco,
sorry, but
I'm sorry. This is Latasha. My power is going off and on. We're having a storm here. Would it be possible for you to clarify what exactly the amendment? I know what the original is. What is the amendment 1 to amend the version? What is the actual amendment?
So it's to add language to the 5th, therefore be it resolved clause that's on the screen right now.
Oh, I see it. Okay, got
Okay.
you.
Do you see how there's a strike in hood, and then all of the bolded language? So
Got
the
it.
A right here, alongside all of that bolded language. So that's the amendment to this amended version that we're working on right now.
Got
So-
it. I heard the discourse. I just didn't see the original amendment.
Okay. Ross, I can vote for you. Ross is a no vote. Ross, what is your Ross? You are CD7. Okay, I voted no for you.
Marco, I'm unable to vote. I don't know why, but I wasn't able to click the box. I'm a yes, please.
Christy is a yes.
Okay, the box doesn't work for me. I'm voting yes as well.
Gene, you are. If you guys could say your CD, that'll help out.
Do what?
Your congressional district. Your district 9.
CD
Are you
9.
Yes.
But-
Judy Kraft, CD 18. I vote no.
Okay.
And I can't vote because my email is not in the column.
Okay, I'll vote no for you. Gene, can you repeat? Was it yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
CD
Kay,
17, no.
voting no.
CD9,
Tony Lewis, vote
yes.
no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. If we could just go in, let me just go in order. For all the people who haven't voted. Tony Middleton Lewis, yes or no?
No.
Dustin Stevens.
Yes.
Samina Kamali.
No.
Linda Proctor. Bob Sheeks. I think Bob has a lot of power issues after the storm, so I'm not sure if he's able to make it. Linz Townsend. Sylvia Light. Constance Rivers. Daniel Haben Waters. Sam Black.
No.
Okay, that is Daniel Haben Waters. You are no. Sam Black. Diana Bars. Aftab Siddiqui.
No.
Stephen Mannion. Shamin Proctor.
C29, no.
No.
Correct.
And Iftikhar. Sorry.
Iftikhar. Yeah, I vote no.
No. Sorry, I really want to get your last name right and I keep getting it wrong. All right. Iftikhar. Sylvia Light. Linda Proctor, Bob Sheeks, Liz Townsend, Constance Rivers, Sam Black, Diana Bars, Stephen Mannion. Madam Chair, the amendment to the amendment fails 8 to 22.
Okay.
If you
Then
can just
it-
a second to
yep.
process this. Okay, so now where we are, let me go ahead and clean up this since we don't have it. Undo. Okay, so Madam Chair, now where we are is we're on this amended, merged version of,
10 and 12.
yeah, 1081 or 2081-10, and I think Christy Baird has her hand raised first.
Okay, Christy.
We've had a lot of discussion on this, and I would like to move that we vote on the resolution now.
Second.
Second, okay. Are there any objections?
Can we separate
Yes.
the Palestinian resolution and the Ukrainian resolution?
No. Yes, I object.
Those are
Okay.
separate
Motion has
issues.
been seconded.
We had a motion, we had a section, we had an objection. So who made the objection?
Rosalie for
Rosalie.
one.
Okay, Rosalie, what is your objection, ma'am?
I I'm trying to tell you, but I can't go to the where I don't know where the page went to look at the resolution because all I can see is the roll call sheet now. I don't know where the
Okay. I think-
resolution went to. So I can't to tell you how do I get it back?
So I would just go back to your email or that you got earlier and go back to clicking on that same link that we're working off of. But I am screen sharing right now the resolution and not the roll call sheet.
Could you please remind me the number?
Yeah, so we're on tab 2. We're on tab
Tab 2.
2.
Okay.
Row 10.
Row 10. Row 10. Okay, I found it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. This resolution, as I mentioned before, doesn't address at all what happened on October 7th and the reason why we are in the situation as a world in a conflict that has affected the entire world. And so to that end, it's important to add language that addresses that. And as there's nothing in here about the women that were raped, the children that were murdered, that the babies who were beheaded. And also another issue is that the anti-BDS laws don't have anything to do with what's going on in Gaza right now. That was merged from another resolution that doesn't, that's not germane to this issue. So I would propose that we insert that the conflict in Gaza was begun by Hamas, which is the government of Gaza, the government of the Palestinians, and that it is a terrorist organization, and that it began with the what did I say earlier, Marco, about it began with I don't have anybody to help me with words, but that it began with the
October 7th.
Yeah, but October 7th, no, with the breaking of the ceasefire by Hamas, and that they attacked a very peaceful
Chair,
festival.
point of order.
They attacked a
Chair,
very
a
peaceful.
point
Yes.
of order,
That was-
please.
That
what
was
is the
held
point, sir?
by.
The point of order, there is a motion and there is a second to vote.
And I
Can we
objected.
vote
And
on it? The discussion is over with. Thank you.
No, it's not. You're
No, sorry.
recognizing Hamas as a terrorist organization.
She has been recognized and she is still in discussion, sir.
Hamas is a terrorist organization. And if you really want to protect the Palestinian people, why don't you say something about Hamas as a terrorist organization and ask Hamas to leave and that to turn over all the hostages and the bodies of the hostages that have been murdered, so that Israel wouldn't have a reason to be in Gaza. Gaza is a very small place. It's only about 25 miles long, as some of you well know, and maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 miles at the widest. It's a very small place, and I want to take a stand for peace and justice and human rights for everyone in the region, as it says, and that includes the Israelis who are being bombed. That's what I want to say, and I would like to add that language to this resolution. Thank you.
Point of order, this is not the way to offer an amendment. We are discussing whether or not to break up these resolutions and vote on them separately or vote on them together.
What?
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. I would also just like to informationally, there are other resolutions that pass 10 or more congressional districts that have nearly all of that information that Rosalie, that you were talking about. So there is another resolution. We're just not on that one yet.
Thank you for that information, Marco.
Yeah.
So Marco.
Yeah, so I think where we are is that there was a motion to split these apart and for the Ukraine from the Palestinian one. There wasn't an objection, but I think I'm not sure if there was a second that someone could correct me. Or sorry. There was a motion to split these in two.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if there was a second to that.
Who gave that motion?
David, I believe it was David Albert. So I think if someone could clarify that someone.
I'll second.
Okay, so then where we are at right now is to split Hatem's original motion to approve these 2 foreign policy ones at the same time into 2, and that's where we are right now.
Can I speak to the resolution or to the motion?
Madam Chair, would be appropriate since he was the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Just very simply, these are 2 very different foreign policy issues, and we should be able to vote on them separately and deal with the separate issues. It really makes there's no rational reason to group them together and vote on them at the same time.
Next in line is Arshia, Madam Chair.
Arshia.
I was in line to respond to Rosalie, but if we're going to talk about that on a different resolution, I'd like to discuss that on that resolution. I have no objection to splitting the Ukrainian aid with the Palestinian resolution.
Thank you. Jasmine?
I apologize. I meant to lower the hand earlier.
Okay, thank you. Who do you have next?
Shimon.
Shimon.
I just was trying to understand, someone had the motion originally to deal with, is it numbers 10 and 12 together? Is that
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Marcos, I think that's everyone. So where
Yeah.
are we at?
So now since that's exhausted, no one has their hands raised. I would say take a voice vote to either split these in two or not.
Okay.
So
To
a
move
yes
all
vote
in-
would split it in two. A no vote would keep them together.
All in favor?
I.
Aye.
In favor.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Us. The ayes have it.
All right, so I'm gonna be, I'm not sure which one we're technically on right now, so I would maybe defer to the original maker Hatem if we take the Ukrainian one or the Israeli-Palestinian one first.
I'll move to approve the Palestinian resolution.
Second.
I oppose.
Hold on.
So there was
Yeah, we know Rosalie.
there was a motion to go for the Israeli-Palestinian one, and there was a second. So now we're in discussion.
Yes, from Julio.
Right, and we had an opposition.
Yeah, but someone
Oh, I got it. So all in
someone
favor?
seconded already.
Yeah.
So now we are on discussion of 2181 or 2081-10,
Mhm.
the amended version that you see in front of you.
Point of information. I thought
Yeah.
Rosalie was actually making an amendment, I believe, and I don't know if that got recognized or not. And I thought she made that amendment proposal before we moved to on the resolution. Can we clarify?
It was out of order.
Yeah.
Was it? Well, it wasn't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it was out of order because where we were, there was a motion to split them apart. It was seconded, so that's where we were at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just want
Can
to
I
make sure.
make an amendment now?
Yes, if you have the language and tell me where it would need to be added, you could.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment specifically to delete the anti-BDS laws. That because it has nothing to do with the issue of Palestinian statehood.
A second.
And it goes in, oh, you wanted me to tell you where to put it, Marco? It's in clause,
Remove
Two
clause
of
4.
be it resolved.
what? It's in the be it resolved? Oh,
Yeah, it's the be it resolved clause 2. So column Z, and it is currently showing as struck out right now, Rosalie. So that's your amendment.
yes,
correct?
ma'am. Thank you. Yes.
So that's Rosalie's amendment. There would need to be a second.
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, so we have a second. All in favor?
Well, and there has to be discussion, doesn't there?
Oh,
Yes, we're
are
discussing
we
it now.
discussing?
Yeah,
Yes.
we would be in discussion now, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the first person that I see their hand raised is Imad.
Imad,
Yes, thank you. I wanted to offer a motion.
So right now that would be
Already
not in
motion.
order because it's an amendment to the amendment. So yeah, you can't go higher than that. I mean, what would be the motion? I'm sorry.
To limit debate, 2 minutes per speaker. It's already 10 o'clock.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if we could just informally do that, that would be. I'll do my best to keep time.
if you can keep,
members are okay with it.
if you can keep time.
Okay. So I see David Albert next, Madam Chair.
David.
Okay, so honestly, I support the content of this clause, but I do kind of agree with Rosalie that it isn't that certainly if a Palestinian, if the existence of a two-state solution is not relevant or germane to this, then I can't see how the anti-BDS laws are relevant. And I will say very specifically, I support the content. I believe that I'm deeply opposed to the anti-BDS laws. It is a civil liberties issue, though, and not a foreign policy issue. And it really should be offered as a separate resolution that I would definitely support. That says that there, what the state of Texas is doing with anti-BDS laws is completely inappropriate and against people's rights to free speech and freedom of expression.
David, if I could just interrupt just super quick. There is a resolution that I think we may have already approved that does that. That's a general anti-BDS generic resolution that's already passed. So that does exist already.
Does that already exist? Have we already approved that in this committee? Can you confirm
I can't
that?
remember if we approved it or not, but if not, we'll be it'll be coming up.
So I would suggest approving that as the civil liberties. I assume it's under like civil liberties or civil rights or something like that category. That makes much more sense, and that's where that should be discussed, and not. It is not a foreign policy issue.
2502 was approved on Friday.
We approved it on Friday.
So we've already approved it. There you go.
So I think it makes it a lot cleaner if we take that out of here. It's just not really relevant. But
time. The next person is Hatem, Madam Chair.
Okay, Hatem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just say it is very related to this resolution because the anti-BDS law targets Palestinian and Palestinian supporters' right for expression and the right to exercise their rights to boycott. I keep reminding you that's, in the anti-apartheid movement against South African apartheid. At that time, a lot of us agreed and supported anti-apartheid. So it is very, very important part of being this resolution. It is targeting specific population, specific supporters, which is only the Palestinian and Palestinian supporters. It is a foreign policy. Absolutely, it is a foreign policy. David, you should mute yourself while I talk. I'm sorry, you should mute yourself.
Sorry.
Don't interrupt me. Thank you. Yes, it is. It is a civil rights issue. It is a freedom of speech issue. It is a foreign policy issue because it infringes on my right as a Palestinian, and infringes on our right as an American to express our right to freedom of speech and express our right to boycott anybody or anything we can. I remind you all, a lot of us boycott a lot of businesses because of the LGBT community and other communities as well. So it is it's very integral part of this resolution. Thank you.
Arshia is next, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Copying off of what Hatem said, this definitely is a foreign policy issue, and I think it is very relevant to this because it is specifically targeting a group of people taking political dissident action, again, political and economic dissident action against the military power, our own political system, and economic systems, which are cross-national, international, and do have a large aspect of foreign policy of how those corporations and how our governments help fund a foreign policy crisis, right? So this is definitely something that relates to foreign policy. Additionally, it should be kept in this resolution because it's based around the Palestinian people and the supporters of the Palestinian people. It's based around the censorship and the targeting of a single class in relation to political action, and thus infringing on free speech. There are 38 states which have created these similar anti-BDS laws that prohibit boycotting and create penalties for doing so. That is entirely an action against Palestinians and their supporters on a foreign policy issue. And because of that, I think it definitely should be included in our clause of supporting Palestinians and Palestinian rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy K. Kraft, Madam Chair.
Judy K.
Thank you. Part of the problem with this anti-BDS law in Texas and other states is, one, in my mind, it is against the First Amendment. So yes, it is also a civil rights issue. It is specifically a freedom of religion issue, because the people behind this are like all of my evangelical Republican relatives who sincerely want Armageddon so they can have rapture. My other point of this is Texas's anti-BDS law messed up Kinky Friedman's joint venture in the West Bank, where he had Jews and Palestinians cooperating in a cooperative to sell their olive oil in Texas. So here was someone who's prominently Jewish, who was trying to do good, and the Texas legislature jumped all over it with both feet. Thank you. So,
if I could just suggest to members, if just to make it clear, if you could say for or against, and that
so
way maybe.
I am for striking although I believe in boycotting, I really hate this, and I know we already have an anti-BDS. The anti-BDS stuff just really bugs me. Thank you. So I will be voting for Rosalie's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
Aftab.
Okay, thank you very much. I do believe that we should not take out the BDS terminology from this resolution because there are so many issues, and people have already talked about it. But if you look at the way the Texas law is written, the anti-BDS law is written, it clearly shows that they're talking about Israel and the liberation struggle by the Palestinians is also a part of it, and I do believe that it is a foreign related subject, and I would really like to keep the BDS terminology inside the resolution.
Okay.
I think Imad has his hand raised.
Imad.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am against this amendment on a simple reason is those laws, anti-BDS laws that were passed in Texas were passed by the Republican governor and the legislature. And it is against our First Amendment. I mean, it does not make sense that you could boycott the state of Alabama because they target LGBT community, but you cannot boycott Israel because they're killing 35,000 people. It does not make sense. As an American, if I have the right to boycott Mississippi or Missouri because I disagree with their stand on anything, definitely I should have the right to boycott Israel. So it just does not make sense for Republicans to pass these resolutions in 26 states. Thank you. I will vote no.
Arshia, have you already spoken on this one?
I have, yes.
Okay, then David Alwer would be next, Madam Chair.
Okay, David.
Oh, you need to unmute.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I already spoke, but my only point is that this is a civil liberties issue, and and since we've already passed a resolution on that, it's repetitive and confusing to have it. It is not a foreign policy issue. It is an issue of the state, of the policy of the state of Texas and other states. You know, I highly recommend the film Boycott, which is which is a film about this issue. And as I said, I agree with the content. I support the other resolution on anti-boycott language. It just doesn't really belong in this foreign policy resolution.
Next up, Archer, you put your hand down, so I guess that got you out of the queue, but I don't think Christie's has spoke on this one, Madam Chair.
Okay, Christy.
I just want to say we have gone round and round. There are good points on both sides. There are not so good points on both sides, but we are starting now to repeat ourselves again. Can we vote, please?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, at
everyone-
this time,
Yeah, sorry, Madam
Go ahead.
Chair.
go ahead. Would you, at this time, we'd like to, all those in favor?
We start doubling out there, so we just play it with the double team out there, and we just play it.
Sorry, I had to mute someone that they were on.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, do you want to just go ahead and go to the roll call, or did you want?
Yeah, let's do a roll call. So there's so many that are for and against. Let's just do a roll call vote.
Okay, cool.
And Marco, when you say it, explain it, the full, not just let's vote, but on the amendment too or not.
Yeah. So that's listed on there. I'll try to also paste it on the chat, but right now, where it's Amendment 2 to the amended version of 2081-10. So I'm gonna share. Oh gosh, do I not have the right screen up?
Marco, are you sure we can't do a voice vote? I'm not sure. You know, might be faster.
Right.
Agreed.
Madam Chair.
Voting started already.
Okay.
So to be clear, what y'all are voting on is striking Resolve Clause 2 that refers to anti-BDS laws. See here, I'm going to go ahead and start calling people who have not voted to see if they would like to vote. Madam Vice Chair Middleton Lewis, yes or no?
No.
Dustin Stevens?
No.
Samina Kamali?
No.
Linda Proctor? Ross Trevisano?
Okay.
Ross told me in the chat that he's voting yes. Liz Townsend? Gene Fiegelson?
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Who just said yes, sorry?
Liz.
Yes.
Liz Townsend is a yes. Okay. Sylvia Light?
No.
Jessica Burnham Hinton? Constance Rivers? Daniel Hebden Waters?
No.
Judy K. Kraft?
I abstain.
Sam Black? Diana Bars? Judy Canales?
Yes.
Aftab Siddiqui?
No.
Stephen Mannion? Shimin Proctor?
No.
Julio Costa?
No.
Jasmine Flores?
No.
Christy Baird?
No.
Anne Iftikhar?
I also vote no.
All right, Madam Chair, the vote fails 6 to 24.
The noes have it.
Madam Chair, I move that we vote on this resolution.
Seconded.
Okay,
Second.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No, no.
Opposed.
Any discussion?
There is no discussion after the vote.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tired. Okay, so the ayes have it.
I want to voice objection to this resolution.
Point of order.
Yes, we know.
Well,
Point of personal privilege. Just very briefly. I support everything that it says in this resolution, but I cannot vote in favor of it without the two-state language. And that is the only reason that I vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, since we split the two, now we are on 2084 merge the Ukrainian resolution.
Number 12. Okay.
Yes, yeah. So it's on row 12 on tab 2, 2084 merged. I'd recommend if you would ask for unanimous consent on this one.
Okay,
I
thank you.
move
Is
for
there any
unanimous
objection?
consent.
I second.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection?
No.
Okay, hearing none, motion carries.
All right,
Okay.
Stephen has, I think it's finally, Stephen had that independent motion that they wanted to make. If you would recognize them, Madam Chair.
Stephen.
Thank you. Yes. One second. I wanted to propose a motion that we pass resolution 2192 regarding initiative and referendum for the state of Texas.
Second.
Where is
What
that?
row is that?
Should be row 125.
Row 125 on the first tab?
Yes.
Yeah.
One moment, just real quick.
I don't see it.
Oh, you have it filtered right now, Marco.
Yeah. Okay. Let me unfilter. All right, so you said row 125?
Yes.
Was there a second to this?
Second. David.
I apologize, but I just need to know the number. I didn't get to hear what Stephen said.
2192 is the resolution number, and it's on row 125.
On the first tab.
First tab.
First tab.
Yeah, so row 125, resolution 2192. The title is Initiative and Referendum for the State of Texas. I'll go and read the resolve that the TDP hereby prioritizes and actively advocates for the establishment of the right to petition the government for redress of grievances through initiative and referendum. And the Texas Democratic Party improvisation and active advocacy for the establishment of the right to petition the government for redress of grievances through initiative and referendum. And the use of effective ballot measures to recapture powers amassed by incumbent state government that undermines the principles of democracy. So
it's got another clause.
It's got another be it resolved.
I thought it did.
Recognition that some policies are personal and private and should not be decided solely by a state government. And that the Texas Democratic Party calls upon elected official representatives and community leaders to support rebranding around a growing popular sentiment that the power belongs to the people, not politicians.
Well, all that, and they left out recall.
I know. I thought about that, but next time, next year.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I was out of order. I'll give myself a karma ticket.
Okay.
Do we have hands raised?
Let me go and stop sharing for a second.
Judy Lugo and Stephen Zapparoli. Oh, okay, Stephen was the one talking. So Judy Lugo.
I want to make a suggestion because it is getting late and some of us worked on this really hard yesterday. Can we stay in one tab and finish that one tab? We were working in tab 2. Can we please finish tab 2? And if there's something in tab 1, can we go back to tab 1?
So there was already a motion. It's already been seconded, so we're already doing that. But I would highly recommend that we do that after this one. That's a really good idea, Judy.
David?
Madam Chair, the next hand is David Albert.
Okay, very quickly. It's late. Referendum is going to be very hard to get because it has to pass by constitutional amendment. But what that would do is allow us to get referendums on the ballot instead of by constitutional amendment. They have to go through the legislature by signatures, or the way they do in California and many other states. Many states have, even conservative states have passed things like Medicaid expansion, abortion rights, marijuana, medical marijuana, recreational marijuana by referendum. This is a game changer if we can possibly get a constitutional amendment to do it. It would allow us to go around the retrogrades and lunatics in the Texas legislature. So it's a long shot in terms of being able to do it, but it's absolutely worth pursuing.
Madam Chair, next is Rosalie Weisfeld.
Rosalie?
Actually, I wanted to bring up another resolution number. So my comment is not germane to this conversation, but I would like to be called on after we vote on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can you recognize me as staff?
Yes, Marco.
I think my only problem about this is it doesn't say kind of what Professor Albert was referring to, is that it doesn't talk about the actual mechanism in the Be It Resolved, which I kind of have a little bit of an issue with. Is essentially we got to convince 2/3 of both houses of the legislature to do a constitutional amendment to enact this. And
then it has to pass.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then it has to pass. Exactly. Yeah, so I just feel like there's a little bit missing from this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But are you saying then that we shouldn't pass it because it's incomplete, or what are you?
Yeah.
I mean, either not pass it, or someone amend it to add that. But yeah, I'm just saying to staff, I don't want to really necessarily say anything more. Thanks.
I move to amend it.
Do you have language?
Would you like to suggest language?
Sure, I will try. Texas Democratic Party here. Via
where are you trying to amend it on?
Legislative. Sorry, I guess. Oh wait. Undo. You guys can't see my screen, can you? Right. That would be helpful, and you guys could help me along too. Okay.
But shouldn't you, if we're amending it, should we add it to sheet 2?
Yeah. Let me. That's a good idea. Well, let's see if this passes first.
Okay.
That's the Democratic Party through an initiative and referendum via the current referendum. I'm probably spelling that wrong. Process.
It's not even the current referendum process. I think the correct language would be ballot measure, because it's technically not
currently a constitutional amendment process.
Yeah.
By
the current constitutional. state constitutional amend process through passage of 2/3 of both houses of the state. Actually, that's probably repetitive. Legislature. And majority of the public. Of the and a majority
Of the voters.
statewide vote. What was that? Sorry. How
Okay,
did-
that's good.
Is that good? If there's no objection to the addition I just made, I'm going to move it to the proposed committee sub-tab.
Can we still vote on it tonight?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, in fact, I mean, I think the recommendation from Member Lugo earlier was us to go back to this tab and finish in everything on this tab. So, oh, and gosh, I'll fix it later.
and we move the columns.
Yeah, we move the columns around, and that's not good. Oh well. Ugh. Jesus. Oh, whatever.
Just undo and move it over. Start in column B and then paste and see if that works. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
because there's on the permanent reso left tab, there was a complete
Yeah.
reordering of stuff, so it's all kinds of
Okay. All right.
So that's fine. I'll fix it later. I know to fix it.
Okay.
So why isn't it letting me? Oh, I know why. Yeah, let's see, it's all messed up. It's fine. So you can still see it correctly over here, but I'll delete it. So I guess at this point,
We're going to tab 2.
say again.
Oh, are we going to tab 2? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, but the way I pasted it, it's not in a nice order. So that's why I came back to tab 1. So right now, essentially, there's 2192 as amended, as long as there's no objection, and that's what we'd be voting on. But there are 3 raised hands. I'll go ahead and stop sharing.
Okay. Judy?
I move for unanimous consent of this as amended.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. Are there any objections? Hearing none, it carries. Yay.
All right.
Yay, Stephen.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, if we're
Yes.
going with what Member Lugo had suggested, now we are on the tab, the second tab, working on the ones that people worked on yesterday.
Okay.
The first one was 2525.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I need to, I guess, filter these to only show the recommended for committee sub. So, unless there's an objection, can I start just reading the resolved of these?
Yes.
Okay. So, row 3 on proposed committee sub tab, the second tab, 2525, the resolved is that the Texas Democratic Party supports and demands common sense gun laws, including ban of sale on semi-automatic rifles to unlicensed individuals and comprehensive background checks on all gun sales, regardless of the seller, and raising the minimum age for gun purchase to 21 and repeal CDC gag rule prohibiting research on the health effects of gun violence, and ban the sale of high-capacity magazines. Next resolution on line 5 is women's reproductive health care 2528. I believe this is a merge of the ones that we were talking about on Friday, where there were various different ones, and some had some good stuff, but were like the rest of it was kind of a little weird. And and then some were like really good, and we just sort of like merged them. So the result is the Texas Democratic Party supports rescinding I guess, what is that, Legislature 82 second special session SB 4 abortion including medicines 87 regular SB 8, and prohibition, which is prohibition of abortion after fetal heartbeat is detected, and the ability to file a civil lawsuit against anyone who provides or helps with an abortion. So it's rescinding those two. That's the result. Number 6 is resolution in support of healthcare reform 2. Is that just cut off? To address the high rate of maternal mortality in Texas with a focus on disparities affecting Black women. Therefore, be resolved is that the Texas Democratic fully supports healthcare reform initiatives aimed at addressing the high rate of maternal mortality in Texas, particularly those reforms that seek to eliminate the racial disparities affecting Black people, and that the Texas Democratic Party calls on Texas legislators, healthcare providers, and community leaders to expand access to comprehensive healthcare solutions, including Medicaid expansion, to increase prenatal and perinatal and postpartum care availability accessible for all people able to give birth, especially in those underserved communities, and implement policies that mandate bias and cultural competency training for all healthcare providers to address and reduce racial discrimination and implicit bias in the treatment of pregnant people, including doula and midwifery services, which have been shown to improve outcomes for people of color. Advocate for policies, that that address social detriments of health, such as poverty, housing, food insecurity, which disproportionately affect people of color and contribute to higher rates of maternal mortality. Ensure that pregnant people have access to emergency health medical services regardless of their geographic location, with a focus on improving healthcare infrastructure in rural areas where medical services are often scarce. Be it further resolved that the Texas Democratic Party commits to actively working towards the implementation of these reforms, collaborating with healthcare professionals, legislators, community advocates to create a healthcare system that values and protects the lives of all Texas parents. And that's that resolved. Next is, sorry, the formatting in this got all weird. It's not like wrapping. Okay. Row 7, number 2125, firearm prohibition in group homes caring for individuals with developmental disabilities. Therefore, be as resolved that the Texas Democratic Party requests legislators in Texas to request all legislators in Texas to sign on and co-sponsor legislation to prohibit firearms from being introduced or carried into group homes for individuals with developmental disabilities, law enforcement accepted. Row 8, prioritizing mental health care 2535. That the Texas Democratic Party affirms its commitment to prioritizing mental health care as a fundamental aspect of healthcare reform and public health policy, advocates for the expansion to affordable evidence-based mental health care services, including prevention, early intervention, treatment, and recovery support services, supports efforts to integrate mental health healthcare into primary care settings, schools, workplaces, and other community-based settings to ensure that individuals receive holistic and timely support for their mental health needs, calls for the implementation of policies and programs to address systemic inequities and disparities in mental health care access and outcomes, particularly for marginalized communities, including people of color, LGBTQ plus individuals, veterans, and people with disabilities. Encourages investment in mental health workforce development, including recruitment, training, and retention of mental health care professionals with an emphasis on daily diversity, cultural competency, and disciplinary collaboration. Supports initiatives to promote mental health wellness, resilience, and mental health literacy through education, community outreach, and public awareness campaigns aimed at reducing the stigma and discrimination associated with mental illness, and commits to advancing policies that protect and expand mental health parity laws and ensuring that mental health benefits are on par with physical health benefits and insurance coverage and reimbursements, and that state government provides adequate funding for rural mental health care services. Row 9, a humane approach to immigration, number 2537. That the Texas Democratic Party supports an immigration plan with respects to asylum. Supports an immigration plan that respects the rights of asylum seekers and other migrants, that unlike the ADA session, special session number 4, SB 4, because SB 4 causes systemic racial profiling and violations of human rights. That the Texas Democratic Party supports legislation introduced by our elected officials who represent border communities and know border problems firsthand, such as the Texas Secure Our Border Migrant Processing Plan proposed by Democratic State Representative Eddie Morales Eagle Pass, which provides a humane and pragmatic approach to our migrant problem situation at the border, and the Dignity Act, a bipartisan plan offered by Democratic U.S. Representative Veronica Escobar El Paso, which addresses border and humanitarian concerns, and that the Texas Democratic Party demands that Governor Abbott and the Texas legislature replace the unconstitutional SB 4 with bipartisan legislation supported by border communities, officials, and their representing interests. 10 we already passed, 12 we already passed. Row 13. 50 organizational and ownership and management of all party data to be held in-house. The Texas Democratic Party hereby commits to working towards ensuring that control and management of all party data remain under TDP control, under the direct supervision and oversight of designated personnel appointed by party leadership, and the Texas Democratic Party encourages robust data governance policies and procedures to govern collection, storage, processing, and dissemination of party data, and ensuring compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and ethical standards. The Texas Democratic Party will work towards investing in the necessary infrastructure, resources, and technology solutions to support secure storage, management, and analysis of party data, thereby reducing reliance on external vendors and service providers. And the Texas Democratic Party will work towards prioritizing transparency and accountability in its data management practices, providing clear guidance and mechanisms for party members and candidates to access, update, and even individually request deletion of their own personal data held by the Texas Democratic Party. And the Texas Democratic Party shall undertake regular audits and assessments of the data management practices to identify any, address any vulnerabilities, weaknesses, or non-compliance issues, thereby mitigating the risk of data breaches or misuse. Row 14, costs of living pension increase for ERS retirees, 2145. That the Texas Democratic Party that fully supports the Texas legislature pre-funding a pension increase for the ERS retirees that will be permanent and will go to all current and future retirees. Row 15, in support of good climate change policies, 2566. That the Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that lead global clean energy transition through high-paying union wage jobs with good benefits and safety standards. That the Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that provide decisive leadership and full cooperation to combat climate change worldwide, including the 2023 Global Agreement to accelerate action to transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner.
Didn't we pass that?
Point of
I
order,
think
we
we-
already
I think we
passed
passed
that.
15 and 17.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So basically all the ones I read except for the last one are all recommended by the people who did the couple hours of work yesterday.
Move passage of all of them.
Okay,
Second that.
we have a thing second. Is there any objection?
Yeah.
Rosalie and Stephen
see.
have their hands up.
Rosalie?
No, sorry, I don't have any objection. I vote for this resolution. That was my after this vote. Thank you.
After, thank you. Stephen? Stephen?
He put his hand down.
That was an
Okay.
accident, sorry.
Okay, all right, great. So I heard no objection, so they pass.
I'm sorry, I just raised my hand. I have one objection. There was one.
Jasmine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I object to the one that includes the Dignity Act. It was called out. I would just ask if we could vote for that separately or make an amendment to it.
It was
No.
What?
I changed
No.
my resolution. Let's vote on everything but the Dignity Act.
the Dignity Act is
What number is that?
Let me see.
not on this.
The humane approach to immigration, line 9, 2537.
Yes.
So subtract that.
We already passed the resolution for
We already
the
passed it,
Dignity
yeah.
Act.
Yeah, we passed that one.
Why
Is this a
are we
different
going
That
resolution?
was
back
a
again?
different one.
We can't
This
just
one-
That
pull
was
it
a
out 'cause
different
we
one,
know
yes,
somebody
but
doesn't like it.
we
That was a
passed a
different one.
resolution supporting the Dignity Act. You got voted out against that one. You voted against it. It's still passed. Can we please move on?
We're not voting on this, and I'm objecting.
So
So it
there's
didn't
just-
pass unanimously, but it still passed. If
No,
you're
we
the
Everybody
one
did not
objecting.
pass.
haven't taken the vote yet. I just want to clarify where we all y'all.
So I'm
Okay.
asking unanimous consent for all of the others.
Is there unanimous consent for David that for David's motion, which is to amend his original motion to
Pass everything else Marco read, except
yeah
the immigration one.
to not have 25 but 37. That would be the proper thing to ask Madam Chair.
Okay,
Didn't think that was part of the original motion.
but he amended it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what we're
I
on.
don't agree.
Okay, so there's objection to doing that. So we're back to the original motion that David had, which is to approve all of the ones that I had read, except for the one I mistakenly read.
Okay, so then we will, and we had a second on that, so we'll take a vote on that issue. All those in favor of passing?
In favor.
All those in
Aye.
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 I
Okay, any of those opposed? The ayes have it.
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, Jasmine, you would say nay.
Thank you. Nay.
And nay. Julio Acosta, nay.
Okay, thank you. The ayes have it.
All right, Madam Chair. Now we're basically done with all the ones that sort of were pre-worked on. I would really love it. I know that it's late, but there are still more to work through if you want to get through all of them. I would suggest that we could just recess for a quick 6 minutes till 10:45, Madam Chair, just so people can take a restroom break, rest their eyes, take a breath, get some water or whatever.
Marco, can you change the filters so that we can see what else is left while we're...
Yes, I will do that and I'll share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Let's take a recess to 10:45. So we got 5 minutes.
I have a question for anyone who remembers. It's just for my own personal notes. Did we discuss the passenger rail service?
He's asking if the permit committee has, or I don't think
This
permit.
committee tonight, did we discuss it tonight?
No.
I don't- No.
If not,
No.
Okay,
No.
yes, thank you.
Okay, Mark, are you back? Let's see. Mark, are you back? It's 10:46.
Yeah, I'm getting doggy kisses though.
I was gonna say, oh, lucky you.
Yeah, sorry, had not done my hair today, so I've been working from home all day. So I did not want to get on camera, so I look kind of, the lighting's bad. So I know that someone, I think it was David Albert before we left. If everyone goes to the first tab, the permanent resolution tab, the left, so tab 1, I've limited to only show the ones. Oh, I guess let me do one more thing. Just saw an error. Oh no. Okay, so basically, if you look at everything, I'll just delete these rows.
They're all on tab 1, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're on tab 1. I'll go into screen share. It'll be easier to explain. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Okay. So I set up the filters wrong and I don't want to redo them. But so there are a couple. All right. So specifically 85 and 125. Other than that, these are the ones that are left. So I think it's oops.
Can I make a motion to
55 minus 2, so it's 50. There's 53 left.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass all of the resolutions on this page that have not been passed except for the foreign policy resolutions.
So there's you know what? There's way less than one with
Were those all consolidated into the other one?
I think that's something that we have to ask. So all of these other foreign policy Gaza ones, and there's also one that was I was referring to.
Only the ones that were checked were merged.
Okay. Yeah. So all of these are still potentially pending. Yeah. So I think that what you were about to do your motion. Yeah. If you want to continue, David.
Yeah. My resolution is to pass everything else except for the foreign policy ones, which we probably still need to figure out. But I think the rest of this stuff looks pretty non-controversial. And if people can just review the titles and the resolved real quick, I don't think there's much that people are going to have much objection to. So let's pass them and get out of here before midnight.
I've read them all. I'll second it.
Okay, so we have motion and a second. Is there any objection?
No objection for me.
I have one question though. I asked Marcos a question in the chat because I didn't see one number that was under civil rights, and I don't see it here. And I just want to make sure that it passed. Did it pass when I was not? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you don't see one here, so basically we've dealt with all of them, except yeah. So if you don't see one here, it got passed on Friday, very likely.
Okay, so 2062 was passed on Friday. Okay.
Okay, so then I hear no objection.
No objection.
Okay, so
Wait. Oh, there was a motion that we were going to read at least the titles, right?
No, I said if folks want to take a few minutes and just review the titles and we don't need to read them at this point. I mean,
But some people don't have I have it, I can read them, but I just am concerned also, like the other gentleman, that there might be members on of the committee that can't see what they are, but I'm good with it because I've read these already in temporary
I
committee.
honestly think they're really just not controversial with this among Democrats. You know.
So, Madam Chair, I know that there was no objection being heard, but there are 3 hands. I don't know if those people are objecting.
Okay, let's see. I see Phil.
Yeah, well, that was me, and I was questioning because you were voting. I understood the motion to be that we were going to read at least the titles of one so we know exactly what we're voting for before we take the vote.
That was not my motion. We can do that. My motion was to let folks take a few minutes and read them on their own and see if there's anything that and maybe if there's something that someone sees that they can pull it and we can look at it.
Okay, so how many minutes do we have?
Madam Chair, can I just read the titles? Is that
certainly.
okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and listen to the other hand raised, or you want to just go ahead and read the titles?
I think Arshia was the last one.
Okay.
That was actually going to be my suggestion, just for Marco to read the titles for everyone to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right.
Marco.
Embracing technological advancements for electoral success. For local control. Requiring loyalty to the United States Constitution. Secession. Peaceful coexistence. Public school finance and property tax reform. Texas educators deserve full retirement benefits. Expansion of utility-scale solar power. Protecting our coastal paradise. Resolutions against seawater desalination. Did I say it right? Desalination. Resolution regarding solar energy roofing. Passenger rail service. Now I'm on the foreign policy, so I'm going to skip all those. All right, guns. A resolution establishing the legal age to purchase of firearms. Legal age to purchase firearms at age 21 years of age. A resolution on support for gun control laws. Automatic weapons, semi-automatic weapons, and high capacity magazine munitions controls. Repeal HB 1927, which is about. Oh, it's I guess it's stand your ground. Wait. I guess it's to carry a handgun in a holster without a permit openly and/or concealed.
Open carry.
Yeah. Open carry. There we go. Let's just frickin' put it in the title. Jesus. Open carry. I mean, because if someone just said that, I would know what the heck they're talking about. County health department budgets in regards to COVID-19. Healthcare for women during all stages of life. Nurse practitioners participating in solving access to healthcare. Recognition and support of citizens affected by rare diseases. And let me go ahead and scroll to the resolves so you guys can kind of look briefly at the resolves while I'm going through them. Recognition and support of Texas citizens affected by rare diseases. Requiring Medicare Advantage programs to be improved or eliminated. Senior citizens' right to Social Security income and Medicare benefits. Demand immigration reform. We already approved that one. Okay. Operation Lone Star and Texas immigration policy in opposition to the current, essentially. Resolution support of immigrant rights. Raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Resolution opposing outsourcing and privatization of all state services. Resolution supporting the need for a living wage for state employees and public sector workers. Resolutions to support Texas Human Services workers during Medicaid unwinding. A memorial resolution. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay, good, never mind. I was like, oh, this belongs in memorial honor, but no, it doesn't. Memorial resolution for LGBTQIA families who have lost loved ones. A resolution affirming commitment to LGBTQIA Texans, plus Texans. Opposition to SB 14 of interfering, monitoring, prohibiting healthcare for transgender minors. Resolution to redefine part of the Texas Family Code Subchapter 5. And this is a LGBTQ plus issue. It's the definition of spouse. Veterans, sorry, now we're in veterans. Making June 12th a Women's Veterans Day. Now we're on voting rights. Encourage Black men to be involved in the Democratic Party. Initiative and referendum for the state of Texas. We already passed this one. Resolution regarding notification of elections. And then the last one is voter education. And I think I've looked at all of these before from, I don't think there's a big issue with any of them. And if I have any.
The only amendment I'm going to suggest is that we write against succession as the title.
All right, that's clerical.
I second that.
Yeah, we don't need a second. It's clerical. We're good.
Secession.
Session, sorry.
It's secession.
Is it spelled wrong?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, that's wrong. Secession.
Secession. That's
all right. Let's
Okay, we have hands raised.
I can't see the hands raised, but let me see this. I think it's spelled correctly.
I think it is.
Yep, it's spelled correctly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me stop sharing. You have Rosalie Weisfeld and Arshia after that.
Okay. Rosalie?
No, I'm still with my hand up from before when I wanted to ask that, because I wanted to bring up some resolutions. I was waiting since before, but we over to this.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Arshia?
I'm in support of passing all these resolutions unanimously or in bulk. However, I'd like to review the ones about gun rights. Specifically, I think that's a major aspect of our party stance as Democrats both nationwide and in Texas. And I think without reviewing that and without being cautious of what we're specifically stating as part of our party stance to the whole of Texas, it may be politically and strategically not the best idea to take a vote on that fully without having reviewed that together.
Can I say something to this?
Yes.
All of the resolutions that are still there were basically merged into the one that we already passed. All of these have different parts of it, but the one that we already passed on the second sheet encompasses all of these that are still here.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized just to ask a question?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So if that's the case, my question would be, are there any of these that are here that also did get merged into those? Because if that's the case, if they're merged, I would say we don't pass those. We pass the perfected version only for recommendation. So I'd be curious if there's any others other than the guns ones.
That was just the gun ones. The others we checked specifically as we went through.
Got it. So yes, then I'd recommend that since you guys have already merged these, we've already essentially taken care of these, and that I'd recommend that that's not part of the package. Then
I withdraw the gun ones if that's the case.
Think that
could you
against
just give us a
secession-
quick link to the gun one we did pass? Can we just look at
you-
that one?
You want to show it?
Yeah, just to make sure we're not leaving anything important out. Because I don't, was that passed on Friday?
No,
It's line 3 on the second sheet.
Yeah, let me go ahead and screen share it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
Okay, so
that seems
I'll go slowly over the whereases. So again, we're on row 3 of the second tab, which is essentially the merged version of all the gun ones that are on the first tab. Okay.
Does it have the open carry? I don't. Let's see. I don't know if it has gun buyback programs.
So it looks like 7. Looks like there's multiple guns ones. So go ahead and look at 7. But this is specifically about group homes.
The common sense gun law on line 3 encompasses the best parts of all of the others.
Okay, so then in that case, can we just like not pass the other ones that are in the first sheet since this has already been passed?
So what you're saying is you would like David's motion to basically include all the ones that are here. There are 2 that have passed, but other than that, don't include foreign policy like his original one said, and don't include guns. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just. Are all of those in that? I didn't see all of them in the ones we passed.
I think regardless of that I think Arshia, if we were to pass any of these individually, other than the ones that we've already passed that have been merged, I think Arshia would still like to discuss and go over those.
Yeah, it's just as a time-saving measure though, because like if we've already passed it, there's no reason to review the other old ones and then pass them if they're the same as the one that's been merged together. But if there are new things that haven't been merged and that haven't been discussed, and we still do want to pass everything, then I think it would be wise to review all of the gun resolutions to make sure that it's sound policy in Texas.
I don't see the open carry repeal in the ones that passed. Maybe I'm missing it.
Open carry wasn't in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
So I see the 21 raise the minimum age for gun purchase to 21.
Does it have high magazine munitions, high capacity?
High capacity, and I don't see the. I don't think I see the gun buybacks. And safe storage.
Point of order, aren't we just discussing, aren't we talking about whether to include everything in bulk? And if we exclude guns, we'll just take it up later. But just the ones we think we pass all together in bulk. So if we would want to remove the guns if we think there's an issue with it, pass all the other things bulk and then come back to the guns.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so amend guns and foreign policy excluded, pass everything else.
Correct.
Does someone want to second that?
Second.
Okay. That'll make our list a lot shorter.
Is there any objection to that?
No objection. For me, anyway.
Okay, seeing none, motion carries.
All right, just give me a second to administratively mark all the right stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, would y'all mind if we just do the four gun ones, and then go to the foreign policy?
Let's try and do those. I think we
Yeah.
can drop the legal age to purchase at 21 is in the other one. So I suggest dropping that.
Should I read the resolves?
Yes, please.
There's two hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. I see. GK.
Okay, I was going to suggest that we vote on 2129, but if we want to discuss the others, that's fine with me. 2129 or row 68
Open
is
carry.
specifically repealing the open carry, so we need to do that because it wasn't in the merged one.
Thank you, Judy. And then we have Rosalie.
It's still, we've finished a lot of things and we haven't called on me yet because we keep jumping to other resolutions. And so I kept my hand up. So you don't forget me.
Which resolution were you wanting to speak on, ma'am?
Well, not this one. And so we're already in a mode and have a motion to vote on this. So I don't want to interrupt that process, please.
Which is the next one, so that way we'll know which is the next one which is the one you were talking about.
I would like to discuss 2118-10 and 21-19-10. They're the same wording. And, and 20 lines 57 and 58, and then lines 59 and 60, 2120-10 and 2121-10. They're almost the same. And
Support policy.
That's
I would like to ask for I feel bad talking about this since we were talking about guns, but to ask for a roll call vote, both of them. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. We'll get back to that one. Okay, thank you. Okay, Marco, I think you were on the gun one.
Okay, so skipping 2522, reading 2523, that the state of Texas and the federal government shall enact laws to curb gun violence, such as an assault rifle ban, gun buyback program, safe storage laws, red flag laws, limits on ammunition purchase, higher taxes on firearm and ammunition, raising the minimum age to buy firearms to 21, and instituting training and licensing program in order to purchase gun. That the federal government shall repeal the Dickey Amendment that prohibits the CDC from studying gun violence and shall henceforth fund such studies. All right, next one is line 63. Automatic weapons, semi-automatic weapons, and high-capacity magazine munition control, 2524. The open carry law be canceled and automatic, semi-automatic weapons and high-capacity magazine munitions be denied to ordinary citizens. Line 68, 2129, repeal HB 1927, open carry. Now therefore be it resolved with the increasing number of gun-related deaths, more harsh penalties be strictly adjudicated against the plaintiff if found guilty in the courtroom. Wow, that's crappy resolved. Those are the three, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
The second and third one, I don't think those are covered by the. I think only the 21 years of age one is covered by the resolution we already passed, as far as I can tell.
I move for the passage of 2523.
Okay, do
Second.
we have a second? We have a second.
I object.
Okay, so we have, who objected?
I did.
Okay.
There's nothing objective. It's just I moved it, and there should be a second, and then the discussion or call for. So there's no objection at this point. It's just a motion.
Yeah. So we're basically we're on 25, 23.
25, 23. And so what is the discussion? Let's hear the discussion.
Oh, so for 25, 23, that's the one we were discussing last week that we scheduled to push out to this week to discuss further. And that's about the ban on assault rifles. I think it sounds good as a Democratic priority to have less guns on the streets, but I don't think that's going to go over well with a lot of folks in our own party. We are only a few state delegates. So a lot of our party does own guns. A lot of them do own assault rifles. And a lot of them work in politics with assault rifles. And there are Democrats. Texas Democrats are a lot different than other Democrats around the nation. We do own guns, and it is a large part of Texas society overall. So I don't think banning guns will roll over well with our own party or with anyone else in Texas overall. And we saw that happen with Beto O'Rourke as well on the national level. Just saying we're going to ban rifles does not work out well politically. I think there's measures that can be taken very well, as has been written out by the committee yesterday and by other folks, to bring in better measures to restrict the way that these guns are used and these guns are acquired and made available to ordinary citizens. But I don't think that just strictly banning assault rifles will do anything really good and will kind of come off as going against the Second Amendment overall. I don't think that would be a very good idea to do in an election year. So on that point, but for then 25, 24, also,
We're not,
that's
point of order. We're not discussing 25, 24.
Okay.
I think we were just on the one. Okay, I have Phil. Phil?
Okay, I'm unmuted now, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say 2123 appears to be pretty much covered by the one that we passed previously. And so I think it might be just a little bit redundant to have it in there as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Christy?
Number one, under the therefore be it resolved on 2525 line 3 of the proposed committee substitute, ban on the sale of semi-automatic rifle to unlicensed individuals. Unlicensed meaning a special license for whatever. And
We're
we
talking
added
about 25, 23 though.
I understand that, but it's already covered is what I'm saying. We added material in this specifically stating information about the assault rifle ban that we already had in this country from 1994 to 2004. That's why we put it all together in one, so that nitpicking stuff wouldn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
I just want to say I come from an old ranching family, and we don't, a hunting family. We own lots of guns, but we don't own assault rifles. There's no need for assault weapons. They're made for the military to kill people. So I don't think there's a problem with banning them at all. We're not banning all rifles or guns. I would be totally against that. But banning assault weapons, that's what these mass shootings are all about, or these assault weapons, and how easy it is for people to obtain them and then go on a killing spree. So I don't think there's a problem with that at all. I mean, the only reason I support this passage of this is there are some areas that are covered in this that aren't covered in 2525. That's it.
Thank you. Christy?
Sorry, my hand just hasn't gone down yet.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then I have Judy Kay.
Yes. In one of the whereas clauses of the one that we passed, the merge gun, anti-gun ones, the Senate Judiciary Committee report showed that after the assault rifle ban went out of effect in 2004, mass shootings went up 183%. That's data, people. That's not how you feel or what your vibe is. We know that assault weapon ban helped stop mass shootings. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
I was just going to say there are some things in this one that aren't in the other one, including red flag laws. It's probably a little repetitive on some of the points, but we should definitely be supporting red flag laws that have been shown to be very effective. Let's pass this and move on, please.
Okay, Arshia?
Oh, Madam Chair, can I be recognized before Arshia goes the second time?
Okay, yes.
Just to be clear, we're on what number? 2523 or 2524?
23.
2523. Yeah, I mean, this is the one we're talking about. I mean, just generally, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, put out my resume, but you know, I'm a two-time combat veteran. You know, I carried weapons of war, you know, automatic rifles. You know, I'm very familiar with assault weapons. I just, you know, paratrooper Arabic linguist. You know, my MOS in the military was psychological operations. I went to Baghdad twice. I'm very familiar with these type of weapons. These are weapons of war. I know that it was mentioned both in this meeting and another meeting that this somehow anti-Second Amendment. I mean, it's the assault weapons ban in the 90s was completely constitutional. Banning high capacity magazines, completely constitutional. In fact, you know, polls say that, you know, that large numbers of people are in favor of these types of things. You know, if we need our shotguns, if we need our handguns, groovy, but, you know, these killing machines that just turn, you know, little baby kids in Uvalde to hamburger meat should be banned. So, yeah, that's I think the point of view that if you asked a staff position, we would be pretty unanimous over here at the party. Thank you.
So you're in favor.
Okay, thank you. Judith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representing the 23rd Congressional District, born and raised in Uvalde, Robb School is my home area. Absolutely for a ban of the assault weapons. And I hope that we can stay strong, Uvalde strong, in coming together as a state. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have David once again. Oh,
No. I spoke. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Let me see here. Ahmad?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'm just wondering, how many massacres do we need to have before we ban assault rifles? We have had so many of them, especially in schools. Here in north of here in Collin County last year in a shopping center. What is it going to take to ban assault rifle? It is time. We had a ban back in the 90s and it worked real well. It's time to ban assault rifles right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Julio?
Hi, I just wanted to say that I fully support safe and responsible gun ownership. I also fully support like the need for mental health needs, etc. I will say that as a private individual, if I was like a government that was unbridled or unheld back, like we would have under like another Donald Trump presidency, I can imagine the need for we, the people, to defend ourselves. So I'll say that I fully support, you know, safe, responsible gun ownership. obviously all the things that we agree on, common sense gun laws, mental health care is healthcare, and healthcare is a right. I fully support all of that. I will say that I would worry under a fascist government, we the people being able to defend ourselves. So I just wanted to put that in the record. Just want to say that.
Okay, thank you. Rosalie?
Thank you. This is just very, in column, in the whereas clause 1, there's an I missing after the word is a major factor in gun violence. You just need to add an I there to make it to spell correctly. And then I wanted to say that in this resolution, more importantly, I think a very important clause is giving local municipalities an opportunity to enact gun control ordinances, because in some communities, such as has been mentioned here in Texas, there are a lot of people who live in ranches and out on big farms, and they have a need for guns, and it's more of a accepted culture, but we definitely need to protect our children. And I agree that the gun violence is a national epidemic and a threat to public safety. And so I would urge acceptance on both 2523 and 2524. Thank you.
Okay. Shaman?
Yeah, I think, we are getting into far afield of the actual resolutions. I think it's time to just have the vote, because we've covered all of this ground, and the thing and whatnot. These are not things relevant to the resolution that we're supposed to be reviewing.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've already had a pass from everybody at least once at this time. Marco, we already had a motion, second, discussion. So we can call it for a vote?
Yes, ma'am. You want to take a voice vote?
Yes, at this time. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye or nay?
The ayes have it. The yeses have it.
So I do believe, since I've read 2524, if we want to go to that one, I do want to. Oh wait, I do want to caution members. Just 2129 was super poorly written. Even though I think we should have an open carry one. I don't know if there's. I don't know if we should take the time to salvage it. It's really, I don't know. Yeah. 2524 though.
Okay, so back up to 2524.
Move passage.
I second.
Wait.
Objection.
Hold on, I need clarification. Are we on 2524 or you're on 2129?
2524.
Okay. Okay, so not the open carry. All right, 2524. At this time, do we have a motion for approval?
Yeah, I already moved.
Motion for discussion.
I second it.
Second. Okay. Okay, now discussion.
Oh, if you want to ask for unanimous consent first, Madam Chair.
That's fine. Unanimous consent?
So
Aye.
moved.
Is there?
Aye.
Yes.
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 Wait. So she just asked, is there any objection? So
Is there any
someone has-
objections?
Okay, what are we consenting or objecting to right now?
24, row 63.
Okay, is that a vote or is that to discuss?
No, is that a vote?
That's
Is there
a
any
vote.
objection?
So the chair asked, is there any objection to approving this one? Because someone had made a motion and it was
Motion.
seconded. So we're right
Okay,
now.
I object to approving it.
Okay. So now we
Okay,
move
and-
to, what is your
Now we
objection?
vote.
Okay. No, we need to discuss.
We have to
Okay,
discuss.
so we need to take common sense gun regulation and our Constitution into perspective together. I know everyone here is a strong Democrat. Everyone cares about gun regulation and keeping our community safe, as I do too. And in the last one, we were talking about how many massacres does it take to ban assault rifles, right? This is kind of going on the same thing of that. It's not really about banning stuff. Banning stuff doesn't help. I know Clinton did that. It had a reduction of mass killings, but it also goes against the point that we need a well-armed citizenry to combat a tyrannical government, which we're seeing is a possibility. Trump is up around like 5% over Biden. He's most likely going to win. There is a high possibility of a civil war. Okay, so not saying that it's going to happen, but we need to think about the future and our party's stance about that. We can't be saying we should ban all automatic, semi-automatic firearms. And semi-automatic, you also have to take that into consideration that a semi-automatic firearm is basically a firearm now, unless you want to go back to flintlocks and muskets and sniper rifles. Or like Mosin Nagants, very old-fashioned sniper rifles and revolvers, or maybe not even revolvers, just the very basic primitive firearms is what is going to be allowed under 2524, because it's saying a ban on all automatic and semi-automatic firearms. Semi-automatics are mostly all pistols, right? Along with all rifles that are semi-automatic. So before we approve these things, we have to read into what it actually means and what that shows that our party is in favor of. Because right now we're just saying we're pretty much banning everything. So that's my objection. That does not look good in a common sense standpoint. It also doesn't look good as a party standpoint.
Christy?
We've all discussed this. We've all had our opinions. It's time to.
Thank you.
Well, we haven't discussed it though. We discussed
Wait, hey,
25.
You've discussed it
Arsha.
several times. It's time to vote.
Yeah. The chair didn't recognize Arsha. He recognized Christy. She finished. She can recognize the next person.
The next person I see is David.
Just very quickly, I support the resolution, and it has the open carry that in it, so I think we can probably skip the poorly written open carry one. But I would like offer just a small amendment to the resolved. It says the open carry law be canceled. Can we make it the open carry and the campus carry?
I accept that.
Those were passed at the same time, and those of us on campuses are deeply concerned about campus carry. And I'd like to not have guns in my classroom. So
I've added that language. There was a motion and a second. So Madam Chair, there's any way you can ask for unanimous consent for that addition?
Can we have a unanimous consent for that addition?
Yes.
Wait,
Aye.
you don't have to say anything. You just have to object.
Any objections? Okay, thank you.
All right, so now we're back to the amended version.
Can we change cancel to repealed, by the way? Just as
sure, that's clerical.
Canceled is not the right word. So
yeah, that's clerical. We don't have to vote on that. Okay, done. Judy K has her hand raised, Madam Chair.
Yes, Judy.
You need to unmute Judy K.
Judy.
Point of personal privilege. My father is one of the first people trained as a health physicist by Richard Feynman. When our neighbors in South Carolina built fallout shelters, he told them the most important thing to have in their fallout shelter was a shotgun and plenty of shells. And they said, oh, to kill our neighbors. And my dad says, no, to kill your family and then yourself when they have radiation sickness. Anyone in this group who thinks that their assault rifle is going, if we have a civil war, some of the military will be on Trump's side. They may be the people at Minot. The people at Minot are in charge of ICBMs. Your assault rifle will not protect you from an ICBM. It will not protect you from a small pocket bomb. I'm all for being able to resist a tyrannical government, but when the tyrannical government has nuclear weapons, your assault, even your tanks, are not going to help. Thank you. And my dad is a strict Christian and a fundamentalist, and for him to advocate killing the family and then yourself is very, very unusual. Thank you.
Okay. I'm having a hard time reading now. Arshima, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I understand all of the considerations here, and I know a lot of us are justly angry at the fact that we don't have good gun laws. I myself am the political director of an organization called Students for Campus Carry Choice, which is trying to limit the amount of guns on campuses, try to repeal that 2016 open campus carry law with or concealed campus carry law. Okay, so I'm very much understanding of the issues of gun laws, campus carry, and all of the gun laws in our state. The difference is that we're not going to be facing nuclear bombs. That's not a credible threat. You don't nuclear bomb your own country. And we don't need to be getting into theoreticals. We're talking about our party stance right now. We don't know what's going to happen next year. But right now, declaring that we want to ban semi-automatic guns, we've gone past automatic rifles because you guys already passed that a few minutes ago. Now we're going to automatic and semi-automatic firearms of all types, not just rifles. That doesn't make sense. That goes against basically all modern firearms. What other firearms are there? There's either single shot, which is a sniper rifle from the 40s and before, or pistols from the 40s and before, or semi-automatic weapons, which are normal modern pistols and modern rifles. Okay, so that is what you guys are opposing. That's the core of all firearms. Okay, and that goes against what our regular citizens already have, and pretty much what like 99% of Democrats who own guns have, right? I don't think there's any Democrats that own a flintlock pistol and are going to be happily in agreement with this. This just does not make sense at the root of it. It doesn't work.
Christy?
Again, we are repeating ourselves. You have an opinion, everybody else has an opinion. It is time to vote.
Yes, it is time to vote. There's no one else with their hands raised. So at this time, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Those that are opposed?
Aye.
The yes have it.
Okay, Madam Chair, so I think based on what we were just talking about, sorry, let me go ahead and screen share.
Move
All
to
right,
table.
I
the
think we're
2129.
so we're skipping this 2129 because if that's okay with everybody, because I think David Albert pointed out that also open carry is in the previous one, and this one's poorly written.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then I think maybe starting on the foreign policy where Rosalie was recommending would be good. Which is let's see here. There's a couple of duplicate ones. Let me figure that out. So Rosalie, correct me if I'm wrong. You were wanting to look at row 57 and 58 because they're similar, as well as
Yes.
59 and 60 because they're similar.
Yes, and I move passage of one of either 20, let's start with 2118 and 2119.
Okay.
It's-
So at this point, Rosalie's moved to move passage of a merge version or one of 2118-10 and 2119-10.
Do we have a second? Okay, so
sorry,
we
did-
have
sorry,
her
did I
motion.
make
Do we have a second?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
What is the motion? Are we voting on this right now?
No,
Yes. Oh,
it's
well,
the motion is to, I mean, let's just, can we just focus on one? I feel like they're like literally.
I think they're identical.
Okay.
They appear
so
to
let's-
be identical or nearly so.
All right, so let's look at 21119. We're in discussion. I can read the resolved.
Sorry, Marco, which row?
We are on row 58. 58 2119-0, or sorry, dash 10, excuse me.
I just point of information. I think 2113-10, 2114-10 are the exactly same ones too. When you look at the now, therefore it would be resolved. It looks like it's the same, except that it's all consolidated under one column.
So, oh, you know what? You're totally right. So I think it might be, okay, so you're saying it's row 53 and 54?
Yes, 54 and 55.
And 55. Okay, yes. Rosalie, so I think based on what even though the title's different, let me just double check.
Just point of information, or just want to make a comment? I'm not sure.
Okay, go ahead, Julio.
Right now you have row 53 highlighted. That one is very different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
So
want
I
to make
think
sure.
54. So Rosalie, I think
54 is completely different. That's about the Indigenous Peoples Caucus. That doesn't have anything to do with, and so is,
no. Row 54 on tab 1. It's 2113-10. This one actually looks like a more properly formatted.
no.
It's the one before Indigenous people. You're looking at row 55. I'm looking at 54.
No, I'm
Marco,
looking at
I
54.
think all of these are the resolution that
There
was
is a
passed by
wrong,
SDEC.
54 and 55 have the wrong title. They have the wrong title of, that doesn't, 54, 55, 56 have the wrong titles. They're not asking for a resolution in support of Palestinian. Oh, this is different. Their resolution in support of Palestinian liberation and the call for an immediate ceasefire. That's very different from.
Oh, okay. So you are 100%
18 and
correct.
219.
Something happened wrong with the titling in these. So I think definitely 54's language is probably the title from 58 because it has the exact same language. So I'm going to clerically retitle the line 54. Now, based on the motion that you just had to take up
219.
2119, that one's poorly formatted and 54 has the correct formatting. So watch, look at the therefore be it resolved. See how it has number 1 is the same number 1 as in the resolved of 2119. It's because it's properly formatted. Whoever copy pasted the other one was wrong, and the issue with 54 is it was just titled incorrectly. So this is
what I'm looking at, it says that in line 54, it says the Indigenous Peoples Caucus serves to represent the needs and priorities of Native Americans, American Indians, and the indigenous people living in Texas in our government and society.
That's
Okay.
55.
So, but the
Mhm. And then it goes on to say about the Native Americans.
That's 55. That's a different resolution.
No, 55 and 54 are exactly the same.
The first whereas and the second whereas clause talks about I think that this is a prequel to why they're supporting the resolution the now being resolved. It really, you could take those the first two out for the Democratic Party. It would be the same.
No, it's not. I mean, they're talking about Americans have been subjected to centuries of violence, and then they start talking about Palestinians. And that is actually the United States is, I don't even understand this. Palestinians have been living in an apartheid state.
I think it was the first two
Colony.
clauses
Israel
were
is not a settler colony. Israel's
Yeah.
the one that we have written 2018 and 2019 are very similar to what was passed by the Texas.
I think 18 and 19 are the SDEC version. The 15.1, I think that's the SDEC one, or very close version. You're right.
Yeah, 2018 and 2019.
okay, so I think I know where the confusion lies now. So I think I was wrong. I think whoever wrote this support in this one that has the indigenous people's language used the SDC one as a starting point, and so that's why there's similar language in there. So I think you're 100% right, Rosalie. We should be working on 2119-10.
Yeah, and I mean they're talking about
Yeah. We don't have to talk about
international law forbids the intentional targeting of civilians. Well, if that's the case, why did Hamas and the peoples from Gaza attack Israel and the peaceful a music festival? And I mean, we're talking about here about
Rosalie, just can you hold on just for a second? So sure. We're not talking about that other one. We're on the one that you made the motion, which is on row 58. It's 2119-10. Someone's seconded it, and we're on discussion on it at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, you have a David Fisher with their hand up.
Yes, David.
Oh, was I?
Yes, David.
It's the other David.
Yes, David Fisher.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up if I had it up. I didn't know I even had it up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. All right, Marco. So now we.
Madam Chair, can you recognize the staff?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I would encourage. Worked a lot of hours on this, in committee, and through prior meetings to facilitate the construction of this resolution. It literally passed the committee unanimously, as well as the SEC unanimously. So if the members here for some reason want to vote against it, I really I think myself and staff have a huge problem with that because of all the hours put to putting a consensus one that went through many votes for and against, votes failed, lots of work, probably as many hours as this committee has worked or nearly the permanent committee to constructing this. So I would heavily encourage members to pass this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. David?
And I will add that the SDECA resolution came to Travis County Democratic Party, which passed it with about 90% of the precinct chair supporting it after a lot of discussion. And went back and forth on a whole bunch of different resolutions, but ultimately accepted the one that SDEC had already passed. This is a fairly balanced and fair resolution. And I think this one, I move passage. I think I already did. So.
Okay, thank you. Phil?
I'm just a little confused, lost sight of which specific resolution we're talking about, because we were bouncing around all over.
2119-10,
2190.
line 58.
Yeah, 58.
Okay.
The formatting
All right,
is bad. That has to be cleaned up, but Marco can do that.
Okay, so we've had a motion, we've had discussion. So now we call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for passing with this one with the two-state language that I was trying to get in the other resolution.
All right, Madam Chair, I think the next one that Rosalie was trying to get was the 21-2010 and 21-2110.
Actually, Marco, it's 2120 and 2121, lines 59 and lines 60.
Yeah, if I misspoke, that what you just said was the ones I was trying to mention. I think they literally look the same. If we can just go with the 2120.
What row are we on? Excuse me.
We are on 59.
Okay.
Under clause 4, I don't think they're the same.
Okay, do we need to do some sort of
Maybe they are. Maybe they're just formatted different.
What?
Are they the same?
Clause 4 was just passed in the previous resolution we had.
Oh.
I
Okay,
think
so
it might be a
clause
mistake.
is a repetition of
the previous expression
previous
sorrow.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
So
it must be a
they
mistake.
added the sorrow and the casual and the
Yeah, it looks like they took some language from the SDC one. But
yeah,
you know, that
but they added more
pieces,
language
but they
about
added, yeah, it's
immense
a completely different
sorrow
copy.
and such.
Okay, so for 2120, could we pass through unanimous consent?
Yeah, I was
To
actually,
discuss.
and I'm okay with that.
I would like to discuss it.
Same.
I second that. Second discussion.
Okay, let's see. Who was the first one that would like to discuss? I didn't see any hand raised.
I'd like someone to read it.
Okay.
I do not remember seeing this resolution.
Yeah,
No, I don't either. I don't either. I actually, I'm looking at this and I may have said the wrong number because this is not the resolution that I thought it was. No, this isn't the right one. Maybe it's the wrong number that I said.
Let me.
Marco, would you like to read?
So this one's written by Paul Colbert. and then the sister version is written by your son, Rosalie. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I don't think it was that one. I think it was the one that Jonathan wrote, 2121. You know what? They look so much like alike, but they're not. They're not alike at all, right?
Just looking at clause 2, what proof does the person who wrote this that this is what says in Hamas Charter? Can we get a copy off of it?
You know what? This was not, I think I want to remove my motion to pass this. This is not going to help us in any, I think the first one was very balanced, and I'm going to withdraw my motion to pass these two on. I don't think I think the other one was much more balanced.
And the other one being the SDC one, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, 2119.
So I think Rosalie's made a motion to withdraw her amendments, but the amendment belongs to the body. So if there's unanimous consent to that, Madam Chair, then it'd be okay to do that.
Okay, do we have unanimous consent? Is there any objection?
What is the unanimous consent for?
It's to Rosalie's withdrawing her amendment of 2120.
Yeah, or 2121. I think that the one that we already passed, 2119, was balanced. Yes. And I think that both of these resolutions are, I don't think we need to pursue them.
Yeah, I don't think it's an amendment, Marco. I think just a matter of withdrawing, asking for approving.
So the amendment belongs to the body. So Rosalie's wanting to remove it. So the sorry, not the body, but the committee. So the committee just has to approve by unanimous consent to withdraw it from the
consideration.
Consideration. There we go.
From consideration, is that what I'm asking for? That 21 and 2121 we drop.
Right. Exactly. So basically, the chair just asked for unanimous consent to essentially drop this one, and so that's where we are right now.
Right.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to that?
No.
Okay, hearing none, it is dropped.
Okay, so
I make a motion to table the remaining foreign policy resolutions.
So that would not be in order. There's no tabling.
Then that we don't adopt any of them, or
yeah,
and close out.
Yeah. So that what you just said is not to adopt the remaining foreign policy ones.
Second it.
Point of information. I just wanted to see which ones are left. I didn't really know which ones are left. I don't know if that's possible.
Do you mind if I do that real quick?
Share screen.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I get confused when I'm not sharing the screen anymore.
4 to 57.
So basically, the ones that essentially weren't that David's suggesting that we don't work on, and so there will be no recommendation, would be lines from line 24 through 57, and then in addition to the ones that we were just having that Rosalie withdrew, which was lines 59 and 60. So again,
this includes all the Indigenous Peoples Caucus stuff that people were objecting to, and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So it's 24.
Thank you.
All the way to 57.
Appreciate it. You too.
and then 59 and 60.
And point of information, at any point tonight, did we pass something regarding, oh, sorry, am I supposed to wait for someone to say you're recognized? Sorry about that point of information.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julio.
Okay. Have we passed anything talking about, what is it called? There's a word, conditioning military aid. Have we talked at any point?
That was in the one that we already passed.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Military aid in that.
I accept that or second it, whatever I need to do.
And then we have two hand raised.
Yeah.
Arshia?
Okay, so are we voting right now for just not taking up any of the other resolutions?
Yeah, and specifically it's
okay,
from
so 24 to 57.
24 to
And then the
57,
other
as
two.
well as the ones we were just talking about, which was 59 and 60. So essentially, we would be done completely after this. That is correct.
Okay. Okay, can I discuss this point right now, or should I put a motion for discussion on this?
Let's have most for discussion.
Yeah,
We're in discussion.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if you objected, there's discussion.
All right. So my objection is basically that I know that a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into creating these other like 25-ish or more, like 30-ish resolutions. And I think we can be quick with them. I don't think there's too many that are controversial right now. But I think we do need to look into all of them, review them, and come to a decision on them, because that is the whole point of this committee, to review these resolutions and come up with our recommendations of which ones should be passed. So I think we should be honoring both people's work from across Texas in creating these resolutions, and also our own positions being elected to take on this responsibility to finish this out, even if that means that we do have to go for some more time tonight to finish that out.
Okay, the next person I have with their hand raised, Marco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak from a staff perspective. I would disagree with exactly how Arshia phrased what he just phrased, which is that these are things that pass, and so we should all talk about them. The reason being is these were clerically grouped together because they all have similar subjects. So if you were to look at these individually, some of them, they did not pass 10 Senate congressional district county conventions. The idea, though, is that if you get all of them together, even though if they're, because there's some resolutions that are literally sister resolutions. So, for instance, the sister resolutions example is the one where there were 15 versions and there was a merge version, and we spent a good hour and a half on it. There's that one. Those are sister resolutions. However, a lot of these other resolutions have similar wording. I mean, just like like the gun stuff, right? Or the reproductive freedom stuff that under healthcare. And so even though they're not worded exactly, there's some of the same similar language in there. And so I think for me, I think it's important to speak a little bit clearer and with one voice. And by having, this resolution that the committee clearly favored regarding Palestine and Gaza, and then also you have this other one that talks about two-state solution, that talks about October 7th and everything, the one that passed the SCC, that passed unanimously, that has a lot of that language. You've already have the best of everything in those already. By looking at these additional ones, which on their own, and I can't I'm gonna be honest. If you try to, get me to like figure out which ones exactly passed, how many Senate districts and everything, if some would have gone to temporary or not, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you very easily tonight, but I could work on it. We've already done the work to get all the similar resolutions. We picked the cream of the crop. And I think it's important we speak with one voice. We essentially have passed the ones that have passed the most CDs generally. So I would recommend that the committee speak much more clear with fewer resolutions on this point. And also there are some inherent problems in some of these that are passed, particularly the one that I think I spoke about at the last committee meeting, that is written like as if it's not from the Democratic Party, it's from a specific caucus. And it has some, I don't know, it feels very inappropriate for passing as a body. So for all of those reasons, I would highly encourage members to let's vote, get out of here, and we pass some good resolutions that have a decent majority, a support here or unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Next I have Anne.
I agree with what Marco said. If we basically the stuff that we wanted to get passed, like regarding the two-state solution, that wording was in the one that Rosalie requested and that we approved. And then the one that we argued about for like about 2 hours earlier, that one was regarding the anti-BDS laws. So all the other stuff is just extra stuff, just going into more detail. The Indigenous Peoples Caucus is going into detail about the loss of lives, of how many Palestinians were killed. And it's really just a mixture of the two that we've already approved. So I don't really see a point in going through these policies because we're just going to be going back in circles and we're just going to be arguing more. So, yeah.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you. Julio?
A point of information, I just have 2 questions. One, at some point last Friday, I thought we mentioned there was a deadline of midnight. I don't know if that's correct.
No, that's not
Okay.
correct.
Okay. And then did we have another meeting set up for this upcoming Saturday for resolutions?
Oh,
Or is
hell
that
no.
a placeholder? Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time now, Marco, we can take it to a vote, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Will you repeat the question though? Sorry. The
Yeah.
motion.
So to clarify, what we're about to take a vote on is to essentially not recommend, to have no recommendation for all of the further amendments that we have not discussed today. So that's the amendments from the items from line 24 through 57, as well as 59 and 60, the rows. That's so a yes vote essentially would say that we're going to have no recommendation on those, meaning that they'll get on consent, but once consent calendars pass, they're not going to be passed. And then a no vote would still have us to be able to pick up any remaining resolutions. Yes.
Sorry, you say they're going to go on consent, or they're not going to go on consent?
Point of information.
So, Madam Chair, do you mind if I answer that first question? So the way that resolutions work is you can't kill them in committee.
Okay.
And that's per our parliamentary authority. Obviously, we could change our rules, and that's why legislative bodies at the beginning of their term adopt rules that make it so to where they can quote unquote kill things in committee. You guys don't have that permission. Also this, the way that this state Democratic Executive Committee doesn't have that power. So what you have to do is you have to say something to the convention. So all the resolutions that are submitted, when I was explaining this, back 2 meetings ago, is there's 4 categories. There's recommended, there's recommended via a committee substitute, there's no recommendation, and also not recommended. And so all of those are going to go to consent. And then if someone wants to pull something for consent, either the sorry, before I get to that. So if nothing gets pulled from consent, then the ones that are recommended and the ones that have a committee substitute, which inherently is recommended, those are past the convention. Whereas the other 2 categories, the no recommendation and the not recommended, do not pass the convention. So they basically, they truly die there.
And these are going into no recommendation?
The ones that we're talking about, there'd be no recommendation, because essentially you're saying we're not going to do anything with them, which means by default, no recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
I think, Madam Chair, that Imad had a point of information.
Okay.
If,
Go ahead.
Yeah, if this proposal that we pass on all those resolutions, does that mean there is no other resolutions left to be considered?
Yes, sir. So at this point, we would be done with the meeting, and we would there'd be no more business. So we'd have to adjourn.
Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Okay, Christy.
I just want to remind everyone that if there's one that you're specifically interested in, after convention, you can submit it to the SDEC.
Thank you.
One
Arshia?
more.
Yeah.
Okay, in light of this conversation, could I motion to only take up one other resolution or 2 other resolutions? Because I see that in the one that we passed, 2081-10-S, which was the merged one, that calls for a ceasefire for humanity and human rights and everything, and BDS, as well as divesting from Israeli bonds, but it doesn't say anything about military arms support or the U.S. policy of sending more armaments to Israel. And I know there's several resolutions here in this 24 to 57 that do address specifically the cessation of arms shipments and arming Israel, or the suspension of that. So I'm wondering if the committee would be willing to look over one of those resolutions and pass something on those lines, as it isn't addressed in the one that was merged with other ones prior.
I second that motion.
In that case, I also have some that I'd like to bring up, but I would rather stop at this point. I like Christie's point that we can take resolutions up to the SDEC. But if we're going to continue, then I also have others that I would like to address as well and bring up. Thank you. But I won't, if we're going to vote all of them for no recommendation, and I'll continue my support of resolutions and the resolution committee and SDEC. Thank you.
Okay. So Marco, I think now we're at the point to take the vote.
So there was an amendment offered, but I'm my parliamentary sort of knowledge is kind of not great in this particular thing. I'm not sure if an amendment. So David's amendment was to essentially not take up the remaining resolutions. And so we were on that motion.
If it passed, then we would just vote on the remaining ones to be not moved forward.
Yeah. So but Arshia made a motion on top of that, and Imad seconded it.
I don't think he can do that.
I don't think I don't think that's in
That's
order
up
from
to
what
me
I'm.
as the author of the motion.
That doesn't matter. Being the author of,
No?
yeah, so I'm not sure. So one, it doesn't matter about the permission of the author.
Okay. Sorry.
That would occur in with under a different parliamentary authority or rules, and we
Gotcha.
don't have that. But I think that I don't think an amendment to not recommending, I don't think you can do an amendment to take up specific ones. So I don't think that motion is in order, but I'm not 100% certain, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think that we have to, from how I see it is that we have to address the first motion at hand before he can
You
kind of
could offer
topple it.
amendment. Yeah, Chair, you could offer amendments anytime
Thank you.
before the vote.
He could have asked for a friendly amendment.
Point of order, if the amendment needs to say, I'm amended the motion to not recommend all these resolutions to exclude whatever ones he wants to exclude, so that we take it up later, take it up after this vote.
Yeah, you didn't give us any numbers, and that it can't really be a valid amendment without.
Right. So yeah.
We don't know which ones, nobody's given us which ones we're talking about.
Yeah, so you would have to, I mean, David's 100% right, is Archie, if you were to make that amendment, you have to word it very similar to how David worded it, that you want to exclude the non-recommended, those particular ones. And so then that would be an amendment to the motion. That would be proper.
Sure, I can do that. So I make an amendment to exclude resolutions of being not voted on, except for resolution number 2085-10, and if needed, 2112-10, but primarily 2085-10.
Yeah, could you correct your motion to not say the if needed part, if
correct,
to be certain?
Okay, sure, and 2112-10.
And I would like to add 82 and 2107.
You're out of order.
Yeah, just one at a time.
Sorry.
So just to be clear, Arshia, your motion is which ones again? What row number?
2085-10, row 27, and 2112-10, row 53.
27 and then 53. Okay. So Madam Chair, at this point, there would need to be a second to that.
Second.
Is there any way before to add Rosalie's into it? Because it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Before we vote.
No, that's an amendment to an amendment to an amendment.
Yeah. So at this point, it would be proper for Rosalie to make a motion to do that as well.
Okay, I would rather not, because I'm really, really tired, and I trust the SDEC to consider these resolutions. But if we're gonna bring up these two, I feel compelled to make a motion to bring I'm trying to say the number, 2082, line 24. And
point of information.
2107. Thank you.
So
to amend, make a motion to amend the amendment.
So if I may, based on what you just said, that you don't want to do it unless this one doesn't pass, what I would say is wait until this one passes or not, and then offer your amendments.
So I was going to say.
Yeah.
Well, then, you know what? I'll just, if we're going to vote on the amendment, I think it will save time if we just vote on all of these. And then I won't have to make everybody vote again, if that's okay.
Well, if you
And-
will,
and
it's
Mark-
we're gonna
and-
have to, point of order, she would have to vote on hers, and if hers passes, then we vote on, or doesn't pass, we then vote on it, on his, and then we vote. I mean, the best thing to do is just wait for the amendment that was just made, not Rosalie's, the one before that, see if it passes. If it doesn't pass, then Rosalie's issues is resolved,
Yeah,
and we move on.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I think I was trying to explain, and David explained it better.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you, Marco. Okay, then I will wait.
okay, so now, that's the motion on the floor, Madam Chair, to,
So the motion on the floor is only for the two, to exclude the two items and not the four.
correct.
Okay.
I vote against.
Against.
So we're in discussion at this point.
Okay. So now we're out of discussion, Marco. I can call the vote?
Yeah, because no one raised their hand, so yeah, you can call the vote.
Okay. So at this time, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
I know. Nay.
Do you want to take a roll call, Madam Chair? or
We're
do
gonna have
you-
to take a roll call because it's close.
Okay, 1 second.
Are we voting on the amendment or?
We're
The
voting on,
amendment to amend the amendment.
no,
So-
it's, we're not that many levels up. So it's amendment,
No, they're amending my original motion.
amendment 1 to,
Agree.
Member Albert's motion.
So we're voting on 2085
Not reco,
and 2012.
I vote no for that. I
all
want
right, let me finish writing this so you guys can just bear with me. To no recommendation for all further. Sorry, I should screen share while I'm doing this. I apologize. All right. So amendment 1, Imad, you just said the two. Can you say them again?
The number, yes. The first one is 2085-10,
Include 2085-10.
and the second one is 2112-10.
2112.
-10, correct.
Could you repeat what people are voting on to make sure
Yeah.
everybody?
Just I'm almost finished with writing it
Yeah.
down. All further resolutions. Okay, so I'm gonna put it in the chat so it's clear. All right, so what the roll call vote is right now is it's amendment 1 to exclude 2085-10 and 2112-10 to member Albert's motion to have no recommendation for all further resolutions. So a yes vote essentially would have us then go back to member Albert's motion to have no recommendation, would exclude 2085-10 and 2112-10 to exclude those from member Albert's motion, whereas a no vote would go back to member Albert's motion to have no recommendation without further resolutions. So
And then we would go back to voting on the original resolution.
correct.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. So so we're in the roll call vote. Daniel Hayman Waters told me
No.
chat yes. So I'm gonna mark that. I'll go ahead and give members like 30 seconds to go ahead and just mark it themselves. And then based on the members that have not voted, I'll go ahead and call those people off in order. So go ahead and try to vote yourself, yes or no.
You're gonna put the link in the chat?
I can put the link in the chat again. Yes, thank you for that. All right. There it is. So if you guys want to have another 15 seconds to vote, and then I'll start calling it out. Okay,
Could you make somebody's TV mute because it's hard enough for me to concentrate without hearing TV?
I'll mute whoever's, can I mute all? Oh, I can mute all. Bam. There we go. Okay. So now if you need to unmute to vote, go ahead and do that. Vice Chair Middleton Lewis,
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Dustin Stevens. All right, before I go on, I see in the chat from Chrissy Baird voting no from 36. Okay, Dustin
SC1
Stevens.
says yeah.
Dustin Stevens, did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Latasha Okorian.
Sylvia Light, no.
All right. Hold on. Excuse me. Samina Karmali.
Yes.
Linda Proctor. Bob Sheeks. Ross Trevizono.
Yes.
All right. Gene Fiegelson.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Jessica Burnham Hidden. Constance Rivers. Judy Kate Kraft. Sam Black. Diana Bars. Judy Canales. Aftab Siddiqui.
Yes.
Stephen Mannion. Shamin Proctor.
No.
Stephen Zapparoli. And Iftikhar.
Yes.
All right, Madam Chair, the motion passes. It's a 19-8. So now we are on the original motion as amended to have no further recommendations for all resolutions. And then if that's the case, I know that Member Weisfeld had an amendment prepared.
I'm sorry, Marco, but I thought we just voted to have 2 exceptions.
Exactly. So we just amended the original motion, right? So now we're back on the original motion as amended, which is to have the 2 exceptions. Member Weisfeld, before we took that vote, said that she wanted to have some other exceptions only if that vote passed. The vote has passed. So now.
Point of order.
Yes.
I do not think you could make a motion conditional upon another motion.
Okay, I'll make an emotion separate right now that we also exclude line 24. Line 24. This is really not fair, you guys. We're going so late and this is very hard. It's very hard. Okay, I'm trying to say the resolution number is 2082. It's going to take me days to recover. My head hurts. The other one is line 50. No, it's not. It's line 48, number 2107. It's very hard. Also, I think if we're going to exclude, we might as well just exclude all of them and just discuss all of them, because where there were 16 resolutions that we didn't consider, and I think his name was Ash. I don't know him. He's new to me. He's a young man, and he mentioned that we should really be discussing all of them, and there are 16 of them. So maybe we should talk about all of them, but specifically we should exclude 2082 and 2107. Thank you. And actually, can we not take another break, maybe for an hour or two? Just let me close my eyes and sleep for a little bit. Then I'll come back, and then my head will be better, and I can talk better, and I can better address these, because they're very important. And he was also talking about the guns not being good, issues that we passed because so many guns. These are also issues that are going to be very difficult for our congressional and candidates, and Colin Allred, who's our U.S. Senate candidate, because it's very difficult. Okay, I finished talking.
So just to clarify, it's line 24 that you want to exclude from the no recommendation, as well as line 48. So that is 2082-10 and 2107-10.
Yeah, 2107.
2107.
Yeah, but actually I would like to ask for another break, because it is already 12:30 and my head hurts and I'm gonna get sick and I'm tired, and can we just let's go on Saturday, even though it's Shabbos, which terrible that I would break Shabbos, but I think that with all these resolutions, it could take hours and hours, and yeah, I would like to make a motion to take a break, and let's come back to these foreign policy issues on resolutions on the day you said that there was another meeting scheduled, that we didn't have to.
So Rosalie, you've offered one motion. You can't offer another one immediately after. So the motion on the table would be to exclude line 24 and line 48. So at this point, you would need a second.
Okay, I need a second, please. Because I wanted to bring them in together with the other two, but then you said, no, it would be better to wait and see if they passed.
Yeah,
So,
and that's what this motion is right now.
I second Rosalie's motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, we're in discussion.
Point of order.
Oh, Madam Chair, you're on mute. Oh, you were off mute, then now you're on mute again.
Can you unmute her, Malcolm?
I can. I could ask her to unmute. I think she's just having trouble with the thing. Madam Chair, is it okay if I just call on the moderator to see what the point of order is?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Marco. Thank you, Chair. So if you look at the vote we just took, vote number 5, it says it's an amendment so that to member Albert's motion to have no recommendations for all further resolutions. So we voted on his amendment. Now we need to go back and vote on the motion itself.
She's offering
No,
another
that's-
amendment to my original motion to add additional exclusions.
Yeah, so where we are is we're on member Albert's motion as amended. So right now, it's an amended main motion to have no recommendation for all further items except for the two that are accepted. Now, member Weisfeld has added two more that we're basically on amendment 2 at this point. Amendment 2 to member Albert's thing to exclude two others. So those are the ones that are on line lines 24 and lines 48. So 24 is 2082-10 and 2107-10. So that's what we're discussing right now. Amendment 2.
Sorry, 24, and what the other row?
48.
48. Okay. Seeing no other discussion, I don't see any hands raised. Hold on.
Yeah, there's no hand. Oh, wait, Julio Costa.
Just asking. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Julio.
Just asking Marco to share the screen if possible. If it's
Sure.
possible. Thanks.
Okay. So at this time, is there any? Can we call the vote?
Sure. No one has their hands raised, Madam Chair, if you want to call a voice
Okay.
vote.
So at this time, all those in favor?
I would like to call for a vote on the roll call vote. I would like to call a roll call vote, please.
Marco, will you please put up a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. All right. Sorry, let me type this out and just give me a second. I apologize. What in the heck?
So the resolution numbers are 2082 and 2107.
82 and 2107.
Yeah, 2082 and 2107.
All right, and give me a second to screen share. After I screen share, I'll drop the whatchamacallit in the chat, the link, the roll call sheet in the chat.
So that's another amendment.
Yes. So what we're doing a roll call on, we're in a roll call vote, and the amendment is Amendment 2 to exclude 2082-10 and 2107-10 to member Albert's motion to have no recommendation for all further resolutions. So in effect, right now there's an exclusion of 2. This would have an additional effect of making it 4. And I can paste that in the chat. And the link to the roll call sheet is here. So CD 17, Daniel Heben Waters says yes in chat. Let me go ahead and mark that. All right, members. So if you want to have like the next 25 seconds to vote, and then I'll go ahead and call people who have not voted.
That is vote number 7, correct?
It's vote 6. I might have the numbers mixed up a little bit wrong. Let me go and highlight the vote.
Columns O and P.
Columns O and P, and I just colored the row. All right, CD 36, Chrissy Baird votes no. Told me in the chat. All right, Vice Chair Middleton Lewis, yes or no?
No.
Dustin Stevens, yes or no?
No.
Latasha Okorian, yes or no? All right, CD 29, Sherman Proctor. Oh, wait, you're not CD 29. Proctor. Oh, yeah, you are. Sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. Why? Okay. Votes no. Samina Kamali. Karmali.
Votes no.
No. Linda Proctor. Bob Sheeks. Ross Trivizano. Gene Fiegelson.
Yes.
Sylvia Light. Jessica Burnham Hinton. Constance Rivers. Judy K. Kraft.
Hi, no.
Sam Black. Diana Bars. Judy Canales. Aftab Siddiqui.
No.
Stephen Mannion. Stephen Zapparoli. And Iftikhar.
No.
Are there any members that still need to vote? Madam Chair, the motion fails 6-20.
Okay. Those have it.
So we are back on the amended via Amendment 1 version of Member Albert's motion, which is to exclude the two that he mentioned. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to open this up to see. 2085-10 and 2112-10. So that's the motion on the floor.
I motion that we pass both resolutions.
So that's not. I don't think that would be in order, Member Salem, just because we first have to approve of Member Albert's amended motion first to essentially dispose of all the remaining resolutions except the ones that have been excluded. So I'm pretty sure that would not be in order. So I think we're on that motion first.
Okay. So we have that motion. Do we have it seconded?
Second.
It's already been seconded, so now we're just
Okay.
in discussion. If there's no hands raised, I think you can just go to either a voice vote first, or we can do roll call.
Okay, so we're in discussion. I see no hands raised at this time. So all in,
There's a hand raised, Madam Chair.
yes, ma'am. Rosalie.
Yes, I just want to say that I feel as a lifelong Democrat that my party has failed me, and that all of you who have been voting against Israel, who have been voting for Hamas, a terrorist organization, and Gaza are on the blood of the people who were innocent people that were killed, I can't even stand. I don't even know that I can go to convention now. I don't know if I can be a Democrat any
Madam Chair,
longer.
she's out of order.
Yes, out of order, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, as a Jew, as
Out
a
of order.
Jew, you are excluding
End discussion.
and you're going to lose the election. Because of your stance, without having a heart, without having care for all the Jews that were killed. And not just Jews. There were people who were Christians. There were people who were from Thailand, from all over the world.
Okay, Mark,
Losing us. You're going to lose us. And as a lifelong Democrat, I'm not even talking about all the Democrats who, 79% of the people vote Democrat.
Out of order.
And you're
I'm gonna
going to
have to
lose that.
Yeah, Mark, you're going to have to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rosalie. The chair said that you were out of order. So I did have to mute you. Madam Chair, I think we're on the current motion.
Okay, so on the current motion, we were going through discussion, so I had hands raised, Shaman.
Yeah, I think we have already voted on this. We voted on the motion to
No, we have
not.
not.
No, we
We
have
have
not.
not voted on this. We still need a vote on the amended version of member Albert's thing. That's where we are. So we need a vote.
Okay, so
Let's
now
let
all
people-
those, we're gonna call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I favor.
I
All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Right, so Madam
I'm-
Chair, we have two resolutions left for tonight.
Okay.
I make a motion that we adjourn for the evening. This is, it's close to 1 a.m. I think Rosalie's health is being endangered. Tempers are flaring. I don't think we can. I don't think it's fair to continue this to this time late hour. And if we have to reconvene on Friday or Saturday, then I think that's what we need to do. I don't
I
think we
second
should
it.
be discussing these very volatile, important matters in this way. We've lost people, and
Motion to adjourn is not debatable. It's just needs to make a motion, you second it, point of order, and then it's take a vote and it's
Hold
over.
on.
Okay.
That is true.
With 2 resolutions left to go.
Mark, all I can tell you is I don't have a Friday time or a
Yeah,
Saturday time. for you.
Madam Chair, if this adjournment happens, I would recommend you do not call another meeting. Yeah, and then essentially all of these resolutions would die. So if you don't call another meeting, then these would be not recommended at all.
Okay.
So,
So we have a motion to adjourn on the floor.
and it's been seconded. So I think at this point, it's not debatable. We need to take a vote.
I
Okay.
call for a roll call vote.
At this time, we can have a roll call vote.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Adjourn.
I will put that in the chat.
Thank you.
Sorry, sometimes it's always a struggle with Zoom. Oh, chat's over there. All right. Roll call is there. Give me a second to set this up, please. All right. So it's going to be vote 7 on Q, but let me go ahead and hide all of these other ones so it's not confusing. All right. Motion to adjourn. Okay, so right now we're voting on a motion to adjourn. Let me go ahead and share the screen. So yes, would adjourn. The chair is not going to call another meeting, so that means all items will be no recommendation that we haven't discussed. I see there's hands raised. Do you guys need help voting?
I would like to say something.
Yes, ma'am, Christy. Christy, you're being recognized. Somebody unmute Christy.
We spent a lot of time voting on an amendment, and we have 2 resolutions to go. We voted I voted against.
Call to order because we're in the middle of a vote.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, you should sustain that point of order.
Okay.
I just think it's sour grapes that the adjournment was called at all.
I asked for a continued meeting. That's chair's decision, not to call it.
Does anyone need help voting?
Marco, I do. I'm a no.
Yeah.
Can you say who you are?
CD3.
Sorry, I'm not looking.
After, no.
All right, I'm sorry. You know what? Let me go ahead and go in order again, or else I'm not
Okay.
going to be able to do this correctly. Vice Chair Middleton Lewis, vote to adjourn, yes or no?
No.
Latasha Kurian, Samina Karmali,
No.
Linda Proctor, Bob Sheeks, Ross Trevisano,
No.
Gene Fiegelson,
Yes.
Sylvia Light, Jessica Burnham-Pitt, Constance Rivers, Daniel Haben Waters,
No.
Judy K. Kraft,
No.
Sam Black, Diana Bars,
No.
Judy Canales, Aftab Siddiqui,
No.
Stephen Mannion, Shamin Proctor,
Yes.
Stephen Zapparoli, Chrissy Baird,
No.
Ann Iftikhar,
No.
Are there any members that still need a vote?
SD1, no.
SD1. So you have yes. You're changing. That might have been a
What?
mistake. You're running no. Okay, cool.
I haven't answered.
Okay, so I got all the votes in the chat. Madam Chair, the vote to adjourn fails 6-22.
Okay. Okay, great. So now we move on to 2085.
Yes, is that correct? What row is that? I'm sorry.
It was row 27.
Row 27, 2085. Okay. All right, so
I have a motion.
oh, Madam Chair.
Okay, who was that?
Imad,
Yes, sir.
I have a motion. Let me just pull my, sorry. That was, have a motion to adopt resolution 2085-10, which is roll 27, and resolution 2112-10, which is row 53.
Could you,
Second.
would you,
I second that.
would you read all the way, read the resolution all the way through?
Yeah, is it okay if I just do the
Yeah,
resolve?
Marco, if you
But-
can read the results.
Point of clarification, if you look at the whereases on that, they don't match. They're about the Better Builder program.
That's the reason I was wanting the whole thing read.
I don't think we can vote on that resolution. The whereases have nothing to do with the resolved. If we want to go to the other one and deal with that, that's fine, but this one is incoherent.
Which one?
Line
2085.
27.
27.
Okay.
Let me see. I mean, that looks like a Scribner's error, like I messed up somewhere. So
You did.
let me see.
It's about undocumented workers and Better Builder, and then and then the resolve gets into Israeli military aid to Israel. This isn't a political point. It's just
Well, there's probably some clerical error in that, but
Yeah,
the
I mean, if you
title
can-
and the majority
if
of the
if we
resolution
can quickly
is
quickly
correct.
correct
Yeah. So
the error.
what is it? 2085?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this looks like it's wrong from the permanent tab. So let me go to the temporary. Oh, wow, it's wrong here. So this one actually has been wrong since
yeah.
the very, very beginning, like since the county conventions. So I don't know where the correct whereases are. Yeah,
Really can't pass it.
I don't know how to fix
Then
this.
we shouldn't recommend.
Yeah, we should not recommend if it, I mean, this is, the whereases don't match the resolve,
Yeah.
which is, you know, unfortunate.
So,
Yeah, this has been wrong since the county conventions, essentially.
to withdraw your motion.
Okay,
I think the motion, wasn't it the motion was, well, so the motion belongs to the body right now. So I would recommend that the chair ask for unanimous consent to withdraw that amendment so that we can work on the other one, which is on line 53.
Yes. So I asked for unanimous consent to withdraw line 27, resolution 2085-10 to move to 53, resolution 2112-10.
Yes.
SD1 votes yes.
Yes.
Okay, all those,
So no one
In
subjected.
favor.
So now we're on it.
all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I
Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes have it.
All right. So do you want me to read the resolve of this one?
Please.
Well, let me edit this. Texas Democratic. Calls. Okay. That the Texas Democratic Party calls for a reevaluation of U.S. military aid to Israel to ensure alignment with American values, increase promotion, and implement robust oversight to ensure aid does not contribute to human rights violation. That the Texas Democratic Party calls on the U.S. administration, that's singular, calls on the U.S. administration to regularly review the types of weapons sold to Israel, considering their impact on regional stability and human rights, with the aim to avoid providing arms that could escalate conflicts. That the Texas Democratic Party urges.
Oh, let's see what time I get it.
Texas Democratic Party urges the Biden administration to adopt a constructive approach to military aid to Israel and hold Israel accountable for any violations of human rights and humanitarian law, including the cessation and dismantling of illegal settlements, prevention of settler violence against Palestinians, and adherence to obligations under the Fourth Geneva Conventions. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So at this time,
You have two hands for discussion. I think Rosalie was first.
oh, Rosalie, yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if it's in order, but I would like to make a motion to oppose this resolution. To vote down this resolution.
To oppose this resolution, and your reason, ma'am?
Why?
She's basically you're standing up to speak in opposition to. You can't make a motion. It's already a motion to pass it. You have to speak.
There's already a
hold
motion
on.
to pass.
So there's a motion to approve of this resolution.
I think she's objecting.
And then Member Weisfeld now is making a motion to oppose this resolution. I think technically that would be in order, but that's not how we've run this. I mean, essentially you have to jump through that hoop and then go back to being in favor of it. So it technically is a sound motion though.
Well, the reason
Or
I made
just-
this
yeah.
motion, the chair asked me why I made the motion. And that's because, again, you're talking about Israel's response to the invasion by the terrorists, by Hamas, was not has not been addressed. And that's why I wanted to talk about 2082 that failed, because it's talking about Israel's assault on Gaza. It's not Israel's assault on Gaza. Israel is trying to free the hostages, and even the hostages that have died. They would like to have the bodies back. They want the bodies back. And so that's why I think that we should vote down this resolution.
Thank you. Okay, so Marka, do we have any additional hands raised? I can't see. Let's see. David?
Yes, you do.
It was Arshia was next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Arshia.
Thank you. I have a few different points. First of all, whoever's smoke alarm keeps going off, can you please try to mute as often as possible, because that just rings through everyone's ears. Also, I have 2 points. I also want to make an amendment to this after this discussion point. But to Rosalie, with all due respect and with no offense intended, I truly want to urge you to try and do some more research about the conflict, try and educate yourself a little bit more about the conflict. If you just follow the politics of it all, there's been dozens and dozens of hostage exchange and ceasefire treaties drafted up by both the US government, with the CIA director, with Egypt, with the Palestinian authorities, with Hamas, everyone asking Israel to take a ceasefire agreement, take back the hostages, and end the war. And all of them have failed by Israel not taking up any of those agreements, which have been both sponsored by the US as well as other nations and the Palestinians themselves. So it's not an issue of the Netanyahu government wanting to come and get the hostages back. Netanyahu's military itself has also stated that they've changed their military doctrine and that the goal is no longer to get the hostages back. That is no longer a military objective. They threw that out the window several months ago. On top of that, I don't know how much time we have, but this conflict did not start on October 7th. I need everyone to realize that. This conflict did not start on October 7th. And it did not start in 1948. It started, you could possibly say it started around the Sykes-Picot Agreement during the First World War. But this is a multi-complex issue. I know David's hand is raised. He's a professor. He has understanding of these things, perhaps with different counterpoints. But this is not a conflict that started on October 7th. And it's not a conflict that Israel is absolved of any issue from. Israel, since October 8th, has been, since October 8th, has been the main aggressor in this conflict. Since October 8th, there has not been mass Israeli casualties. There has been around 700 Israeli soldiers killed since October 7th, and there has been about 2,000 Israeli soldiers wounded since October 7th. There's been about a death toll of around 10,000 militants, whether they be Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Fatah, whatever else. And there's been around 30 to 40,000 civilian casualties, civilian deaths, men, women, children, especially women and children, although men are also excluded a lot in these statistics. But tons and tons of innocent women and children have been killed in this conflict since October 8th, in the thousands, with very minimal to no Israeli casualties, and certainly no Israeli civilian casualties. Okay, so it's very, very important, especially in a political setting, in the setting of the Texas Democratic Party, in the setting of one of the largest states with one of the largest political futures of our country, to understand the history and the politics and the actual knowledge around this conflict. We can't be going around spearing beheaded babies, which was something that was stated earlier. The 40 beheaded babies claim was taken away. It was researched in depth by several organizations, and no evidence was found of that on the Israeli side. However, just this weekend on Sunday, tons of babies were beheaded by Israel. This is not something that we can just throw under the rug. You can't wash it away no matter what rhetoric you're using. So with all due respect, please do your research before speaking out on this topic with such aggressive understandings. Okay. Thank you. And I do. Amendment.
Members would be minded just because we're trying to run this a little bit more professionally to not direct comments to any one member. Please direct them to the chair. That's
Okay.
not appropriate.
Thank you, Marco.
I appreciate that.
David.
Well, Archie, I do hope we can get together in El Paso and talk about some of this stuff. Did I pronounce your name right? I agree with some of what you said. I'm sorry, I'm not addressing the chair. I wish you would address the resolution because you didn't actually say anything about that. I agree with some of what he said. I agree with some of what Rosalie said. What I'm probably going to say here may surprise you. I would not have supported the resolved in the previous resolution that said cut off aid to Israel. I will support this one because it does not say cut off aid. It says to evaluate it in in terms of human rights violations and so forth. And I think that is appropriate, whereas the cutting off of aid would not be appropriate and would be extremely anti-Israel. So I will support this reluctantly. I do agree with what Rosalie noted, that it is that, well, actually, there has not been enough said here and in resolutions addressing issues like the hostages and October 7th. There was some in the SDEC version that was passed that did address those points, but the violence and the deaths on both sides need to be heard and understood if we're ever going to have dialogue towards peace and resolution and a two-state solution. But as far as the U.S. role, which is what the actual resolution is about, it is appropriate at this time to, the Netanyahu government. I'm glad we did not pass any of the resolutions that talked about genocide. I don't think we are seeing genocide, but we are seeing war crimes and violations of human rights. And that's what the issues with U.S. aid are addressing, that U.S. weapons shouldn't be used to violate human rights and commit war crimes. So with sadness, I will support this resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Next.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, administratively, if we could try to informally keep your comments to 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when you're at the 2-minute mark.
Thank you. Who do you have next?
Shimon Proctor,
Okay.
and then
Shimon.
Hatem Nashif.
Okay, Shamin and then Hatem.
Yeah, resolution. I don't know who just changed the screen, but the language that was in clause 2 is, it's just not realistic. There's no way you're going to be able to determine what weapons are going to lead to potential rights violations. I think this is unrealistic resolution. And I think at this point in the night, we shouldn't be arguing about the merits of the war, and we should only be focused on the resolution. That's all I have to say.
Member Proctor, can you just, you're saying clause 2, are you talking about the whereas or the resolve, just to clarify?
I'm talking about the resolved. It was in row M, but I don't know, it disappeared.
Let me see what happened in the history. I'll potentially fix that. Yeah, I'll go ahead and fix that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think
Tom.
Hatem is next.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am in support of this resolution. Unfortunately, we didn't have the other one. That would have been my favorite one, but because of the language, so I'm asking everybody to vote for it. At the same time, I do take offense with Member Rosalie accuse us as a committee of supporting Hamas. That should not been allowed, and she should be censured for calling us as a democratic committee, resolution democratic committee, that because she did not like our votes, she accuses us of being Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Marco, who do we have up next? I think we've heard from everybody.
Yes, now you're back to people who've already spoke, so it'd be Rosalie and Arshia.
Hey, Rosalie.
I'm disappointed. And when I talked about Hamas, I was talking about the resolution that was number 2082. That y'all refused that some of y'all voted to not allow to come up for conversation and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Arshia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to address this resolution again and discuss possibly combining part of that earlier resolution, which unfortunately was not able to be carried through due to the wrong use of language there, to add in an amendment being in the resolve clause as to freezing U.S. arms and military aid to Israel except for means of defense, which the Biden administration has already stated as a red line if there were human rights issues, human rights violations and war crimes committed, which he has stated publicly in his administrative role, that he would stop any military aid other than defensive aid, such as the Iron Dome defense system.
Member
So
Papari,
I would.
Can you just exactly say where your amendment is so people can see this language? What clause are you adding something to?
To the very last one, clause 3, be it further resolved, and adhere to obligations under the 4th Geneva Convention, comma, add a comma.
Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and make the language bigger so people can see it. 1 second. Gosh, Zoom is annoying.
Or actually at the start of that paragraph instead, I think that would work better.
Okay, is that at the very beginning?
Yes, that the Texas Democratic Party urges the Biden administration to adopt a constructive approach to military aid to Israel and to hold Israel accountable for any violations of human rights and human rights law.
Are you trying to
right
just
after
copy?
military aid? No, so right after military aid, adding in
Where's military
ceasing
aid? Okay, so ceasing.
Second line, ceasing any further aid except for means of defense.
So you said military aid. I see that in the first line.
It might just be how big our screens are.
Okay, so constructive approach to
military
military aid, and now you have the language. Can you go ahead and go?
Yeah, comma,
I
ceasing any further aid.
Wait.
I call question on this because that language that he.
So
that
Rosalie,
he-
call the question is not something that you can do in committee. That can only be done from the floor.
Okay,
And-
what
and-
is
and
the motion? I want
member Papari is trying to state exactly what his amendment is. So if we could hear that first.
But that
and then-
language, we're not supposed to be rewriting. You've said that before, and it's not in that resolution. I don't see what he's saying in this resolution, that he's
So,
talking combining.
I do believe, from what I understand, is they're trying to combine, since that other resolution was poor, trying to combine some of that resolution into this resolution. So I think I'm waiting to hear that language. Member Papari?
Yeah, thank you. So after military aid, comma, ceasing any further aid except for means of defense to Israel, and then following with the rest of that.
Ceasing any further aid, what?
Except for means of defense. And you can
Except for
put such as the Iron Dome if needed, but I think that's referenced with Biden's
such.
stance already.
I guess Iron Dome should probably be capitalized. Maybe quotations too.
Sure.
I don't think it's quotation, but
No? Okay, cool.
Iron Dome, it's a proper noun.
Okay. So that's what you see in bold in front of you. Ceasing any further aid except for means of defense such as the Iron Dome is Member Papari's amendment. And Madam Chair, at this time, I would need a second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Point of order to, I think it was what Rosalie was trying to get at. This feels like it's rewriting the resolution, and in a way that was different from the intent of the author. And so I want clarification on that.
Marco?
Yeah, Madam Chair, so obviously this is not a resolution writing committee, but it is a committee that can do some of it, at the edges. And so at that point, it's a gray area. So if the membership feels that it's not appropriate and that this is completely changing the intent of the original author, or it's not combining something from another item, then at that point, members should say something and speak against the amendment. I don't think it's necessarily.
Do we need to put it to a vote?
Oh, point of order. Thank you for the language. That is exactly what I was trying to say, that there is no language about Iron Dome. It says just that the U.S. federal government, I'm reading strictly from the resolution right now, that the U.S. federal government cut off all military aid to the government of Israel. It doesn't say anything about for defense. And it says that it goes on to say that the government of the United States do not support the government of Israel at the UN or at the International Court of Justice for genocides committed by IDF in Gaza. It doesn't say anything about the Iron Dome, and it doesn't say anything about.
Where are you reading from?
The resolution.
I think you might be on the wrong line. We're on 53.
53?
Yeah, row 53, 2112. I believe that the one you might be looking at is maybe the one above it, but I'm not 100% certain.
But that's the one that's the one.
That's not.
But
I don't
that's
think
the
that's
one
the
that
one.
you're adding to. You just added this language, and that language is not in the resolution from 2085. That language is not there. That's the point of order. He's creating new language and inserting it there. It is not in 2085.
She's saying that he's not combining language, but he's adding entirely new languages and concepts.
Thank you.
So-
Yes,
so
that's what I
there-
was going to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm helping to translate it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not. So again, it's not the resolution writing committee. It's been the tradition of the committee. In fact, I used to say it in the rules. I don't think it says it in the rules anymore, that about direction, about what kind of changes you can make. It doesn't say that in the rules anymore, but the idea is not to whole cloth write stuff. So I don't think there's a point of order to be had on this particular item. I mean, it's just inappropriate to write stuff from scratch. If yeah.
And we haven't done it this whole time.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. No, I was just stating we haven't done it this entire time. We haven't just written it from scratch.
Yeah.
So
May I be recognized?
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're getting caught up on the details in this because we have changed some words around before in many of the resolutions that we've passed. Additionally, this is combining thoughts from 2085 and bringing it into here since that one was not able to be passed. However, it was selected for review by this committee. It was just unfortunate that it did not have the proper means to be reviewed. So taking some of that messaging and combining it to make a whole singular resolution, which everyone would be able to accept, is the thought behind this. Additionally, that resolution 2085 does say to cease military aid, and if you all want to keep it at that, that's fine. But since there was pushback from David and Rosalie, I did bring in the point about continuing aid for defense, as that is also something that the Biden administration had stated previously. But I'm totally fine with taking out the part for defense if that is what you all think would be the better idea. But I think overall it does have grounds to be a resolution amendment because it combines two topic areas, two topic ideas that were both approved to be reviewed by the committee.
Can the committee vote on it, Chair?
I was gonna say, Marco, the only other thing to do is
Excuse me, I would like to be recognized, please.
Yeah,
I had my
Madam Chair.
hand raised and y'all let Arshia speak again.
Thank you. Is this Judy Kay?
Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
As a member of Texas Democrats with Disabilities Caucus, I would like to ask that people be respectful and accommodating to Rosemary, who does have a brain injury, disability, and I would just like that people please give her some grace. This is very late. She is tired. I am tired. Tempers are fraying. And I really don't think that Rosemary thinks that I support Hamas. Thank you.
Rosalie.
Thank you. Marco, who do you have next?
David Fisher.
Okay,
I
Mr.
was just
Fisher.
I just going to state that I think we have more support for this resolution as it was originally written, and not by many. I think you're going to lose some support, a lot of support if you add that in. I just think it stands alone without adding the amendment to it, and I'm for the original language. So.
Okay, Phil.
I'd like to just reemphasize, like David said just now, it's like I preferred it without the amended language.
Marco.
I mean, I don't know if Arshia or Rosalie have anything different to add. I mean, I'd recommend that we just vote on this. Any new information.
Would that not be two votes though? One vote bringing on the amendment and then one
Yes.
vote to finalize the decision and pass the resolution. So we're going to see
Correct,
whether or
right.
not we're going to bring the amendment based on the amendment vote. So can we just get to the amendment vote, please?
That's yeah.
Can we have a voice vote?
So we can
I
have a
thought
voice
we
vote,
were
but we
all
can have Marco, we can have a voice vote, but right now I'm asking Marco to repeat the motion.
Okay,
So we know
so
what we're voting on.
so the motion is to amend the row 53 2112-10, the third therefore be it resolved clause, to add after military aid, comma, ceasing any further aid except for means of defense such as the Iron Dome, comma. That is the amendment. So if you're voting yes, you would add the language. A vote no would not add the language.
Okay, all those in favor?
No.
That's so
Yes.
the chair called
Yes.
yeses. So you need to call the yeses first. Sorry.
So okay, all those, I'm gonna call it one more time so I can hear. All those in favor?
A.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
No,
Hey,
because I asked for a roll call vote and that was, and when a member asks for a roll call vote, we're supposed to have a roll call vote.
No, that's not true. That the chair gets to choose the option of the voting mechanism. So the chair did a voice vote, and the chair right now has the ability to decide if that was sufficient or if she wants to go to a roll call vote.
So the way I heard it was the ayes have it.
No, I voted against it also.
All right,
Okay.
so the ayes have it. So okay, so I'm just gonna keep it as bold. So now we're on the now we're on this as amended, and we're in discussion.
I see. Go ahead.
I'm just asking, we're still discussing it or we're voting on it?
So right now, the amendment was just approved, so now we're back to discussion. So if anyone wants to say anything at this time, they could. If there's no hands, then the chair could just call a vote in the manner that she pleases.
Okay. Oh, the hand went away. So at this time, we calling it to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, all those any opposed?
No.
A.
All right, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, at this point, there's no more items, so an adjournment is appropriate.
I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Wonderful. All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed?
everybody.
Ayes have it. Good night, everyone. Thank you for your
Good
hard work.
night.
Good
you.
night,
Thank you very much.
Oh,
everyone.
see everyone in
Night.
Paso.
See you in
Yeah.
Thank you,
Paso.
everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Your hard work.
Rest well.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody. Good job.
Thank you, Marco, for all your work on this.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the Madam Chair a lot.